talk about data management, one of the key segments of data management is to ensure that the system has got good data quality. Because as we know, data is the key. Data is the key to your business. So it is very essential that we have good quality data in the system. And in Salesforce, there are several areas that we need to pay attention to maintain the data quality. So one of that key areas is to take proactive measures before the data even gets into the system. So basically we can divide that into proactive measures, meaning before the data gets into the system, and reactive measures. So after the data gets into the system, basically data maintenance. So when data is being entered into the system, what are all the measures that we need to take to ensure that only good data is being input in the system? So in that aspect, the very first step is to evaluate the incoming data. So that is what we are going to talk about in this video. And then we have to enforce data entry standards and procedures. And also while mass importing records, we have to have some considerations in mind so that we do not input any duplicate data or bad data. So for ensuring that, we have to understand the whole concept of duplicate management and how efficient we can use duplicate management to avoid duplicates in the system. And then we should also have a data steward in a team so that we can always be sure that the data that we have is of good quality and there are no redundancy. Perfect. So let's talk about the first proactive measure, that is evaluating incoming data. So always, we all know prevention is better than cure, right? So rather than having bad data in the system and then spending all our time and effort in data cleansing, it is always a good practice and the best practice to ensure that the data, even before coming into the system, is good and of good quality, right? So that in itself handles half the problem, right? So whatever data that is incoming, all the incoming data has to be of good quality. There should be no duplicates. There should be no redundancy. So all those has to be handled even before the system even before the data comes into Salesforce. So that is our first proactive measure. First, we have to evaluate all the incoming data sources. So to control all those incoming data, first we need to know what are all the incoming data sources in our system. And as a senior admin, even data management is definitely one of your key tasks, right? It is definitely one of the key areas that needs to give an importance. Because only good data can produce meaningful reports which can help the business in all aspects. So first, as an admin, you need to know from where all data is coming into Salesforce. And this might differ from project to project because there is, no standard data sources across all orgs. So that differs from org to org. So you have to do your research and see what are all the different data sources that is there for your org. And the general data sources are, number one, manual data entry, right? So this is pretty common. Users enter data into the system manually. So they log into Salesforce application and go to that particular object and they log in data. So that is the first data source point. And the next is the bulk data imports. So this is also pretty common one. And this sometimes business users do. And sometimes they give the data to the Salesforce technical team and on behalf of the users, we upload bulk data into the system. So this is also pretty common in most of the orgs. And other is web to lead. So we may have web to lead and through that we may have leads input into the system. And we may have multiple APIs through which Salesforce is getting data from other sources. Right? But these are not the only options. There might be other options that every org might have, which differs from project to project. So these are some of the common data source entry points. The manual entry, bulk data imports, web to lead, and they may have several APIs with several other legacy systems through which they may be constantly getting data. So as a senior admin, first in this whole concept of data management, the number one task should be to evaluate the incoming data, to evaluate what are all the data source points for your org. Because only after you evaluate that, you will be able to control all the incoming data. You will be able to put in checkpoints so that you do not get in bad data from outside. And once you analyze and finalize all the data source points for your org, then we need to put in data checkpoints for all of the sources. Say for example, manual data entry. Then we need to sort out what are all the checkpoints that we can have to ensure that the data is entered clean while manually entering data into the system. Next is bulk data imports. So what do we do for bulk data imports? Next is web to lead. So how can we make it better? Other APIs. Then we need to check the integrations. So we need to actually analyze each and every data source point. And how to analyze that, we'll be discussing in the upcoming sessions. But the whole point of this video is that you need to have a good understanding of the various data input sources. So do your research in the org and ensure that the data is entered accurately through the various entry sources. In this session, we are going to talk about the significance of enforcing data entry standards and procedures for maintaining good data quality in the system. In our previous session, we did an overview of the various proactive measures that we need to take so that our Salesforce CRM has got some good data. Alright, so the very first step that we need to take is to evaluate the incoming data sources. Because only when we know from where all data is coming into the system, we can act on each of that appropriately, right? So first is evaluating incoming data sources. Perfect. So once you do your research, once you find out which are all the incoming data sources for your org, then we can work on individually each of the data source to ensure that good data is coming into the system. So that is the very first step, that is step number 1, which we discussed in the previous video. Perfect. In this session, what we are going to talk about is the significance of enforcing data entry standards and procedures. Consider any org. So how basically data comes into the system? It can come through a manual entry, or it can come through data loaders or import wizards, basically the mass import, or maybe some other APIs, right? So there are several methods in which data is coming into the system. So we have to have some data entry standards. So only those records that satisfy those data entry standards, they basically come into the system. We know prevention is better than cure, right? So when we put forward these data entry standards, automatically what happens is it will prevent those bad records from getting into the system, most of them. So meaning half the battle is won right here. Correct. So what are all the data entry standards? So some of the data entry standards we can enforce are key required fields, pick list and dependent pick list, lookup filters and required lookup filters, doing address validation, enforcing validation rules, and finally duplicate management. Let's discuss one by one. First is the key required fields, meaning the key information that is required for your business. Say for example, your business uses phone and email to contact customers. And if you have records in the system with no valid phone number or email address, then those records are absolutely useless, right? Because without a means to contact the prospect or customer, there is absolutely no need for you to have those bad records in the system. That is absolutely going to be of no help to you. So in those scenarios, phone and email are basically mandatory for you to make business with a customer. So those are the key required fields. So make those key fields required in the system so that whenever a record is entered into the system, it comes with a phone number and an email address so that you can contact the customer and do business. But when we say required fields, always ensure that you make only the key fields, the very, very important fields as required. Because if you make too many fields as required, then it might also have a negative impact. The main issue would be user adoption. Asking users to input too much information will deter them from using Salesforce. So use it wisely. Make only the key fields as required so that it comes with the key information that is required for your business. So that is the first data entry standard. The second one is pick list and dependent pick list. We very much know what is a pick list and what are dependent pick list, right? So pick list meaning the users will be prompted with a set of values and they need to choose one among the values. So it makes more sense. Say for example, billing country, billing state, or the type field, or any other custom fields, wherein you have only some set of values that the customer need to choose from. Always go for pick list rather than making it a text and leaving it open for the customer or for the user to enter. It is definitely a good practice to have it as a pick list so that again we have some good data in the system. Sometimes even the common fields like state, say for example California. So when you just give the state as a text field, some might enter as California, some might enter as CA. So when you pull it in your reports, it may not bring you meaningful reports. So wherever possibility, you can give a pick list. Wherever only there are set of values to choose from, always go for pick list. Similarly, the dependent pick list as well. When you have controlling pick list and dependent pick list, when you have data like that which is stored in your org, go for it. Use the Salesforce functionalities. Leverage it to the maximum so that we can, as much possible, we can maintain good data in the system. Perfect. So that is one of the other data entry standard. The third data entry standard that we are going to talk about is lookup filters and required lookup filters. So what is the significance of a lookup filter? Lookup filter, we know it is used for filtering out the set of records that we can attach as a related record, right? Say for example, consider opportunity object or any object for that matter. Let me create a new relationship field, be it lookup relationship or be it master detail relationship. Let me choose lookup. And when you create a relationship field, when you choose the parent object, you have this option of lookup filters. We have discussed about all these in detail in the previous sessions. And we very much know what's the significance. I'm just doing a quick recap of that. So lookup filters helps you to restrict the customers from choosing from a set of records. So when they create an opportunity, when they associate it to an account, if you want to restrict the users to some specific set of accounts, say for example, if you want to make the user choose from say prospect accounts only, or if you want them to choose only customer accounts, or if you want them to choose only accounts from a specific location, in all those scenarios, lookup filters come into place. Because without any sort of restriction like that, how will a user really know that, okay, so I need to choose only this, I need to choose only that, right? Because if they choose some incorrect data, it will be of no use to them as well as it will be of no use to you, right? So that again becomes bad data. So wherever possible, help the user in entering some good data into the system. In fact, users have data with them. Just that they need some help in entering it correctly into the system. So that is our responsibility in helping the user to enter correct data into the system. So for those, we can use all these required fields, lookup filters, validation rules, so that we can tell the user, hey, you know what, the data that you have entered is incorrect. Please choose from a different set of values. You can use validation rules, you can use required fields. So when you say required fields, you are telling the user, hey, this field is mandatory. Please enter a value for that field. Alright? So leverage it to the maximum so that users can enter some good data into the system. In this case of lookup filters, we can enter our filter criteria so that only relevant records can be selected. And the filter criteria, you can specify it on the source record or on the target record also. And this filter criteria, it can be a user record or it can be profiles or roles. So there are multiple options out here for you. On top of all these, you can make it required or optional. right? So making it required, meaning that users have to select from one of those relevant records. They cannot just pick any account. They cannot just pick any parent record. So they have to select only from those specific set of accounts. So that makes the reports much better. That helps them with the business basically. So use lookup filters. Use all the possible options out there, whether they want to choose this record, that is the opportunity, or the parent record, that is account, or like they want to choose the user, or based on the profile, or based on the role, or you can make it required if you want. So check out all the possible options and make it as easy as possible for the user to pick the relevant records. So lookup filters and making it required also helps in a great way. The next data entry standard that we are going to talk about is doing address validation, because address, it is used in every single business, right? And that is definitely a key information as well. So as much as possible, do address validation so that you have some valid address in the system. And address validation, there are pretty many options to do this. You can either go for some custom code, or you can use some third-party applications. But somehow get this address validation done, because having verified mailing addresses, it helps to save a lot of time and effort, right? If it's an incorrect address, and maybe if you're trying to reach the customer through mails, then obviously, like if it is an incorrect address, it is going to go to undeliverable or incorrect addresses. That is again going to cost you money, and again waste of time and waste of effort, alright? So having verified mailing addresses helps to save a lot of money, and having standardized addresses, it might also have faster shipping times. So you can reduce shipping delays, thereby delivering the products to clients much faster. And once verified, standardized addresses add more data points for accurate deduping as well. So address validation is also one of the key data entry standard that helps you maintain some good data in your system. And the next data entry standards are validation rules and duplicate management. We have discussed about the first 4 in this session. The validation rules and the duplicate management we'll be discussing in our forthcoming sessions. But again, these are not the only data entry standards. This is not the extensive list. You can think through of other options that may help your business, your org to have better data entry standards as well. In our previous session, we understood about some of the data entry standards that we can use in the system to maintain good data quality, right? So this is basically a continuation of that discussion. We discussed about the importance of having required field, pick list, dependent pick list, lookup filters, required lookup filters, and doing address validation. What's the significance of doing address validation and all these. Now let's talk about validation rules. Validation rules, we very much know it is used for validating the data, right? So this plays a key role in having good data entry standards. So how we can use validation rules? You can use validation rules in n number of ways. There are multiple functions that you can use in validation rules so that you can ensure that users enter correct information into the system. Say for example, you can use validation rules to make some fields are required when it satisfies a particular criteria, or you want validation rules to match some field values. So there are a number of ways in which we can use validation rules. So let's discuss a scenario in which you can use validation rules to maintain some good data in the system. Take an example wherein we have address. Every business uses address, right? So when you create an account record in the system, you need to give a valid billing address. So when users enter information, they need to give a zip code. And for having a valid billing address, because that is the address that you are going to use to contact your customers. And only if that is valid, you can make business with the customer. So having a valid address is mandatory. So when users enter a zip code in the system, you need to ensure that that is a valid zip code. So that zip code should match with a corresponding state. So how do you make it happen? You can very much use validation rules to make this happen. You can ensure that the zip code that they enter is a valid zip code that belongs to the corresponding state. So for this, what I have done is, first I have created a custom object. This custom object will have the mapping between the zip code and the state. For this, what I have done is I have created a custom field called as the state code, and we have the name field which I will be using for zip code. So basically you will have only two important fields in this object. One is a zip code, the other is a state code. The zip code is basically the new custom field, and the state code is the name field. Oh, sorry, I think I got it wrong. The state code is a custom field and the zip code is the name field. I'm sorry about that. So we have only these two fields that we need in this particular object. And once we create these fields, we need to populate this object with all the valid data. You need to input all the zip codes and the respective state. So once this data set is ready, we can use it in our validation rules to ensure that users enter only appropriate information. So this custom object is ready. Now let's go to the account validation rule. So this is the account validation rule that I have created. If you look at the rule, I have used VLOOKUP function. VLOOKUP function comes very handy in creating some data entry standards. VLOOKUP, like we very much use it in Excel. In a similar fashion, you can use it in Salesforce also. You can leverage this function so that you can ensure that users enter appropriate data. But there is a little trick in this. Just understand the syntax of a VLOOKUP function. So basically it has three components. First is the field to return. Next is field on the lookup object. And third is the lookup value. So basically what we are trying to do, whenever users create an account record with a billing postal code and a state, the system has to pick the postal code and it has to verify if that postal code belongs to the billing state, right? So that is the functionality that we need to make it happen. So when they pick the billing postal code, it has to be verified across the actual data mapping. And where we have stored the data mapping? We have stored the data mapping in our custom object. So here the field to return is basically the state code field in our custom object, the newly created custom object that we have stored our data mapping. And the field on the lookup object, basically the name, right? Because a name is the zip code. So the zip code that is pulled from the account object will be compared against this one. That is the name field in our custom object. And once it compares, it takes in the state code that is mapped against that. Once that does it, that state code, it is compared with the billing state of account object. And if it matches, well and good. If it does not, the system will throw an error. The catch using a VLOOKUP function is that it always accepts only the name field for the field on the lookup object. The field on the lookup object should always be the name field. This does not accept other fields. That is point number one. Point number two is the lookup functions, the VLOOKUP function, we can implement only on custom objects and not standard objects. So these are some of the key things that you need to consider while using VLOOKUP function. But otherwise, VLOOKUP function is definitely one of the most efficient functions that you can use to implement these data entry standards. And once you do this, and rest is simple, error message, okay, save, perfect. Now let me go try create an account. Create an account, just give the name as account test 123, okay. And all we are bothered about is the postal code and the state. The data that we have entered is 123 for California. So let me say the billing postal code is 123 and the state is CA. Done. So when I say save, perfect, it is getting saved. And in the similar record, if I do 1, 2, 3, 4 and if I try to save, it says the zip code entered is not in the mentioned state. Right? So this is one of the data entry standard that we can enforce so that users enter only appropriate information. And how have we implemented this? We have used a VLOOKUP function and we have used validation rules. But just not VLOOKUP functions. As you know, you can use most of the functions out there to ensure that users enter appropriate information. While we talk about the various strategies that we need to implement for taking proactive measures, maintaining good quality data quality in the system, there are some considerations that we need to consider for mass importing records. In Salesforce, we use the Salesforce native tools, the data loader, import wizard. We can use these tools for mass importing records in the system, right? In the previous sessions, we understood how to use these tools for importing bulk data. So we are aware of how to use these tools. But we should say that there are some restrictions in using these tools. When comparing data loader and data import wizard, we must say that data import wizard helps us a little more in avoiding duplicate records. So one of the main issues that happens while mass importing records into the system is duplicate records. We should be sure that we do not enter any duplicate record in the system so that we can avoid any bad data as such. So one main resolution for this is using third-party tools. There are a number of third-party tools that are available that can help with data import. Even in real time, in many projects, we use third-party apps for data import. If you go to Salesforce App Exchange, you can find a number of tools available. Some of them connect certain systems or apps to Salesforce, and some are general data loaders that are more robust than Salesforce native offerings. In this session, let's go over a couple of third-party apps which I have used in my own personal experience. First is the people import. So let's go to App Exchange. Let's take a quick look at this app. Search for people import. Here you go. So people import, this is basically a Windows-based program, and they offer this as part of their deduplication and data cleansing tools. In fact, they have a couple other tools also in the suite. So let me just go for people import. Yeah, so these are the other tools that they offer. It all comes in the same suite. People import, Due Blocker, and demand tools. The main reason why we went for these third-party apps is the ability that we can avoid duplicates. People import allows you to dedupe against existing leads and contacts. You can also use your own matching rules and assign the list to a specific campaign, and you can also add new tasks to that. So from my experience, I would say that it's a really nice tool, and I used it for a really long time. So people import, Due Blocker, demand tools. So why should we know all this information? Because as a senior admin in your organization, if they are facing issues with duplicate records, then we should have knowledge about all these. We should have knowledge about the various tools that are being offered which helps in deduping, right? So it is always good to know. So know about these tools, but I would say that these are not the extensive tools. Definitely not. There are 100 other API App Exchange apps that are available that you can go, do your research, check the price, see if it's best. Alright, so do your research and find out the best app that suits your org. These are just from the examples from my own experience that I would like to share with you. So these are some of the cool tools that you can use for better experience with data import. Perfect. The other tool that I would like to share with you is this tool, Act On. This basically is on the marketing automation platform. Using this, we can insert new leads and dedupe against existing leads or contacts. And the matching criteria here is the email address. Basically, this also we have very much extensively used. We can import attendee list from conferences or from the events that you attend. And we can also add the contacts to Act On. And then basically it comes with the Act On Salesforce connector, which you can use to sync them with Salesforce. In fact, we can also use the sync to add everyone in the list to a specific campaign so that, where we can easily manage our campaigns. So, it comes with multiple functionalities. This is also definitely one of the pretty cool tools that I have used before. So, these are some of the tools that we can use which helps us in deduplication. And this comes very handy for mass importing records into Salesforce. In this session, we are going to discuss about duplicate management. In the last few sessions, we understood about the different proactive measures that we can implement in our org to maintain a good data quality. We started with evaluating incoming data sources, and then we understood how to enforce data entry standards and procedures. In that, we learnt about validation rules, the significance of validation rules in maintaining good data in the system. We also discussed about some of the considerations when we mass import records. So in that line, now we are going to talk about duplicate management. We know maintaining clean, accurate data is definitely one of the most important things that we can do to get the most out of Salesforce. In fact, it builds the trust in our sales team and also helps us to work towards complying with various data protection and privacy regulations. And Salesforce offers us tools for managing duplicates in our org. And we can also track the progress in eliminating duplicates. So Salesforce in itself has got some powerful tools that help us to have duplicate records in control. So in this concept of a duplicate management, let's discuss about the concept of matching rules and duplicate rules, how to configure them and how to implement them to have duplicate records in control. Now let's jump into our Salesforce developer org and let's consider a real-time scenario. Consider opportunities. Pick any opportunity record in the system. So this is an opportunity which is already existing in the system, right? So let me try to clone this opportunity. Okay, save, perfect. So the opportunity, I try to clone that opportunity and I try to save that. It got saved perfectly, right? Let me again try to clone this. Okay, I did not change any of the details. It is exactly the same. Alright. So basically, now there are 3 opportunity records in the system, which are duplicates, right? With the opportunity name as Jenny Point Standby Generator. Let me again try to clone the opportunity. So how many ever times I clone that, the system is letting me to save duplicate records. So this creates unwanted duplicates in the system. This unwanted data, it occupies data space and it becomes bad data. So there should be some duplicate management so that we can take control of these duplicates. So how are we going to do that? For controlling duplicates, Salesforce has got this concept of using matching rules and duplicate rules. So what are matching rules? Matching rules define what is the duplicate criteria. Say for example, consider 2 records. So how does your business say that they are duplicates? Do you compare the name? Do you compare the email? Do you compare the phone? Do you compare the type? Or do you compare all of the fields? Right? So that differs from object to object, that differs from business to business. Every business has got their own criteria for defining duplicates. Right? So that criteria is defined in matching rules. In matching rules, we define the criteria for identifying duplicates. Because first we need to tell the system, like, if these fields match, then they are duplicates. Say for example, leads. If I say, if the email matches, if 2 records have the same email, then it means they are duplicates. Right? So this is a simple scenario. So this sort of matching criteria, duplicate matching criteria, we define in matching rules. Like, find leads with the same email, find accounts with the same name and same country, or the same state or the same city. And find opportunities with the same name and same type. Find contacts with the same phone and the same last name. Right? So these are the matching criteria. So this matching criteria we define in matching rules. And once we define the criteria and once the system finds the duplicates, say for example we have leads and there are we have defined the matching rule as the lead email to be the same. And once we have this matching rule, the system finds 3 records with the same email for leads. Alright, so now the system has given us 3 records with the same lead email. Now in duplicate rules, we define what happens to these duplicate records. So when the record is already existing in the system and the user is trying to create a new record, basically a new duplicate record, so what should we do? Should we allow the user to create a new record? Or should we block the user to create a new record? Or should we alert the user that the record is already existing in the system? So what should we do? So what should happen? So that we define in duplicate rules. So basically the combination of matching rules and duplicate rules, they form an effective duplicate management to control duplicates in the system. Now let's go back to our developer org and see how to configure a matching rule. Go to setup, look for duplicate management, that would be under data management, and that will give you all the possible options for duplicate management. And here you would see duplicate rules and matching rules. So first let's go to matching rules and check it out. Matching rules. So when you see matching rules, there are 3 standard matching rules. Standard account matching rule, contact matching rule, and lead matching rules. These are the 3 standard matching rules existing in default in Salesforce. Either you can use these standard rules or you can create your own custom matching rules and use them in your duplicate rules. Now you may have a question, why only accounts, contacts and leads and why not other standard objects? Yes, sometimes we would think that it might be better to have matching rules for other standard objects as well. So there are many idea exchange ideas posted. So if your org uses the other matching rules and if you're really in need of them, please go and vote for those ideas, especially for opportunities. Many times we would need matching rules for opportunities and there is already an idea over there. So go vote for that and Salesforce may handle it someday. Perfect. So now as per what is the existing in Salesforce now, we have 3 standard matching rules. One for account, the other for contact, the other for leads. Now if you want to create our own custom matching rules, click on the new button, choose any object. Here you would see all the custom objects out here, and also for standard objects you see accounts, contacts and leads. So in our scenario, let me choose instructor and give a rule name, unique name and a description why we are creating this matching rule and basically what is the criteria out here. I have given those details. So basically for instructor, whenever we create a new instructor record, it should check for the last name and the position. So that is the criteria. Okay, so that is just a sample criteria that I have considered here. So the instructor last name and matching method. So here we need to mention whether it is the exact one or it may be based on some fuzzy logic. So that it is applicable to some of the fields, especially for the standard objects, accounts, contacts and leads. And next we need to mention whether we have to match blank fields. Say for example, now it is instructor last name. Say for example, there are 2 instructor records with the last name as blank. So should that be considered as a match or not? Alright, so when you say match blank fields, they would be considered. Alright, but in our case, let's not consider fields, records with blank values. So let me not check this. And the second criteria is the position. Position, let me again say exact. and let me not match the blank fields. So once your matching criteria is defined, save. Perfect. So we have created our first matching rule. But it is just not sufficient that we create the matching rule. We should also activate the matching rule. So we have activated the matching rule. Perfect. So now that our matching rule is created and activated, we have to go ahead and create our duplicate rule and use this matching rule to create our duplicate rule and make it into effect. So in the upcoming session, let's discuss about how to create a duplicate rule using this matching rule. So this session is basically the continuation of our previous session. In the previous session, we understood about the significance of duplicate management and how we can effectively use that to have duplicates in control. So in that, we understood about matching rules, how to create matching rules, and how to activate matching rules. So as a continuation of that, the matching rules that we created, we need to use them in our duplicate rules so that the duplicate criteria comes into effect and we can have duplicates in control. Perfect. So in this session, what we are going to do is, we are going to create duplicate rules using the matching rules that we already created. So let's jump into our Salesforce developer org. This is the matching rule that we already created. And this matching rule we created for the instructor custom object. The matching rule is, if the instructor name is exact and the instructor position is exact, then the matching criteria is satisfied. So it means two records with the same name and same position will be considered as duplicates. Perfect. So this is the matching rule. Now let's create our duplicate rules. So for creating duplicate rules, go to setup, go for duplicate rules. And here we know there are already standard duplicate rules. Now let's create our custom duplicate rule. So create our custom duplicate rule, pick the object, and in our scenario the object is instructor. Choose instructor object. Given the details, give the rule name, description. I've given the rule name and I've added a description, but give a better description in real time. And the next is the record level security. So the record level security, we have two options. That is to enforce the sharing rules or to bypass the sharing rules. So what is this? Say for example, I am a user. I am creating an instructor record in the system. Alright. And when I try to create an instructor record, there is already another record with the same details. Alright. So just consider this scenario. But as a user, I do not have access to the original record that is existing in the system. Alright. So, in this scenario, if enforce sharing rules is checked, then the matching rule will only consider those records which I have access to. Meaning, it will not consider the record which is already existing in the system because I do not have access to that record. So that is the meaning of enforce sharing rules. And when it lists down the duplicate records existing in the system, it will again list down only those records which I have access to. But if I choose bypass sharing rules, it will ignore those sharing rules and it will check against all the records that is existing in the system. However, when it is alerting me, it will only list down the records which I have access to. Alright, so that is the difference. So when I'm creating a record and if there are 4 other duplicates in the system, so enforce sharing rules will check only against those records which I have access to, and it will also list down only those records which I have access to. Bypass sharing rules will check against all the records irrespective of the access level. However, when it is listing down the records, it will list down only those records which I have access to. So that is the difference. And depending upon your requirement, you can choose the option accordingly. So here let me say bypass sharing rules and then the actions. So when the matching criteria is satisfied And if the system finds duplicates, we need to set like what has to happen on duplicates. So when duplicate records are found, what has to happen? So that is what we define in our duplicate rule. So say for example, a duplicate record is already existing. And now we create another record. So what should we do? Should we allow the user to create another record? Or should we block the user from creating that record? So when we say block, it is just blocking the user. When we say allow, we are still given options. Should we alert the user? So alert the user meaning when I try to create the second duplicate record, meaning the original record is already there, I'm trying to create a duplicate record. So when I'm trying to create the second record, if I choose this option alert, the system would say, hey, this record is already existing in the system. So do you want to use that record? So the system will alert me with the original record. It will give the details of the original record and it will alert me with the details. And it will also report on that. So that is these options that again depending upon the business scenario you can choose these options accordingly. In my scenario, let me say block, do not allow the user to create new records, and actions on edit. So here let me say allow, and then let me say alert and report, and alert text. Alert text may give an appropriate alert text. Let me say potential duplicate record found. Alright. And now we need to define the matching rule. So compare instructor record with instructors. And the matching rule is matching rule for instructors. That is the custom matching rule that we created. Alright. So this is one matching rule. Similarly, we can add up to 3 matching rules for a duplicate rule. Alright. However, one matching rule can have only one object. Meaning one object can have only one matching rule. Though we can have 3 matching rules, we can't have 3 matching rules of the same object. Alright. So one object can have only one matching rule. But we can have up to 3 matching rules in a duplicate rule. So that part is over. Next, coming to conditions. So conditions meaning, should all the instructor records, do they fall in that criteria? Or you want to specify some conditions a record must meet for rule to run. For example, saying when I create an instructor record with some specific type or with some specific location, only in those scenarios run a duplicate rule, but not for other scenarios. Like that. So if you want only some specific records to run the duplicate rule, then we can specify that condition. Otherwise, just leave it blank. Perfect. So now we have understood the various segments for creating the duplicate rule. Let me go ahead and save one. Awesome. So we have now saved our duplicate rule. Activate it. Perfect. We have activated it as well. So what let me do is, let me go ahead and test this functionality. So go to the instructor object. Choose any record. So our criteria is last name and position. Try to clone this record. It is exactly the same. Save the record. Perfect. So the system is telling me, basically this is the custom message that we created, and it's interesting that it is exactly the same as the system generated message. So, but the first line is the system generated message and the second line is our custom message. So, you can, basically it's a custom, right? So you can very much modify that. And as you can see here, the system is alerting me with the original record that is existing. Alright, so whenever we create records, we can make use of this duplicate rules and matching rules to alert the users of the potential duplicates that may exist in the system, thereby preventing creating new duplicates in the system. So in this scenario, I may click cancel to cancel creating the new instructor record, or I may choose this record, which is the original record, and I may update details in that. In fact, it is totally up to the user to decide what he or she wants to do. They may be unaware of the existing record, so that is why they were trying to create another record. So in that scenario, they may just hit cancel. Or if they are just trying to update some details in that, not aware that the record already exists in the system, so they may go back to the original record and just update the new fields. Alright, whatever, however the scenario is. So this is how we configure matching rules and duplicate rules in Salesforce, and how we can implement this duplicate management, basically to control duplicates in the system by using the combination of this matching rules and duplicate rules. As we come to a closure about this proactive measures for maintaining good data quality in the system, the final good strategy that we need to implement is assigning a data steward. Because it is always essential that there is someone in the team to maintain responsibility for your Salesforce environment. And they may be your Salesforce admin or any one person from your technical team. Absolutely not a problem, or even some consulting firm. Alright, but there should be someone who takes responsibility in maintaining all these in your Salesforce environment. Starting from evaluating the incoming data sources and using the data entry standards and procedures, updating it when and where necessary, monitoring them if they really solve the purpose, and while mass importing records, ensuring that they are not creating any duplicates as such, then creating matching rules, creating duplicate rules, and also monitoring them on a regular basis to ensure that the data quality is up to par, checking users and permissions, and re-evaluating the fields, re-evaluating the key required fields. So all these basically. So we need someone in the team to maintain responsibility for all these, so that we do not create any duplicates or bad data in our Salesforce org. In the previous section, we discussed about the various proactive measures that we can take to ensure that the incoming data into Salesforce, whatever the data that is coming into Salesforce, that is clean and productive. So for that we discussed about the various strategies, because prevention is always better than cure. So when we handle the incoming data, that in itself solves half of the problem. So that entirely we discussed in the previous section. In this section, we are going to discuss about the reactive measures. Meaning, how do we clean up the existing data that is there in Salesforce? So reactive measures, when we say reactive measures, it also means cleaning up the existing data, and it also means as the measures to ensure that the data quality is maintained in the system, meaning regular maintenance. So it is just not sufficient that we clean up the data, it is also necessary that we maintain the data quality in the system. That is regular monitoring. So what are all the reactive measures that we take? That can be used for cleaning up the existing data, and once we clean up the existing data, how can we maintain that data? How can we maintain that quality of data? So those reactive measures we'll be discussing in this section. So first comes the data quality reports and dashboards. Then we'll talk about merging the records, and then we'll talk about mass deleting records, and then we'll also talk about how to optimize the data visibility structure, and finally data skew. So in this section, we'll talk about data quality reports and dashboards. That is the very first one. So what is the ultimate objective of these data quality reports and dashboards? First, consider an org, and we already have data in that, and we want to clean up the existing data that is there in Salesforce. Okay. So now, when we want to clean up the data, first we need to understand the current state of the data, right? So among the data, among the 100% of the data, how much is good data? How much is bad data? How much data is incomplete? how much data is not used, right? So first we need to analyze the existing data. Only when we analyze the existing data, only we get that information, then we can take appropriate actions to work on those bad data. So first we need to get an analysis. Because as a senior admin, you are responsible for maintaining good quality data in your system. We need to actually help the customers use Salesforce and enter some good data in the system. But generally in many orgs, the thing is the business process, we have several teams, and it might be really complex coordinating with several teams, right? There may be several departments in your business, and each department, they may have their own process of creating and maintaining data. Like all departments, basically they may need a customer contact information, but each department may have their own source of information for that customer data. Sales may use Salesforce. Accounting may have some different system of spreadsheets and everything. Customer support, they may not even have any system at all. We don't know. So every department might have their own process of maintaining data, their own process of using data. So it really becomes complex. So when we want to analyze the data quality, we need some measures, we need some tools to analyze exactly how the data quality is. It is not only sufficient for us to save the necessary data. Say, for example, leads. Leads may need name, company, email address, phone number, annual revenue and all. And territories may need a different set of data. Customers may need a different set of data. So, just not about the necessary data, it is also about some other factors that basically gives us the data quality. So what are all the different factors that decides the data quality? Listed here are some of the attributes that contribute data quality. First comes age. Age means when was the data, when was the record last modified. So that will tell us the age. So what percentage of records have been updated recently? So we need to assess that information. So that will give us an approximate percentage of the records that are being updated regularly and that are being used in a regular basis. So that is age. Next is completeness. Meaning, is our data complete? Are all key business fields on records filled in? Because, you can't find upsell opportunities without complete company hierarchy and industry information. So completeness is also very important. So how do we analyze the completeness of a record? We need to list the fields required for each business use. And once we list down the fields that are required, we need to run a report that shows the percentage of blanks for these fields. Right? So that is how we can analyze completeness. So we can know how much percentage of records is complete and how much percentage is incomplete. So this is the second attribute that contributes to data quality. The third attribute is accuracy. How accurate is your data? Your data may be complete, but is it accurate? Has it been matched against a trusted source? So that is accuracy of data. Accuracy of data is also important, and this maybe you can analyze using some data quality apps from App Exchange. And then comes consistency. Meaning, is the data consistent? Does it have the same formatting, spelling, and language used across records? That is called as consistency. The formatting of records, the language used across records, is it consistent across all the records? So that is consistency. And how will you evaluate consistency? We can definitely run reports. We can reports that shows the values like a date, currency, state, country, region fields. And we can find the variations. We can find how many variations are used for a single value. Say, for example, state, California. It can be CA, California. Alright. So there can be variations for a single value. So we can run a report and find out the percentage variations. So that is called as consistency. The record consistency across the org. Next is duplication. Duplication we very much know. Duplication again, like it is inefficient and it gives no use. absolutely nothing for the customer, absolutely nothing for the business as well. So absolutely duplicate data means inefficiencies. So we need to find out how many duplicate records are existing in our org. And how do we do that? We can use the duplicate management features in Salesforce. We discussed that in the previous section. You can use matching rules, duplicate rules, and you can run duplicate jobs on a regular basis. And you can also install a duplicate detection app from App Exchange. You can take help from those apps and for handling these duplicate records. And finally, usage. Is the data in the system is really being used? Is it of really any use to the customer? And how do we analyze this? You can have, you can use the several tools and resources that your business uses, and you can understand, are you really optimizing the data use? So basically, these are the several factors, these are the several attributes that contribute to your data quality. So you need to consider all these attributes before you decide on, is my data quality really good? So how do you analyze these attributes, right? You need a means of analyzing these attributes. Now that we know the significance of these attributes, yes, but how do we analyze these attributes and how do we find out if these attributes really make a difference? One way, definitely yes, you can have your own custom reports and dashboards that is built using the custom fields from several objects that is pulled in. And you can create your own custom reports and dashboards and use it for your business and analyze all this criteria. Definitely yes. But there is another efficient workaround for this. That is using the data quality analysis dashboards. It is an App Exchange package and that is readily available and it is free. So why not try that, right? So go to App Exchange and look for this data quality analysis dashboards app. This is definitely a very efficient app that helps us to analyze our data, and it's free of cost as well. So please go ahead and install this app, and this gives us reports and dashboards for assessing our data quality. Just install it the way you would install it your regular app. Click on Get It Now, install it in your app. Click Login and give your Salesforce developer credentials. Once you give your credentials, it will ask you for which all users. This is mainly for admins, so let's install for admins. Install. Installation complete. Perfect. Click Done. Awesome. So under installed packages, you should be able to see your data quality analysis app. Okay, so the package is installed now. And how do you access that? So this is basically reports and dashboards, right? So add reports and dashboards to your tabs if not available. Reports, dashboards, okay, and go for dashboards. And you should be able to see these data quality apps. Woohoo, look at this. This is cool, right? See, like we were able to install that in a second. And how much this reports and dashboards would be useful to us. We can assess our data quality. And if you go to the dashboards, you can see the accounts, contacts, and opportunity data quality. And you also have campaigns, leads, and activities, which will come up in a minute. Here it is. You have cases and contracts. Here it is. And you have high-level data quality analysis. Awesome. So basically, there are separate dashboards for the objects. Like you see the accounts, contacts, and opportunities, campaigns and leads. This is for cases. This gives you a high-level data quality analysis. Basically, it tells you the percentage, like how good is your data. Say, for example, the account data quality is this much, and the contact is even more good. Opportunity not that much, and campaigns, but still it is in the green. For activities, there may not be any activity records at all in the system. So basically these dashboards give you a very good idea about what is your data quality. You can also check out the other dashboards and you can see what are all the factors that it's based on industry, rating, type, phone and complete address, right? You can see those factors. You can click on them if you want to access the report behind that, right? Click on customize. So that will give you the report behind that. So definitely this is your step 1 when you start analyzing the quality of your data. So if in your business, if you have bad data, if you start a data cleansing, the first step would be to analyze the data, right? Only then we can take appropriate actions. So for analyzing the data, this data quality reports and dashboards definitely is a must do. So go install this app and understand your data, and then we'll think about the appropriate actions. So this is about using this app, data quality reports and dashboards, installing that package and getting benefited out of that. As part of this section, wherein we are understanding the various reactive measures that we can undertake to maintain good data quality in the system, the very first strategy that we understood was using reports and dashboards, right? Using the data quality reports and dashboards. So what is the significance of using those reports and dashboards? They will give us a good understanding about the current state of the data. They will give us the numbers like these many records are good, these many records are bad, so this many percentage of record is good, right? So that gives us a good overall picture about the data that we have. So we can analyze what's the percentage of good data and bad data in our system. Perfect. So now by using those quality reports and dashboards, we can analyze the data. Yes. But after we analyze the data, when we analyze and when we find out the duplicates in the data, how do we merge those records? How do we handle those records? Say for example, in the place of one account, if there are 3 accounts in the system, alright, consider any account. Say for example, test account. Alright, instead of one account, if there are 3 accounts in the system, basically duplicates, how do we merge those records? Because different departments might be dealing with data, right? When you consider an organization, there might be different teams working on data, and there are like multiple scenarios in which duplicate records may get created in the system. So in that aspect, maybe different teams might have created the records, we don't know. So in that scenario, when we have duplicate accounts in the system, how do we handle those duplicate records? So in this section, we are going to talk about how to merge duplicate accounts. And in the upcoming sessions, we'll understand how to merge duplicate contacts and how to merge duplicate leads. This concept of merging, it is available in Salesforce by default. So we can use that feature and we can merge duplicate accounts. Let's go to Salesforce Developer Org. Here is Salesforce Developer Org and accounts. Now what we are going to understand? We are going to understand how to merge accounts. And why do we want to merge accounts? For handling the duplicates. So when we analyze and when we find out the duplicates in the system, then we need to handle those duplicates, right? And what is the actual way of handling duplicates? By deleting off the duplicate records and by retaining the master record, right? So that is the best way of handling a record. But it is not as simple as it sounds, because the master record may or may not have all the information, right? So some of the information from the duplicate record might be necessary. So we just can't straight away delete the duplicate records and retain only the master record. So the information might be split across the 3 records. So we have to be a little mindful about using this functionality. And yeah, it is a bit time consuming because we need to actually like select which record will be the master record and which all records will be the duplicate records. But yes, Salesforce has given us this functionality so that we can merge accounts. So for merging accounts, go to accounts. And for this, understand this concept of merging. I have already created 3 test accounts. The account name is the same. That is my test account 123. But then the details in the account, they are different. I have created that intentionally so that we can understand this concept better. So the details are different. In that way, I have created 3 accounts. Now to merge account records, in tools, you have this option of merging accounts. So click on merge accounts. And step 1 is to select the records to merge. So basically, we need to first find all of our records to merge. So because that my account name is my test account, I just gave my, and when I clicked on find accounts, it gave me all the accounts with that particular name starting with my. So basically, I have these 3 accounts and these are the duplicate accounts. Now, as part of data cleansing, we need to have only 1 account in this place, right? And 2 accounts need to be deleted. So that we can do using this tool. So once you have the accounts, select those which you want to merge. In my case, I have selected all the 3. And here also you can select only 2 or 3 records, not more than that. Click on next. And here Salesforce in itself does the work. So one record, it is pointed as the master record, and the other 2 records, they are the duplicate records. So meaning only this record will be retained in the system, that is the master record. And these 2 records, that is the duplicate records, they will move to the recycle bin. So when we say this is the master record, Salesforce has already done the comparison between the 3 records. So this is the master record. But if you want to change it to this, you can very much can. Alright, so select which record you want to be the master record. But whichever record you select, only that record will remain in the system and the other records will move to the recycle bin. So in this scenario, let me choose this as the master record. And you can see it has listed down all the various fields of accounts. Right? It has listed down all the various fields and the values for these fields across all the 3 accounts. So if no value means there is no value, basically null. And among all the fields, you can see that only some of the fields are highlighted. The master record, the first one is highlighted. The type, industry and ownership, only these are highlighted. Why? Because they have conflicting data. Say for example type. One account has got the type as prospect, the other account has got the type as customer direct. Industry. Here it is apparels, here it is biotechnology. Website. Website, yeah, it is the same, so that is why it is not highlighted. Ownership. It's public, private. So wherever there is conflicting data, Salesforce highlights those fields and shows that to us. And by default, Salesforce selects a particular account's value. But if you want, you can change it. So if I select customer direct, what happens is this record will get retained, but the type value will be customer direct. Alright. And for industry, the value apparel is chosen. So this record will retain the first record, but the industry value will be apparels. So basically you need to select what is the data that is going to be retained. So the master record will be retained with data from any one of the records, however you choose them. And once you are done with this data mapping, click on merge. Yes. And once done, now you can see there is only one account with a name as my test account 123. And you can see here the industry value is apparel, that's what we chosen, and the type is customer direct. So as per the data mapping, the account field values gets populated accordingly. And only the master record is here. The other 2 records, they are moved to the recycle bin. So this is how we handle duplicate accounts in the system. After we use our other methods to find out the duplicate accounts, then we go for merging the accounts. And while merging accounts, there are some considerations that we need to note. First is the non-master accounts are moved to the recycle bin. Yes, we very much discussed about that, right? The other records, basically the other duplicate records, they are moved to the recycle bin. The chatter feeds are retained from the master record only. Yes, so the chatter feeds for the other records, the other accounts, they are lost basically, and the chatter feeds only from the master record, that is retained. But other related items like campaigns or activities, then all those related records are merged to the master record. Basically, if you consider the master record as 1 and the second and third record as 2 and 3, the campaigns and the activities of record 2 and 3 will be merged to the first record. That is a master record. Similarly for teams as well. So if they have account teams, the team members from the second and the third record, that is the non-master accounts, they are merged with the master accounts. And the user who does this merging should be a Salesforce admin or the account owner or a user above the account owner in the role hierarchy. Only these guys, they have permissions for merging accounts. And for the master record, that is the merged account, it retains the account hierarchy from the master record. So whatever account hierarchy for the master record, so that is retained. And if your org has got person accounts, if person accounts is enabled in your org, you can't merge a person account with a business account. Basically, first before merging, we select, right? We select the accounts. When you select the accounts, the person account and the business account, everything comes together. But while merging, you can merge only person accounts or you can merge only business accounts and not together. So these are some of the considerations that you need to note while merging duplicate accounts. This is kind of continuation to our previous session where we understood about merging duplicate accounts. But in this session, we are going to learn about merging duplicate contacts. So first of all, why do we merge duplicate contacts? Basically as part of data cleansing, right? So when we handle data, when we use our measures to find out the duplicate records in the system, the next step would be to cleanse the data. The first is analyzing and the second step is cleansing. So as part of cleansing, when there are duplicate records, basically we have to clean up those duplicate records, right? In the previous video, we understood how to merge our duplicate accounts. On a similar fashion, let's understand how to merge duplicate contacts. So when there are multiple contacts existing in the system, basically as duplicates, how to merge them. The process, I would say, is pretty similar to how we do for accounts. And for understanding this concept, I have created some test data. Let's consider this account, my test account 123. So this is basically the merged account, but that's okay. And here I have created 3 duplicate contacts. If you see, this account has got 3 duplicate contacts. So go to the contacts related list of the accounts. You should be seeing the duplicate contacts here. And here you should be having this merge contacts button. So click on merge contacts. So basically you can merge contacts belonging to the same, having the same primary account. And here in a similar fashion, like if you want to find the contacts, if there are so many contacts associated to this account and you're interested in only some specific set of contacts, you can use a search and you can pick only those contacts. But in our scenario, we have only 3 contacts in total for this account. So all the 3 contacts are listed and choose the ones that you want to merge. So I have selected these 3 contacts, all the contacts basically. Click on next. Here in a similar fashion, first we need to choose the master record. So only the master record will remain in the system. The other two records, they will move to the recycle bin. And similar to merging accounts, here also those fields with contradictory values, basically different values, conflicting values. So that will be highlighted. So in our scenario, name and mailing address, that field is conflicting among the three records. So that is why those fields are highlighted. And now as a data analyst, you need to select which field to basically be retained. Because here I may choose this phone number, or I may even choose mobile, this one blank, right? So basically you need to choose which is the value that needs to be retained. So once you do that data mapping, click merge. Okay. Alright, perfect. And now for the same account, we have only one contact. That is a master contact. The other two records, they are moved to the recycle bin. So this is how you merge contacts associated to an account. And while we merge contacts, there are some considerations that we need to note. First is the non-master contacts are moved to the recycle bin. Yes, only the master contact remains in the system. The other contacts are moved to the recycle bin. Next is about the contact roles. Basically, if all the contacts, if they have contact roles, the non-master contacts, meaning the records other than the master record, those contact roles, they lose their status on the primary contact. This is after the merge. And chatter feed is retained from the master record only. This is actually similar to the account behavior. Even in accounts, it's the same. So these are some of the considerations that we need to note while merging duplicate contacts. Now that we have understood about how to merge duplicate accounts and contacts, in a similar fashion, let's also quickly understand how to merge duplicate leads. So go to your Salesforce developer org, and this is the leads object. I have created a leads duplicates intentionally for us to learn this concept. And how did we merge accounts? We went to the accounts homepage and we had the merge accounts link, right? And for contacts, go to a particular account, and in the contacts related list, you see the merge option, merge button. And for leads, go to the leads, go to the related leads record, and there you should see this button, find duplicates. So click on find duplicates. And there you will be able to select your leads. As we had already selected a lead record and we clicked on the find duplicates button on a particular lead record, Salesforce will automatically show you the duplicate leads. And in our case, there are only 4 matching leads. But if there are more than these, and if you want to use this search criteria to further cut down your leads, yes, you can search your leads using these fields: name, last name, company, email domain, and phone. And based on these, you can furthermore filter the criteria and filter out your leads. And once you find the leads, select the leads that you want to merge. And from there on, the process is similar of merging accounts and contacts. How we did for merging accounts and contacts? A similar process. Just that selecting the leads is a little different here. So once you select the leads, click on merge leads. And automatically it will take you to this page, which is similar to accounts and contacts. There you have the master record. You need to choose which lead will be in the master record. And it will also highlight those fields which has got conflicting values. So choose the right one. Let me choose this. Let me choose this. And once you are done with this data mapping, click on merge. Okay. And here also, other than the master record, the non-master records, they are moved to the recycle bin. And now if you see, This is the only lead that is existing in the system with this name. Alright, so this is how we merge leads. Just that the process is a little different between accounts, contacts and leads, but the overall concept is the same. Once you select the records to be merged, then it will automatically show the page wherein you compare the records. Then you choose the master record and then you choose the field values that are to be retained in the master record. So this is how you merge accounts, contacts and leads in Salesforce. And why do we do them? Basically as part of data cleansing. Once you find the duplicates, once you find the bad data, the next step is to cleanse the data. So merging records is part of data cleansing. So that is why it is very important in this data management. Alright, in this section where we are learning about the reactive measures for data quality maintenance, we started off understanding the usage of quality reports and dashboards through which we can identify the bad data in the system. So basically after you use those reports and dashboards, you would get a good understanding about the bad data that is there in your system. And later on, after you identify the duplicates, what do? We merge the duplicates, right? Because the data is spread across records. So we merge the duplicates. And then there will also be other test data or meaningless data that you may want to delete, right? So now in this video, we are going to understand how to mass delete records in Salesforce. So when we say mass deletion, why do we need to mass delete records? Because that is definitely an essential part of your data cleansing. What is data cleansing? Data cleansing meaning removing the bad and just retaining the good, right? That is data cleansing. So when you merge all your valid records, there will be many invalid records in your system that needs to be deleted. So those records, we will apply mass delete and delete those records. So what are those kind of records? They may be meaningless records. Meaning, say for example, if your business uses mainly phone and email to contact customers, but you have many contact records in the system with no valid phone number or email address, then obviously those records are going to be of no help to your business, right? So without a means for contacting the prospect or the customer, obviously you're not going to do anything with the records. So those become the meaningless records. So those meaningless records you may want to get rid of. The second one is deleting fake or test records. Say for example, go to your org and query for leads or contacts or accounts with a name as test. Alright, or maybe, they can have the email ID as at test.com, whatever. So those are basically test or fake records that again you may want to get rid of. And then the inactive records. Inactive records meaning records that have had no activity for a long period of time. So those records again, they are of no use to your business. They are just taking up space. So even those outdated records, you may want to get rid of. So basically all these kind of records you want to get rid of. And when there are huge number of records, you would want to know how to mass delete records in Salesforce. So when we say mass handling of records, the first thing that comes in our mind is a data loader, right? A data loader, we know it is a very efficient tool for handling records in bulk. So for mass deletion, yes, a data loader definitely is a very effective option. The other option that we are going to talk about now is how to mass delete records in the Salesforce UI. Go to your developer org and in the setup, look for mass delete. You would find that option under data management. Go for it. There you will see all the objects which we can delete using this option. So we can see mass delete accounts, leads, activities, contacts, cases, solutions, products, reports. Yeah, and you should also note that we can mass delete reports too. Alright, and this is the place where you access that. The other way of doing it is if you want to go for accounts specifically, go to the accounts homepage. There also you will have this option mass delete accounts. Or if you want to go through this option, yes, very much you can. So here you can see the list of all objects for which you can perform mass deletion. And it is in the Salesforce UI, so very much it is user friendly. For example, accounts, go for mass delete accounts. There are various steps. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. So go step by step. The first step is pretty common for all the objects. Meaning, first of all, you have to know what happens when this delete happens. So here, when you delete an account, what are the other actions that happen? See, this screen allows you to delete a list of accounts. Yes, the following data will also be deleted. So definitely yes, you need to have a good understanding about that, right? So when I delete this account, what are all the related records that are getting deleted? I should know that. So the account notes will get deleted. All contacts associated to this account plus all related contacts. So basically contacts and related contacts and all opportunities and all activities. And once the data is deleted, it will be moved to the recycle bin. So basically a soft delete. And step 2 is a recommendation. I wouldn't call it as a recommendation. I would say it is a mandatory practice, because anytime, whatever the data, be it valid data or be it invalid data, whatever data that you may delete, always take a backup. Always. We always do, like be it data or metadata, whenever you perform deletion, because you are doing it in the production org, right? So whenever you perform a deletion, please do take a data backup. Alright, so you may never know when you may need that. So that is step 2. And then step 3 is, of all the accounts in your org, find the accounts that you want to delete. So you may search by name or you may search by any other criteria. So locate all the accounts, and once you give the criteria and give search, it lists down all the accounts that you want to delete. And select just all the accounts that you want to delete. And here, delete accounts that have associated close to one opportunities. Yeah. So if the account has got an opportunity, which is a closed opportunity basically, or close lost or closed one, then do you want to delete those accounts? If yes, check this box. If no, uncheck it. And step 5 is to delete account with another owner's opportunity. Say for example, account 1. There is an opportunity associated to an account. Opportunity 1, but that opportunity belongs to a different owner. So the system is asking if it still wants to go ahead and delete that account. So that also, depending upon how you want it to be, check it or uncheck it. And finally, the option is whether to permanently delete the records. If you want to permanently delete the records, yes. Or if you want to just have it in the recycle bin so that you have that option of restoring that records, then do not check it. So these are all the steps that you need to follow for mass deleting accounts from Salesforce UI. I know this is pretty user friendly and self-understandable. Similarly, you can also perform a mass delete for the other objects. Let's quickly go over them. Mass delete records. First step, you need to know what are all the related records that will be deleted. Similar to accounts, in this case, all activities associated to the leads will get deleted. Step 2 is a recommendation. Again, I would say it is a mandatory practice to take a data backup before performing deletion. Step 3 is finding the leads. And step 4, the system is asking you if you want to perform a soft delete, that is, records will be moved to the recycle bin, or a hard delete, meaning the records will be deleted permanently. So what do you want to perform? And choose your option accordingly. So that is for leads. For activities, again, step 1, it is telling you what are all the related records that will be deleted when you delete activities. Step 2 is taking a data backup. Step 3 is finding the activity records that are to be deleted. And finally, if it's want to be a soft delete or a hard delete. Contacts. Step 1, the system is telling you what are all the related records that will be deleted when you delete contacts. So now I think like you can see the flow of it, right? So many of the steps are pretty common across the objects. Step 2 again for taking a data backup. Step 3 is finding the records, and then finally if it's a soft delete or hard delete. Again for cases, also all related case comments, activities, contract roles, they all will be deleted. And the recommendation, that is to take a data backup and then to find the cases, to finally permanently delete or not. And then solutions, similarly. And then products, yeah. So if you want to mass delete products, yes, you can mass delete. And then finally comes the reports. So other than the objects, one other option, interesting option that we have is the reports. So first for reports, like, you can search by the report name, or you can put all the reports in a folder and then delete off that folder, however you want. So once you give the search criteria, all the reports will be listed, and then you need to select the reports which all you want to be deleted. So this is how we mass delete records in Salesforce, especially from the Salesforce UI. So from the Salesforce UI, only for these objects, basically we can mass delete records in the Salesforce UI. For other objects, you have no other option. You have to go for data loader or maybe any other data handler tools. So this is how you perform mass deletion in Salesforce. But when you do mass deletion of records, please be very careful, because data is the key to your business. So you need to pay more attention when you delete records. You need to be sure that you are deleting the correct records, because when you delete records in bulk, you may not be able to validate the records, right? You give the criteria, yes, but then you may not be able to validate the record by record. So please pay more attention to the criteria that is given, and also the records that comes as a result of that criteria, and you want to be sure that those are the only set of records to be deleted, and you do not delete any incorrect records. And this is the reason we always enforce on data backup prior to any mass deletion. And when we are talking about mass handling of records, I would also like to talk about this particular app in App Exchange, Mass Edit plus Mass Update plus Mass Delete. This is a free app, and you know what? This is a pretty cool app that we can use for mass handling of records. So do try it out. It may be of great help. So this is how you do mass deletion in Salesforce. Now that we have come a long way in data management, starting from data management tools, the proactive measures in quality data entry, the reactive measures for quality data maintenance, it is time for us to understand about some of the best practices that we can implement in data management. And definitely, it is essential for a senior admin to know all these. Our Force.com platform is remarkable in its ability to scale as your business grows. But all systems have constraints, right? So even if we don't think that we'll ever run into those limits, the designing and managing the data is key, and if it is not done properly, then we may run into those limits. So how do we design and manage our data in an efficient manner? So first, we need to define our operational data set. The questions that we need to ask ourselves are all of the records that we currently have in the system, do they add value to your business? We need to ask ourselves this question. And if you see that there are records that do not add any value to the business, then plan on deleting the ones, because we don't need them anymore. And the best way to do this is you may need to archive them first for historical reporting reasons, and then plan on deleting them after a certain period of time. And in many cases, you can also simplify your archiving strategy by summarizing the data. But, always check with the data owners first, and be sure before deletion, because if you are doing anything that can't be reversed, and as it is data, it might have a larger impact. So pay more attention before you delete any records as such in the system, or you perform any actions that can be reversed. Perfect. So that is about the first one. The second question that we need to ask ourselves is, do we still need all the fields that we currently have in the system? This is actually a pretty common scenario that we experience in most of the orgs, where we create some additional data points, maybe for supporting some urgent initiative, and which was used only during that time, or it might not have been used at all, but it's still occupying space, right? So keep reviewing those fields. Do that in a periodic fashion so that you do not accumulate any of these unnecessary fields in your org. And the third important one is about the custom objects. Yeah, even this again, like we can see that in many orgs, wherein we create custom objects like for tracking something via automation, or for some automatic transfer of records, or for storing some information. But that, it may not even be used efficiently. Records may get created all the time in those custom objects, but no one is really making use of them. So objects containing these records, definitely I think they should be deleted as a whole, the object and the records. Yeah, definitely there might be some objects, there might be some records out there in your org. So even for these, monitor the org, monitor the objects, review your objects, fields on a regular basis so that you do not add up any of these unwanted components. Perfect. So this is about defining our operational data set, wherein we monitor the org on a regular basis. We do periodic reviews to ensure that we do not store any of the unwanted data or the fields or the custom objects. The next component that we are going to talk about in this video is about optimizing the data visibility structure. So here first let's talk about visibility. How an user gets access to a record in Salesforce. Basically in Salesforce we have an entire set of tables to track like who should have visibility to what, right? And if the OWD, that is the organization wide default, if it is not public read write, then every time a user hits a particular page or tries to access a record, what Salesforce does? Salesforce evaluates everything, all the security settings behind that, to finally decide what this user has to see and what this user should not see. So basically all those happens in the background, right? And if the OWD is not public read write, or if the OWD is set to private or anything lesser than public read write, basically users can get access to records through different options. They can get access via public groups, they can get access via queues, they can get access via manager access or role hierarchy. So there are different ways in which a user can have access to a record. So when all this is happening in the background, we have to actually look into those security settings and optimize the data visibility structure in Salesforce. The very first one is review your OWD. Always check the OWD and whether it is in line with your business process. Never assume that the OWD should always be private. No, it may not be the case. And even like if there are restrictions that certain users should not have access to certain fields, you can very much control using field level security, and that's why field level security is in place. Alright, so make OWD as permissive as possible. So review your OWD on a periodic basis. Next is role hierarchy. So role hierarchy, we know it is very powerful in providing the built-in access, right? But at times, like it can also be very costly to maintain all the needed data. Not everyone needs to be in the role hierarchy. Say for example, customer support. Customer support users, they should be able to see all the accounts regardless of who owns them. And marketing. If you consider marketing, they might need access to all opportunities regardless of who owns them. So if you can't make these objects specifically public, consider putting all these kind of users at the highest level in the role hierarchy. Because role hierarchy, it is just not a mirror of the org chart. Alright, it also plays a major role in security and access to records. So use it wisely and efficiently. And next comes the sharing rules. So sharing rules, there may be some sharing rules which are no longer needed in the system. So remove them. Especially this happens when you change your OWD to more visibility. Say for example from public to public read only, or from public read only to public read write. So when you change the OWD to more visibility, there may be some sharing rules which are no longer needed. So even sharing rules, review them on a regular basis and delete those which are not required. And finally, public groups. So always check if you have duplicate public groups or if you have groups within groups. So monitor all those and delete the unnecessary ones. So these are some of the best practices that we can implement for optimizing the data visibility structure, and all these will definitely help you to optimize your data in Salesforce. Now that in this section, when we are talking about some of the best practices that we can implement in data management, the next topic that we are going to talk about is data skew. So what is data skew? Data skew is basically a condition of having inappropriate ratio of records to a parent record or to an owner. Basically, there is out of balance. So that is called as a data skew. We can cite many examples for that. Some of the common scenarios that we encounter is, we may have several inactive customers. So what we may do is we may assign all of the inactive customers to the VP or director, and over time what may happen is the VP, he or she may have over like 100k accounts that they own, right? They own meaning basically that was assigned to them. But at the same time, a salesperson on an average may have around 2,000 or 3,000 active accounts. So basically, if you see, there is a enormous difference. There is like this 50-fold difference in ownership patterns. It makes it harder for the Salesforce query optimizer to know exactly like the number of records owned by the person and how to actually get to the records you want more efficiently. And another situation that I can quote is, say for example, you have many old contacts in your system. So old contacts meaning contacts that have not been active for quite long, or you have not contacted that contact for quite long, or there have been no transactions or activities in those contacts. So if you have so many old contacts in your system and one day you decide to create an account record and you map all the old contacts to that account record. Alright. So this process of mapping too many numerous contacts to one single account record, even this will cause data skew. So this single account record, that will skew the system, that will skew the way optimizer thinks about the underlying data. And this also negatively impacts your Salesforce. And it also negatively impacts Salesforce from being as efficient as possible. So this is the concept of data skew. So as a basic rule of thumb, what you may want to notice, at any point of time, do not have more than 10,000 records for a single parent record or a owner. One record owning basically more than 10,000 records may cause a data issue and may lead to this data skew issue as well. So have this as a basic rule of thumb. At any given point of time, do not have more than 10,000 records owned by a single parent record or a owner. So these are some of the best practices that you can implement in data management. The next important section that we are going to talk about in data management is about data enrichment. So what is data enrichment? Data enrichment, as the name says, it is enriching our data. Meaning you have raw data in the system, right? So how do you enrich your data? How do you correct your data? How do you enhance your data? So that is the concept of data enrichment. Like, consider the scenario. You are entering information, customer information into your system. So basically what you do, you just dump in all the customer data in its raw form in the system, right? So what you have in your system, it is just a data lake or a data swamp, right? It is full of raw information. But how do you actually make use of it? Because data is only meaningful when you can make use of that data. So data enrichment is that process which makes this raw data more useful, more meaningful. And how do we make it useful? How do we make most out of that raw data? You have to make the raw data more meaningful by having it up to date. You have to connect with some third party and then make this data up to date so that the resulting enriched data, it is richer, more detailed, which enables companies to easily personalize their messaging because, now that they know more about their customers. Now we may have a question in our mind. So which data is to be enhanced, right? So every form of data enrichment is valid, but that depends on your business goals. So what's important is identifying the kind of data that your business needs so that you can collect or acquire respective information and form and basically do data enrichment. And also when I talk about this, one thing is coming to the mind. So whenever like you are using other data sources or some third party sources for for enriching your data, one thing that you have to keep in mind is there should be some common factor that links the two data sets together. Because you are basically trying to connect with a different data source and you are trying to update your data. And in this process, definitely there should be some common field or some common factor that links both the data sources. Like for example, for known customers, you can use a first name, last name, or a mailing address. Even an email address can be used. That can be used as an identifier to match and merge the two data sets or the data sources. Otherwise, even if you have the two data sources, if you do not have a common factor, then we will not be able to enrich the data because, there is nothing as such to show that the two data sets refer to the same customer. Alright, so whenever you're doing this data enrichment, there should always be a common factor that you can use for connecting the two data sources. And the other important thing that you need to note in data enrichment is that this process is ongoing. The process of data enrichment is ongoing. It is not that you do data enrichment once and then leave it off. No, not at all. You have to keep enriching your data so that you are not any old school. Say for example, you have the customer data. Alright, and no matter how detailed it is basically a snapshot at that particular time period. Income levels may rise or income levels may fall, the marital status may change or the type of car may change, the physical address can change, even the names may change, right? After all, change is the only permanent thing, right? So, the data enrichment process, it is basically an ongoing process. You have to keep enhancing your data every now and then so that you are up to date with your customer information. Otherwise, if you do not perform data enrichment on a regular basis, what happens? You end up having outdated information in your system. And what happens when you have outdated information? You could, basically that information could lead to customers receiving some irrelevant offers because your data is 6 months out of date. Your data is 1 year out of date. So keeping all this information updated is very essential for businesses so that you can be up to date with the customer information. And a well-functioning data enrichment process is basically a key for any business. Keeping data up to date ensures that the company can more accurately target customers, whether it is like a geographically based or demographically based for richer targeting of next best offers so you can reach out to the correct customers, and more accurate targeting basically leads to better experiences, which inevitably creates more data and ensures that you can continue to work with the most up-to-date customer data possible. So data enrichment, in all ways, it is beneficial for your businesses and you should maintain that as an ongoing process so that you always have the updated information in your system. So when we talk about this data enrichment, let's also talk about some of the tools that we can use in Salesforce for enriching our data. First is data.com, next is third-party apps, and the third is social accounts, contacts and leads. So these are some of the most common tools that we use in real time for data enrichment. Let's go over one by one. The first is data.com. So data.com is built natively inside Salesforce so that you can enrich your data even without leaving your CRM. And here in data.com, we have two efficient products. One is data.com Clean, the other is data.com Prospector. And they are for different purposes. They come with different licenses. And all those information about data.com we'll discuss in detail in our upcoming videos. The second option is third-party apps. There are n number of third-party apps that are available in App Exchange that you can use for your data enrichment purpose. And some of the apps we'll discuss in the upcoming videos. The third option is about using social accounts, contacts and leads. This option is about linking your accounts, contacts or leads with their Twitter or YouTube profiles. And by doing so, by linking them with the social network profiles, you can basically enrich your data by using the information from the social networks. So that is about the third option, that is social accounts, contacts and leads. And we'll discuss about all these options in our upcoming videos. In this segment where we are learning about the process of data enrichment, the first tool that we are going to talk about is data.com. So what is data.com? Salesforce Data.com is the first native and complete data solution built inside Salesforce. This solution is actually designed to leverage your data quality, find critical insights, and thereby you can supercharge your sales and marketing processes because you rely on clean, reliable, and complete data. So this is a perfect data solution for you. Once you get a clean and reliable data, you can contact your customers at the appropriate time, you can target appropriate customers and enhance your business. This awesome data.com product helps businesses accelerate productivity and also gain new customer insight. Some of the key benefits of this data.com product is to leverage relevant data, increase your sales and marketing productivity, and thereby grow your pipeline and drive more sales. The key benefit of using data.com is to leverage the relevant data. So this awesome product, Salesforce Data.com, helps you discover data-driven insights. And this helps you to make critical business decisions because you have accurate data in your system. And this in turn helps you to uncover new opportunities, which is essential for your business growth. And the significant thing that you need to note here is data is integrated without any or complex integrations and codes. You can easily manage data with clicks that are automatically and regularly updated with this product. And yes, the automation is another key benefit of using this product. One of the data.com solutions, that is data.com Clean, it automatically cleans and updates your data in your accounts, contacts and leads. It also has got dashboards and reports that shows a clear visibility of your data quality so that everyone can make sure that they are accessing the updated data, as you can easily attach the clean status. That is basically a clean status which will tell you how updated the record is. So everyone can be sure that they are accessing the up-to-date information. And yes, when your data is up to date, when your data is relevant, automatically it drives more sales. Because this product, it is native in Salesforce, you can easily access information that your sales representatives can use to understand their customers better and grow your pipelines faster. So, data.com product, this awesome product has got numerous benefits. And the various features that we have in this product are enriched customer profiles, data-driven insights, integrated data, automatic update. So once you enroll for this product, your data gets updated automatically, and you have dashboards and reports to ensure that the data is up to date. You have the data quality visibility. Yes, you can be sure that the data that you have in your system is up to date. Lead management, you can search, you can filter out records. You basically have a 360-degree view of your data. You can be sure that the data that you have is up to date and relevant, and you can contact your customers confidently. So data.com has got all these awesome features, and this product very much helps to solve many problems that you may face in real time. Say for example, consider this scenario. Sales teams, many times they face difficulties in prioritizing their leads, right? So this is a very common problem that exists in real time. So sales team, many times they may not be aware of which lead should I contact first. How do I prioritize my leads? So for this common problem, data.com comes for rescue. Data.com helps you to identify prospects with the most potential impact on sales. So sales team exactly knows where to spend their time on, exactly knows who are the best targets. Some of the other business scenarios that I can quote is difficulty identifying the correct contact. Because the data is everywhere, we may have difficulty in identifying the correct contact. And here again, we can use data.com, which helps us to narrow down the searches so we can get to the right person. Or in scenarios where dirty data may be our main concern. Systems may have enormous amount of bad data in the system. So again here, data.com comes for rescue. It looks across your accounts, leads and contact information, and they match, cleanse and enrich your existing customer data so that it becomes more actionable and it can also be trusted by users. So these are some of the awesome features of this data.com product and how we can use that to solve our real-time problems. And this product, data.com, basically they offer different solutions. First comes data.com Clean. The other solution that we'll be talking about is data.com Prospector. Data.com Clean, as the name says, automatically helps you clean and leverage your account, contact and lead information. And some of the major features of data.com Clean as listed here is access to deep company profile data. You can use the data quality dashboards. You can have reporting for that. You can schedule your clean jobs and you can update and enrich your existing leads, contacts and accounts. This product is available in App Exchange. You can go for App Exchange and look for this product, data.com Clean. Sometimes this may not be searchable because this listing is made private. So basically, if you search for data.com, there might be a link that takes you to App Exchange. And here are the details. Here is the pricing plan for that. They charge $25 per user per month. But again, before purchasing any of the plans, you may start with this 30-day trial period to test out its features so that you can decide basically like which plan works best for you and whether this really helps your org. Perfect. The other data.com solution that we are going to talk about is data.com Prospector. This solution, data.com Prospector, offers most of the features that data.com Clean offers, and on top of it, generates deep insights and helps you understand your accounts better. And similar to data.com Clean, data.com Prospector, this is also available in App Exchange. Again, this listing is private and the pricing plan is mentioned here. And here again, please go for a trial period, the 30-day trial period, before you plan on purchasing this product. And now when we are talking about a data.com Clean and data.com Prospector, let's also have a quick look at the clean status that we have while using this data.com solutions. As this product is not available in the developer edition and it's basically a product that requires a license, I'll not be able to go over that. However, I can give you information that helps you understand the whole process. So once you purchase this data.com Clean, once you purchase that license, what happens is in your object records, you'll have a new field added. That is called as the clean status. So the clean status will tell you the status of that field. And there you will also have a button, the clean button, which will help you to clean the record. So once you click the clean button, say for example, there is an account. The name of the account is test account. So you'll have a clean button over there. Once you click on that clean button, you'll have a page that will display the difference of information. And there you can validate or compare both the information. There will be a checkbox. You can check that checkbox if you want to accept that value. So basically that is a comparison between your Salesforce record that is currently in the system with the data.com record. And that check mark will appear on any of the data.com field value that matches with the corresponding value in the Salesforce record. And if you want to accept the changes, then check the checkbox and click on the save button. By doing so, your Salesforce.com data will be overwritten by the updated data from data.com. Basically, the clean status field on accounts, contacts and leads, so they will give you an idea about the status of the record. So this is basically the overall process. So you go to a record and then you check the clean status and then you click on the clean button if you want to clean the record or basically update the record. And if you want to override the data with the updated data.com data, then you basically check all those fields and then you click on save, which will basically save the data, save the record with the updated information. So this is the overall process. And this clean status field, it holds many values. And the value of the clean status field tells us about the status of the record. Let's go over the status one by one. First is not compared. So not compared, as the name says, it is not compared with data.com. Meaning the record that you have in Salesforce has not been compared with data.com. And this scenario occurs when you create a record manually in Salesforce and not basically the ones that are added from data.com. So like that, when you create a record manually in Salesforce, then you get the status. The clean status would be not compared. So basically for those records, what you do? You click on the clean button and you clean the record. The next is in sync. In sync, as the name says, it is in sync with data.com. It is quite opposite to the first one. In sync meaning it is compared with data.com and it is very much aligned with the data that is in data.com. So that is called as in sync. Basically, you can say the data is matched. The third status is reviewed. Reviewed meaning basically that record, the Salesforce record, was compared against data.com record. However, the user who did the cleansing decided to have more values from Salesforce.com. So basically that was reviewed. However, it is not in match with the data.com because the user preferred to retain the values that is there in Salesforce. The record remains as such. So that is the concept of reviewed. Different meaning the Salesforce record has got different data from the corresponding data.com record. So basically the values in the Salesforce.com record and the values in data.com record, they are different. So that is the different status. Next is select match. Select match meaning when comparing Salesforce records with data.com records, what happened is there was not one single match, there were multiple matches. I would say like data.com was not able to find the exact match, rather there were multiple potential matches. So in that scenario, the status would be select match. Next is not found. In scenarios where there is no match found for that record, then in those scenarios the status is not found. Inactive. Inactive meaning the status of the record is inactive. And skipped. Skipped meaning there was some error encountered during the cleaning process. The error may be because of some validation rules or some triggers or some of the background jobs running in the background. So maybe for whatsoever reason there was some error encountered while doing the cleaning process. So those records will be marked as skipped. So these are the various clean status that you have marked against the records. So on seeing the clean status, you can come to a conclusion about how updated the record is and how much you can rely on that to contact your customers. And before we are done with this data.com, here is a quick differentiation between data.com clean and prospector. We know that these solutions are available as part of this data.com product. So we need to have an idea about what data.com clean offers and what data.com prospector offers. And as seen here, data.com prospector license basically gets you majority of the features that data.com clean offers. And well, it makes more sense, right? Data.com prospector license is much more expensive than a clean license. And some of the major features that data.com prospector offers that is not in a data.com clean license is searching for a company. You can search for that by using their geographic location. So that is definitely a cool feature. And also like searching for the company information or the contact information from the search results. So these are some of the add-ons that you have in data.com prospector license. But as I mentioned previously, before you plan on purchasing any product, go for the 30-day trial period. And only if you are convinced that the products will help your business, then go for it. Alright, so this is all about data.com. In the previous session, we learnt about data.com, the native Salesforce product, and how to use that for our data enrichment process. Similarly, for this purpose of data enrichment, there are many other third-party tools that are also available. Let's go over some of them in this tutorial. The first app that we are going to talk about is Clearbit. As you can see, this is very much available in Salesforce App Exchange, and the pricing plan is mentioned here. So this tool will help you verify and enrich your data. So all that this tool needs is the company email address or the URL. And with that information, this tool verifies and enriches the prospect data instantly. This tool is pretty popular. They are known for its accuracy. This tool can also integrate with Salesforce, and they also enable batch updates. And like for other apps, you can always go for a test drive before actually purchasing the tool, and you can also contact the seller for more details about this app. The next app is Zoom Info for Salesforce. This you can see, it is a free app. You can try it on your own. In fact, this app has been around for a while. You can see the listed date. And this one works in perfect synchronization with Salesforce.com. So if you are looking for a cost-effective way to start conducting targeted prospect collection, enrichment, and for data cleansing, then you should definitely give this one a try. The next app I would like to show you is this Ringlead app. The pricing plan is as mentioned here, and they also offer discounts for nonprofits. This product, they help in many of the issues that we have in real time, like duplicate records, degraded prospect data, or inaccurate reports, account mismanagement. So all these issues, you can take help from this product to fix them. So they help you to analyze the database quality and also to auto-correct your inaccurate and duplicate contact entries. And they also help you to auto-import any new prospects straight from LinkedIn. So Ringlead may be a solid investment. So again, contact the seller for more information and see if this product fits you the best. And the last one that I would like to show you is this Discover.org. This is a robust prospect data solution, as you get full contact list that auto update inside Salesforce, because your prospect and account information keeps on changing, right? So this may be an option too. And but just not these. These are some of the tools that I have come across, but other than that, there may be multiple other products in AppExchange that helps you with a data enrichment. So check out the other options as well, and do give a free trial before you buy a product. And before actually you buy anything, contact the seller, understand the complete functionality, and decide on whether it will really suit your org, whether it will help your business to grow, and then purchase the product. But whatever be, data enrichment is a mandatory process that you need to follow in your Salesforce org. The next tool that we are going to talk about in data enrichment is social accounts, contacts, and leads. So this is a Salesforce inbuilt feature, and this feature helps us to link our accounts, contacts, and leads with their Twitter or YouTube profiles. Basically, we are linking to social network profiles. So what happens here is linking records to social network profiles allows us to view the available information related to the record on the social network. Salesforce data that are related to the linked records, we can enrich them by using the information from the social networks. So basically, we are forming a connection to the social network. Now let's go to our developer org and see how we can enable this feature. Go to Setup, look for social accounts, contacts, and leads. And here you see that this option is available. So go enable that feature first. And once you enable that feature, it is asking you whether you enable that for Twitter or for YouTube as well. When you enable both options, basically you will be able to connect to both their Twitter and YouTube profiles. But note, these options are available only for Salesforce Classic. In Salesforce Lightning, you can use only Twitter. So let me enable them. Save. Alright, so it is saved. Now let's go to accounts, contacts, and leads and check it out. So let me go to leads. Pick any of the lead. And here, now you should be able to see these options. Prior enabling the social accounts, contacts, and leads option, you wouldn't be able to see all these. Now, after enabling the feature, you see these options out here. So if I click on Twitter, basically, it is asking me to sign in, and once I sign in, you'll be able to see this person's Twitter account if it has got any. And similarly, YouTube, it is showing search results for Christian Akin, all the search results. In a similar fashion, you can do it for accounts and contacts as well. So go for account, and here you see these options. Go for contacts, And again, you see these options out here. So this is how you enable and use the feature. And why do we use that? Basically, in situations, consider like you're going for a meeting with a customer. So you can check out their social network profile and understand more about the customer, understand more about the issues that they face in real time. You can check out the cases that they have raised. So you know what are all the business related challenges that they have. So you can be a little prepared even before the meeting. So that will make the meeting even more productive. So this feature is all about linking accounts, contacts and leads with their social network profiles. And while using this feature, let's also take a look at some of the guidelines while using this feature, social contacts, accounts and leads. The first guideline is about the information that you see. So from Salesforce, when you actually view a particular person's or company's social network profile, the data that you see, it completely depends on how you are connected to that person or company on the social network. And it also depends on the person's or the company's privacy settings that they have set up. Just consider Facebook, we can control what others can see and others can't see, right? In a similar way, whatever data that you see, that completely depends on the privacy settings. And if you are not signed into the social network through Salesforce, you only see that information that the person or the company, they have made available to the public. So basically all the data, it completely depends on the privacy settings. The next one is about the login credentials that, the login credentials that you use, they are not exposed to Salesforce. Here, Salesforce uses the trusted OAuth protocol when you sign into the social network accounts. So, your login credentials are not exposed to Salesforce, and Salesforce never stores your passwords as well. And again, Salesforce does not import or store any of the social information. So every time you select a particular social profile or a YouTube video, Salesforce retrieves the information at that point of time. And that is the information that you see. And even after some time, when you again click on a particular contact's profile, Salesforce again pulls in that information at that particular point of time directly from the social network. So you'll always see the current social information for your accounts, contacts and leads. And Salesforce never stores any of those information. And the fourth guideline, this is about the activities. Associating a Salesforce record with a social network account, it will not actually create any activity records on the social network. Like, for example, when you associate a contact with a Twitter account, you don't become a follower of that account on Twitter. Basically meaning Salesforce does not cause any activities on the social network. And also Salesforce, they never post anything about you or your activities on the social networks. Like your contacts, accounts or leads, they are not notified when you use Salesforce to view their social network profiles. So basically, Salesforce gives us the path to view the social network profiles. But other than that, they are not responsible for any data, and they never store any data, and they never keep track of all the activities. Alright, so this is just the path so that you can have a better idea about your accounts, contacts and leads. So this is all about this feature, social accounts, contacts and leads, and this is very much available in the developer org, so do try it out. The next and the last segment that we are going to discuss about in data management is data archival. Data archival. So what is data archival? Data archival comes into picture when we exceed our data storage. Like other systems, Salesforce also has got its limits for storage. And when we exceed that data storage, when we use 100% of the data storage that is given to our org, then we talk about data archival. Then what do we do? Because there is so much of data, right? And we have almost used 100% of our space. So what do we do with that additional data? Because data is incoming. Every day new records are getting created in the system. So how do we make space? So there we discuss this concept of data archival. So a data archival means basically it is defined as the process of moving data which is no longer actively used to a separate storage space because we can no longer accommodate that in our Salesforce system. So we are moving that additional data to a separate storage space. And this process is called as data archival. So in this session and also in the upcoming sessions, we'll discuss about the various steps involved in archiving data, what are all the precautionary measures that we need to take, and also what are all the various options that are available to us for archiving our data. Let's go over them one by one. Before we go to the actual process of data archiving, first let's understand about the importance of doing data archival. So what is the significance of archiving data in the system? The main significance of data archival is about the query performance and about the user experience. So when there is large volume of data in your org, it obviously slows down your query performance. So whenever user goes to a particular object, tries to retrieve some records, in the background what happens? In the background, query is being performed to fetch the data that the user is requesting for. And when such queries are being requested, when you have enormous data, obviously the performance will be slow, meaning slower query performance. So when the performance of the queries becomes slower, it will directly impact the user experience. So large data volumes results in slower query performance, which in turn negatively impacts the user experience. So data archival comes for rescue. Data archival has to be in place in orgs with enormous data. So what do? We consolidate the data. So we do data consolidation and that will in turn improve the user's experience. And also doing data archival gives you a good control of the information that you have. Information is spread across everywhere. And once you do data archival, you know which is all that data that is actively being used in the system and which is all that data that they are not actively being used. And there would also be data that is not being used at all. So once a data archival is in place, you know exactly that the data that you have is actively being used. That will further help you improve your business. So data archival is very essential for you. And not only that, this process of archiving, it also reduces the storage cost. Because many times you are storing unwanted data and data that is not being used, the data that is not of any use to your business. So doing data archival will give a much more clarity about you, about your business, about the data that you store, and thereby it reduces storage cost. Because if you buy additional storage, it's going to cost a lot of money. So having proper archival techniques in place reduces the storage cost. And also it keeps your data safe, right? Because we know exactly what we want and we know that the data is there in a safe place and we can retrieve it whenever you want. So the data is not lost, right? So data archival has to be in place for your business and for your system to be more effective. So these are some of the key benefits of data archival. Perfect. So now that we know what is the significance of archiving data in the system, let's get into action. So how do we start the process of data archival? The very first step in the whole process is to know your storage limits. You should know what is the maximum storage limit that is allowed for your org. And how do we know that? Go to your developer edition, go to setup, and here look for data storage. Look for just storage. And you under data management, you have storage usage. Go for it. Here it will tell you what is the maximum data storage and what is the maximum file storage limit for your org. Alright, so that gives you the maximum limit, and this also tells you like how much you have used and basically the percentage that is used. So this is the overall data storage limit, and they also split it by the record type. You can see there are various record types that are listed and the storage that is occupied by each of the record type. On top of it, you also get for the file storage and also the users basically taking up more storage space. So we get this whole information from here. In fact, like we have discussed all these in detail in our previous sections. So here is where we go and understand about the storage limits and how much we have consumed till now. Perfect. Now, if you are thinking that about the limits, if it is same across all orgs, absolutely not. This storage limit varies from org to org. So here is some documents from Salesforce Help, which helps you give more information about that. And here you can see it differs based on the edition and it differs based on the number of users that you have. So here you can see data storage allocation per user license. Alright, and you can see for contact manager, for group, professional, enterprise, performance, unlimited. Alright, so it depends on the edition that you have. And it gives out what is the storage that is allocated per user license. And according to that, the limits will be set for your org. Alright, so based on this, the limit will be set for your org. So for your org, you go to setup and storage. There you can see what is the maximum limit that is allowed for your org. Perfect. So now we have got a good understanding about how the limits are set for each org and what is the limit that is specific to our org. Alright. So now that we have that information with us, that the total storage limit of our org and the used storage limit of our org, so what do we do next? That is step 2. Step 2 would be to analyze the used storage. Alright. So now that we know what is the maximum limit and what is the used percentage in our org, next we should analyze how the space is being used, how the entire storage is being used. That is called as analyzing our storage space. If the org is showing that 96% of the storage space is being consumed, we should know which data is consuming that 96%. We should know which data is consuming most. We should know which data has got merely any records. So that is step 2. Analyzing the used storage. If you go to setup, we just a few minutes before we understood how to go to setup storage limits, and there we can see the percentage of space that is occupied by record types, right? So that gives you the numbers. But for a more pictorial representation and better understanding of your data, there are free apps available. So take advantage of those free apps. You have the Field Trip app. You have the Data Quality Analysis Dashboards app, right? So you have these apps and they are for free. Here is the Ring Lead Field Trip app. So this gives you a good understanding about the space, the storage space that you have and what are the objects that are being occupied in the storage space. What is the percentage of space that is occupied by each object? How many fields an object has and what is the data that is populated on those fields? Whether all the records have data populated on those fields or only some of the records or none of the records have values populated on those fields. So all those analysis you can do with the help of these apps. In fact, the Field Trip app we discussed in detail in our basic admin course. So if you want a recap, please go check out that. And the data analysis dashboards. This data analysis dashboards, again, we discussed about this app in detail in our previous section. So please go take a look at it to see like how we can make use of this data quality analysis dashboards. This is again a pretty cool app that gives us a good pictorial representation, a good understanding about our total data usage. So these apps will help you understand about your data storage space and where exactly you need to pay attention. Perfect. So make use of these apps and understand and analyze the used storage. So once you take help of these apps, you will get a good picture about the used storage space in your org and how it is being used. Alright, so that will give a good idea about that. Perfect. On seeing those reports and dashboards from those apps, you might think, oh my god, like 10% of the space is being occupied by accounts. Really? Do I have so many accounts in the org? Right? So only after those analysis, only after those reports, you will get that understanding. So on analyzing those reports and dashboards and also the other details, you will know which exactly the objects that you are going to data archive. So once you decide those objects that you need to archive, then the further strategy goes on. That is step 3. So step 3 is about the data that is to be archived in those objects. So first you list down the objects that you want to be archived. Alright, so once you list down the objects, say for example accounts or contacts or tasks, activities. So once you finalize on those objects, the next step is to finalize the records on that object, right? So which is all those records that I want to archive? That is our next question. So if you consider data, say for example accounts or maybe activities. So if you consider accounts, the total accounts data that comprises of the needed data that you want in your system, basically the active data that you need for your business plus the additional data, right? Because it is not that 100% of that data you are using for your business. There would be definitely some additional data which is not needed, right? So that is that additional data. So any object would have that needed data or the active data plus additional data. So when we say additional data, what is this additional data? This additional data may comprise of some unwanted data that you absolutely don't need at all. It is of no use to your business. And you may also have data that you are not sure about. You are not sure about whether you would need that data in the future or not. Alright? So this additional data again comprises of the unwanted data that is absolutely of no need for your business and the data that may be needed in the future. Alright, so we are splitting that additional data. So this unwanted data, what do we do with the unwanted data? Obviously, go ahead and purge them. It is of no use to you or to your business. It is just occupying space. So what do we do with the unwanted data? We just purge them. And what do we do with the data that may be needed in the future? We need to archive that information. So this is how we understand our data. And this is just the common strategy that applies to any object out there. So this is how you split the data basically, which is all that active data and which is all that unwanted data and which is all that data that you are going to archive. So now that we have got that understanding, the next step would be to plan the data retention strategy. And this data retention strategy differs from object to object. So how do we end up with that strategy? Basically, the final output of this step would be to frame the retention policy. So once we are done with this step, we'll have that retention policy in place for the objects. For which all objects? For the which all objects that we are planning to archive the records. So how do we do that? First, list all the objects that you want to archive the data. And how would you decide on which all the objects? Basically, we have got a good understanding from our data analysis reports and dashboards, right? So from that reports and dashboards, your technical team, you will have a meeting. You'll also have a meeting with your business and then you'll decide, okay, so these are all the objects that are occupying space. So we need to pay more attention to these objects and archive the data, right? So the first thing is to list all the objects to archive. And what is the next thing that we need to see? When you are working on the objects that are to be archived, you should pay attention to their related objects. Because, if you are deleting a record from the master object and if it has a master detail relationship to child objects, then automatically the child records also would be deleted, right? And data deletion has got a big impact. So when you are working on the data, please pay more attention to every single step that you do. Alright? So whenever you finalize on the list of objects to archive, check out all their related objects and also how they are related with the parent object. Alright, whether it is a master detail relationship or a lookup relationship. Alright, so pay more attention to the relationship with the other objects. And then you decide on the retention criteria. Say for example, accounts. So for accounts, the retention criteria, maybe like your business, basically like this call is made by the business. The business would tell you like, I wouldn't need records that is inactive for more than 3 years. I wouldn't need records that is inactive for more than 5 years. Right? So they give you the analysis. And that basically forms your retention criteria. And when you say that inactive, what do you mean by inactive? Because, not every object has got that inactive flag. So how do you say a record is inactive? How do you say the data is inactive? Well, it varies from object to object. And basically it is again the business who makes all this call. Like say for example, consider accounts. If there is no new opportunity created for that account in the past 3 years, then the business may consider that as an inactive account. Alright, or maybe for consider contacts. If there are no activities created for that contact in the last 5 years, then that contact may be considered as inactive. So every business has got their own criteria for defining this inactive record. Alright, so that also entirely depends on your business how they define this concept of being inactive. So those inactive records for certain period of time, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, so that forms the retention criteria, and those are the records that are to be archived. And once you finalize the retention criteria, you also plan on the frequency of data archiving. In what frequency we should archive our records. Every week, every other week, every month, every other month. In what frequency we should archive our records. So that is again, we sit with the business and we understand that. So the final output of this step would be to frame that retention policy. So that retention policy will contain details of the object and what is the retention criteria for that object, and also the frequency of archiving the data for that object. So these are the 3 main details that helps you frame the retention policy: the object, the retention criteria, and the frequency of doing that. And once you frame this retention policy for one object, you redo all the steps and then do the same retention policy for all the other objects as well. So in a similar fashion, we do the retention policy for all the objects for which we need to archive the data. Perfect. So good amount of work has already been done for data archiving, right? We have started with analysis, we analyzed, and then we came up with a list of objects, and then we have also framed our retention policy. Great. So now that we know the objects and the percentage of the active data and the percentage of the inactive data, what do we do next? In that percentage of inactive data, we again split them into the data that is to be purged because that is absolutely of no use to the system, and the data that may be needed in the future, that is the data to be archived, right? So we have that split now. And what do we do with the data that is to be purged? We obviously go ahead and schedule some delete jobs and purge the data. Alright, so that percentage of data which is inactive or which the business totally doesn't need, that data you go ahead and purge them. So how do you purge them? You have a few options here. You can use some scheduled jobs, Apex scheduled jobs that will automatically purge records based on the criteria that you set. Or you can use any of the data handler tools for deleting those records. But for a scheduled automatic run, Apex batch jobs would be the best bet. Once you set up the criteria and once you schedule the job, Apex will do the work for you. Alright, so that would be definitely a good option for scheduled automatic delete jobs. Alright, so that you can use for deleting data on a regular basis, or you can use any of the data handler tools for deletion. So the data which has to be deleted, yes, we can delete that. But while you delete your data, you have to pay more attention because again data is the key, and while deleting data you have to pay more attention because you are not deleting any needed data. Alright, so pay more attention to that and always check with your legal team for any legal implications, and always check for data integrity implications. Because as I mentioned before, if you are deleting a master record and if it has got a master detail relationship with a child record, then automatically the child records also will get deleted. So do all those analysis and see about the deletion of those records. And yes, take a backup before deletion. So when you take a backup, even in case there is some error that happens, you have that data backup with you. Alright, so be very cautious while doing the data deletion. And also take necessary backups. Perfect. So now what we have done, we have purged the unwanted data, which forms the percentage of that additional data. We have purged that unwanted data. So what is the next one? That is the major part of the task, is to archive that data that may be needed in the future. Even that is again scheduled archival, right? So you are basically archiving the data to a separate storage space so that you may retrieve it in the future if needed. So how do we archive? So this process of archiving, what are all the various options that are available to us, we'll discuss in our upcoming session. Alright, so in our previous session, we got a good overall understanding about data archiving, right? We started with getting to know about the process of data archiving, what are all the various advantages of archiving data in our system, and then we understood about the various tools that we can use to assess our system, basically to do an assessment of our current organ data. And then we moved on to understanding about how to segregate the data, between the active data and also the additional data. So the additional data may contain data that has to be purged, and also the data that may be needed in the future, which we need to archive. And we finally ended the session about learning about the different methods in which we can purge the data. And also we can also schedule delete jobs so that data will get deleted on a regular basis based upon the criteria that we define. Perfect. So now that we have got a good understanding about all these, the next step in the process is to learn what are all the different archival options that are available to us for archiving data in our system. The ideal and the best way to archive data in Salesforce would be to archive data in Salesforce itself, right? Instead of going for different archival methods wherein we are storing the data in some external storage space, the ideal and the best way to store data is to archive the data in Salesforce itself, right? So that it is seamless. We can retrieve the data whenever we want. So just not us. Many of us, they also have that same idea, and we have got a Salesforce idea for this. So please go vote for that, and hopefully Salesforce will deliver it someday. So here is the Salesforce idea. You can see, and it is erased for the same purpose. I should be able to easily archive complete sets of data, meaning if I have an account from 3 years ago, I should have the current task, activities, opportunities, etc. tied to that account. So like us, many of the other Salesforce users, they are also looking forward for such a feature, such a functionality in Salesforce. So go ahead, vote for this. So Salesforce will take that into a priority and deliver it to us someday. Fingers crossed. However, while we wait for this idea to be delivered, Salesforce recently announced a great news for all of us. And what is that news about? It is about the increased data storage. So obviously that's a great news. And also, they increased the storage from 1 GB to 10 GB. That is a pretty good amount, and that's really good from Salesforce that they are giving us some increased data storage. This is basically from Spring 19 release notes, and here you can see all the details related to that. You can see that this change applies to Lightning Experience, Classic, and all the versions of Salesforce app, like all editions, Group, Essential, Professional, Enterprise, Performance, Unlimited, all the editions out here. And for the data storage, basically, if you see, they've just given an example, because we know that the data storage for an org depends on the number of user licenses that they have, right? So previously, it was 20 MB per user. Alright, so assuming there are 10 users for the professional edition, then it would come to 200 MB, right? So that was before Spring 19. But after Spring 19, after Salesforce increased the minimum storage for the same professional edition, for the same 10 users, it would be 10.2 GB of the total data storage. So that is a pretty good number, right? And also similarly for the unlimited editions, again for 10 users, 120 MB, so it comes to 1.2 GB of total data storage. That was before Spring 19. And now it is 10 users, 120 MB, which forms 1.2 GB plus the additional 10 GB data storage that they have generously allocated. So it comes to 11.2 GB of total data storage. So Salesforce has generously increased the data storage for all of us. So what we should do? We should use that wisely and efficiently. Perfect. Now that we have got this increased data storage, yes, we can definitely accommodate more data, right? But sometimes, even in these increased data storage, we might not be able to accommodate all of our data even after this. So what do we do? One option is to purchase additional data storage from Salesforce. Yes, that option is always there, but it is a pretty expensive option, Not only that it is expensive, the payment is also recurring, meaning that we do not do a one-time payment for getting some additional data storage. The payment is recurring. We keep on paying on a specific period of time to continue use that additional data storage that we purchase. So the cumulative payment that we do, we don't know, it might even exceed the cost of Salesforce license after a certain period of time. So basically why we are talking about that option is that as a senior admin, you should know that that option is always there. And if you plan on going for that option, you contact your Salesforce representative and he would be the best person for you to guide all those. Okay, so now that we know that option is expensive, then we ask ourselves so how do I go about it, right? So that is a question that we have in our mind now. How do I store all the data that I have? How do I efficiently manage the data that I need? So that is a question that we have. And there comes data archival for rescue. Data archival is that process of efficiently storing and managing your data so you can retrieve that data and use that data at any point of time. So having an effective data archival strategy in place not only helps you to manage your data efficiently, but also helps you to run your business in a much efficient manner. And if you ask me what is the data archival option that we need to go ahead with, there is no single answer. Because the data archival strategy that we need to choose for an org depends on various factors. It depends on the size of the org. It depends on the cost. It depends on the need. It depends on the business requirements. It depends on the priority. So there are many factors that we need to consider before going ahead with a data archival strategy. So now let's understand about some of the data archival options that are available, their pros and cons, so we can best decide which one to go for a particular Salesforce org. The data archival options that we are going to talk about is data export service, Salesforce APIs, Heroku Connect, third-party data integration tools, and using App Exchange products. So these are some of the options that we are going to talk about. In the next session, we'll understand about all these objects in detail, and also we'll understand about the pros and cons of all the options and when to implement it and where to implement it. So at the end of that session, we'll get a good idea about which option to go for any particular Salesforce org. Alright, so this session is basically a continuation of the previous session wherein we understood about the limitations that we currently have and why we actually go for the other data archival options. So the data archival options that we are going to talk about in this session are data export service, Salesforce APIs, Heroku Connect, third-party data integration tools, and App Exchange products. And as I mentioned previously in the previous session, there is no single archival option that is applicable to all orgs. It is not like one fits all. Depending upon the size of the org, depending upon the need, depending on the priority, depending on the cost, depending on the customer requirements, the archival options differ. So we should choose the archival option that suits best for our org. Now in this lecture, let's discuss some of the archival options, their pros and cons, and when to use it and where to use it. The first archival option that we are going to talk about is a data export service. So what is this data export service? As the name says, it is exporting data. While using this option, we can generate backup files of data in a weekly or monthly basis. And this data extract that we do, we usually do it in the form of CSV files directly from Salesforce or with some other ETL tools or any data handler tools. On the other hand, we can also extract data through bulk API. In this option, we use a Salesforce API to extract large number of records in a batch mode. This option of using bulk API, we use it for a large set of data when we handle large volume of data, and we can program it. We can schedule those batch jobs to automatically execute at a specific period of time. And the CSV files that we get out of these data extracts with the historical data, we can extract those historical data out of Salesforce to an external system, or we can also store it as flat files. So this option of data export, this option is very much suited for smaller organizations wherein they do not have enormous amount of, and this option you can also very much use wherein you want to automatically back up your data on your regular basis. So that is called as automatic scheduling. So that is also we can do in this option. And on top of it, we also have a couple limitations here. The first limitation is that this option does not include metadata. Yes, it does not include metadata. And the other limitation is that the whole export process, it may get delayed when the CPU usage is very high, basically during peak hours. So that is also another limitation that we have here. So this is all about a data export service and its pros and cons. Let's move on to the next option. Next option that we are going to discuss about is Salesforce APIs. So using Salesforce APIs, we can move our data and metadata to and from Salesforce, inside Salesforce and also like out of Salesforce. And here we can move the data and metadata. We can store them, or we can move that data to some third-party applications, or maybe to another Salesforce org. And this option is very well suited for customers who already have data warehouses, who already have BI solutions in place. It is well suited for them, basically like having pre-existing enterprise software or middleware services for backing up the critical data. And the main limitation here is the Salesforce governor limits. So if you are using Salesforce APIs to back up your data, then pay more attention to the governor limits that we have in Salesforce. Perfect. So the next option that we are going to talk about is Heroku Connect. So this option, Heroku Connect, this is basically a cloud-based service to move data to and from Salesforce. So basically here we can move data from Salesforce to Heroku. That is the Postgres database. So this is basically a bi-directional synchronization between Salesforce and Heroku Postgres. And using this bi-directional synchronization, Heroku Connect unifies the data in your Postgres database with your Salesforce database. So Salesforce database meaning your accounts, contacts, and the other custom objects that you have. And on top of it, you also have the option of exposing your Heroku data as a Salesforce external objects as well. But comparatively, this option takes a little more time and effort when compared to other options. But this option is very much suited for consolidating data because this does not count against API limits. So this is a great option for high velocity changes, and this is a great option for consolidating data across multiple Salesforce orgs. Where we have this analytics and backups, etc. So where we have multiple Salesforce orgs and where we are consolidating data, this is definitely a great option to go for. And you can also go for this option when you want to access data from a Heroku app like event management or public facing mobile app, all those apps. And if you want to sync it with Salesforce, then go for this option. And this also supports mobile, that is Salesforce One. So yeah, so this option has got a pretty good number of advantages. But one thing you need to note is that this Heroku Connect does not support in-flight transformations. So pay attention to that. And as I mentioned earlier, whenever you go for an option, weigh the pros and cons and choose the one that is best for you. Okay, the next option that we are going to talk about is third-party data integration tools. In this option we basically use for data archival purpose, wherein we have the complex and mature data integration tools that supports a wide range of database platforms, can handle large data volumes, and in-flight data transformations. The main advantage of using these tools is that they are well established in the traditional data integration space, and nowadays they are being adapted for even cloud integration use cases as well. So yeah, so this option provides a lot of flexibility by way of the customization. It can support high velocity, it can support high data volume, and we have batches. We can schedule those batches. So basically, this is a robust option with the ability to support your in-flight transformations. So this option is very ideal for moving large volumes of data and consolidating data from multiple sources, and especially for complex transformations. So of course, this is definitely a very efficient option for us. However, it requires specialized developer skills. And not only that, the support for these new Salesforce APIs, it may not be actually immediately available as well. So these are a couple things that we need to have in mind if we choose to go by this option. And the last option that we are going to talk about is using AppExchange products. There are n number of AppExchange products that are available that you can use it for your data archival process. The main advantage of using AppExchange products is that they support automated backup and they are very robust. You can easily configure those products, and they also provide a high degree of automation. So these are some of the very effective advantages that we have by using AppExchange products. And we have a plenty of AppExchange products. So in this session, let's talk about a few of them. But even other than that, like we have plenty other options. So check out the various options, check the price, choose which suits best for you, for your org, and then go for it. Some of the products that I would like to show you today. The first is the CopyStorm. So here the pricing plan is mentioned here, and here they give you options like, you can back up your data or metadata, and you also have options where to back up your data to your relational database, either that is on premises or in your private cloud. And they also offer doing delta backups within a certain period of time. And they also give a trial period for 30 days. So this is one product that you can consider. The other product that I would like to show you today is Backupify. This is another good product for archiving your data. Here again you have details here. They support daily automated backups, including all your objects, accounts, contacts, leads, and all the other objects as well. The pricing plan is mentioned here. So check with the vendor before you go ahead and purchase this product. The next one is Data Archiva. This is a pretty popular product for data archival purpose, and they say that that's the only native archiving solution that we have. And some specific features of this product is that they support field audit trial, system audit trial, and also object relationship archiving. So these are some of the features that is not available with every data archival product. Alright. So that is why I always tell you before you purchase any product, contact the vendor, check out all the features that it offers, take a free trial period, and then go ahead and purchase the product. Let's talk about the next option, that is Easy Archive. This is again one option available for you for data archival. Here they have a basic plan that starts at $25 per month per org. And they say they provide multiple options with different storage space. So check it out. Check out what are all the various options that they offer. And this is another product. Yes, this is Storage Minder. And the main functionality this product offers is that they remove all the task, email, calls, and the email messages, and they create Adobe PDF files for that and store it in the file storage, basically connected to their respective leads, contacts, or accounts. So basically they handle those objects, those records. So try it out. So these are some of the tools that I have come across which have been very much useful for data archival. But again, as I said, there may be other excellent tools also available. So do check it out, check out the various options that you have, do your research, and finally purchase the product. So this is all about the concept of data archival in Salesforce. Awesome. It's so exciting for me to see you progress in this course. Congratulations again for completing the previous sections. Let's move on to the next section on auditing and monitoring. Let's take a quick look at the exam guide here. Auditing and monitoring, it holds the weightage of around 6%, meaning you can expect around 3 to 4 questions from this section, And here they talk about the appropriate tools for monitoring and auditing. And they say debug logs and a setup audit trail. But we are going to learn a lot more auditing and monitoring tools in our course. Let's take a quick look at the Udemy course here. So here, auditing and monitoring, I have basically split that into 3 sections for ease of understanding. First is the overview section. We'll talk about what is auditing and monitoring. And in auditing section, we'll talk about the various techniques for auditing in the system. In that, we'll be talking about the record modification fields, login history, email logs, field history tracking, field audit trail, setup audit trail, and login forensics. And in monitoring, we'll talk about security health check, system overview, storage usage, debug logs, jobs, and how to use outbound messages, time-based workflows, API usage notifications, basically the various tools that we can use for monitoring the system performance. So these are the various auditing and monitoring techniques that we are going to learn. Happy learning. Welcome to the next section, auditing and monitoring. And once again, congratulations on completing the previous sections. It truly takes time and effort, and I'm so proud of the commitment and the hard work that you have put in here. Well done. Before we go into the various auditing and monitoring techniques, in this session, let's understand a quick overview about what is auditing and what is monitoring. So auditing provides information about your system. And this information that auditing provides, that information you can use it for diagnosing potential issues. So basically these auditing features, they do not secure your organization by themselves, but someone in your org, maybe the admin or the developer, someone should perform regular audits to detect some potential abuse or some potential issues. So the question here is, what keeps my system secure? The answer to this question is that you should perform regular audits to monitor for any unexpected changes or usage trends in your org. So that is called as auditing. And Salesforce provides various auditing techniques. The auditing techniques that we are going to talk about are record modification fields, login history, email logs, field history tracking, field audit trail, setup audit trail, and login forensics. And we'll discuss about all these options in detail in the upcoming sections. Moving to monitoring. So what is monitoring? Monitoring is the process of keeping your org secure. Monitoring means you are monitoring it. In Salesforce, we have a variety of ways to keep track on the activities in our Salesforce org so that we can make sure that we are moving in the right direction. So that is monitoring. And what are all the various techniques we have for monitoring? Security health check, system overview, storage usage, debug logs, jobs, outbound messages, time-based workflows, and API usage notifications. So these are the variety of monitoring techniques that we have in Salesforce, and we'll discuss in detail about all these techniques in our upcoming sections. Now that we have a high-level understanding of what is auditing and what is monitoring, let's get into and check out what are all the different techniques that are available to us in Salesforce for auditing purpose. So for auditing, we know the different auditing techniques that are available is record modification fields, login history, email logs, field history tracking, field audit trail, setup audit trail, and login forensics. As the first one, the basic one, that is a record modification fields. Let's see what is this record modification fields and how we can use that for auditing purpose. This record modification fields, these are the basic auditing information that are available to us in Salesforce. And these fields are none other than the created by and the last modified by. We are very much aware of these fields. These fields are available in every single record, every single component that we create in Salesforce. As you know, these fields are available in the detail page. So if you go to any record in Salesforce, we can access these fields in the detail page. So created by is basically the user information who created that record. And last modified by is the user information who last modified the record. So this serves as the basic auditing information. And also note that these fields are basically reportable. We can use these fields for our reporting purpose as well. Not only reports, these fields are also available in dashboards, folders and all. So these fields, the created by and the last modified by fields, these are the basic auditing information that are available to us in Salesforce. And not only in our reporting purpose, we can also pull these fields in our SOQL and SOSL queries. So basically these fields are pretty much usable everywhere, and this is basically the basic auditing information. The next technique that we are going to understand is login history. This is basically the second auditing technique that we are going to talk about. So a login history, as the name says, it displays all the login attempts for the org and also the enabled portals or communities. And as an admin, it is definitely important to have an idea about all the valid and invalid attempts to the org. No doubts about it. And in Salesforce, we can get all of this information about login history. So go to Setup, search for login history. That should give you the details of all the login attempts to your org. And this list shows about up to 2000 records of login history for the last 6 months. And the file type, you can choose CSV file or gzip file if you are choosing to download it. And a CSV file, the regular CSV file format, and a gzip file format, that is basically a compressed file format that you can use it for faster download. And here in the view, you can see the username, the login time, source IP, the location. This location is basically the approximate location of the IP address from there the user is logged in. And the login type, basically like if it is the application login or the remote access client. And the status, whether it was a failed attempt or a successful attempt, and the browser, platform, application, all the related details you can access here. And here you have, while downloading it, you have the options of file type. On top of it, you can also choose the file contents. All logins, get logins, TLS logins, website logins. So all logins, as the name says, it includes everything, including the get logins, including the website logins, including the API logins, pretty much all the type of logins, it is included in all logins. And the next is the HTTP logins. So this basically HTTP method is used for session login. That is for post or get or unknown. And this information is used generally for determining if the user is inadvertently exposing user credentials through a GET request. Like, for example, if a user entered a username password on the login page, on the Salesforce login page, then the HTTP method for the login is basically a secure post login, post request. However, if the user is logged in by providing the username and the password in the URL as a GET request, then the credentials are exposed. And so those kind of logins, everything is captured here. The website logins are basically logging in through the Salesforce website page. That is a login page. So depending upon the requirement, how we want to filter out the file contents, we can basically choose the option accordingly. And then we can also choose the file type and click download. And it would be downloaded in that particular file format. And here you see the view. Here we also have the option of creating a new view. It is pretty much similar to the regular view that we create, and we have all the available fields out here. Here you should also note that we have the geolocation fields as well. That is the latitude and the longitude fields as well, to get an idea about from where that particular user has logged into the application. But otherwise, this is creating a regular view. But yes, we have an option in case like we are interested about a particular type of login, we can create a new view for logins. So this is about login history. On top of it, if your org uses single sign-on, then even those single sign-on logins are captured here. On top of it, if your org uses my domain, then even in that scenario, you can identify which users are logged in with that new login URL and when they are logged in. So basically, this gives an overall understanding about who has logged in at what time, from which location, what type of login it is. The whole history you can access here. So that is called as login history. And the information that we see here from setup login history, this gives the information about all the users across the organization, right? But in case if you want to access your own personal information, then you have to go for My Settings and here look for login history. So this will give the details of just you. So that will give the details of when you have logged in, what is the source IP, the login type, status. The only difference is that the login history under setup, that gives you the information of all the users, but this is just particularly to you. And here also you have this option of downloading this login history for the last 6 months. So this is pretty much about login history and how we can use this information for auditing purpose. And as a senior admin, it is very, very essential for you to know this information so that you can have a track of all the valid and invalid attempts to your org. The next auditing technique that we are going to talk about is email logs. In fact, email logs is one of the technique for auditing which we can use for email information, for tracking all the email information. So basically these email logs, they include information about for every single email we have the sender information, the recipient information, date, time, delivery status, whether it was delivered successfully or if there is any error. And if yes, if there are any errors, then what is the associated error codes? So all this information, they are logged in email logs. So as a senior admin, whenever you are facing any issue regarding emails, saying that the email notifications were not sent to some particular user, or if you really want to check if emails are getting delivered properly, this would be the first place for you to check. Generating email logs and checking out if all the emails are getting sent out properly, email logs will be of great help. So now let's see in Salesforce how to generate these email logs. So this is our developer edition. Here, look for email logs. Under logs, you will have email log files. And note that this email log feature, this is available only for those users with modify all data permission. So basically admins would have that. So admins can generate request for email logs. And when you request for an email logs, in Salesforce, these email logs are available only when for the past 30 days. So basically, if you choose so this is the maximum that is available. That is only for the last 30 days, all the email conversations, they are recorded in Salesforce. And for one particular email log request, the maximum duration that we can request for is 7 days. So that is what is mentioned here. So for at most 7 days, we can do an email log request. But as such, the whole email logs, they are available for overall 30 days. So if you want for multiple durations, then you have to request multiple logs accordingly. And here you also say that include only emails that are addressed to and from. So if you are interested in a particular user, or if you are looking only for some emails that are sent to or from or a particular domain, then you can include only those emails. And all those emails or the domain names, they should be separated by commas. So when you give all this information and you submit a request, the email logs will get generated. And as I mentioned, the emails are available for 30 days. However, one email log request, it can span only to a maximum of 7 days. So here now that it's more than 7 days. Yes, so it says it is incorrect and it is asking me to correct the information. So let me modify the start time and end time. I have done that so that it spans only 7 days. Now I hit submit request. Perfect. So now it says the request is submitted, your log request is successfully submitted, and a notification will send to the email when the log file is available for download. and you can see that it is under pending because we have only submitted a request and it will be available based on the data. And once the log files are successfully generated, you also get an email notification for the same. And now after a few minutes, I got an email notification saying that the email log is successfully generated, and we can see that here. So let me download that. And this is the CSV file that got generated. This being a pretty new org, we do not basically have any email conversations as such, but I still wanted to show you the CSV file because we should know what are all the details that are captured in the email logs. We see that the sender details, the recipient details, and which Salesforce.com user, and like what is the delivery stage. So basically, in fact, like all the details related to an email, so everything is captured in email logs. Maybe let's go through some of the important ones. First is the date time. Basically the date and the time the message was sent. And all this date and time, it's recorded in GMT. The internal message ID is the unique internal ID of the message. Some system generated ID as such. And this mail event is something that is very important, and this is very much readable. This mail event will indicate what is the final mail event in the mail server. Something like reception. If it is reception, it means that the email was successfully received. If it says a delivery, the email was successfully sent. Or if there is any failure during the transmission, then it would say a transient failure. Or if it is permanently failed, then it would say permanent failure. So this mail event, this column is actually pretty much readable. And this recipient sender information, as the name says, the recipient information and the sender information. The remote host, basically the IP address of the application server that delivered the email to the email server. And bytes transfer, that would be the size of the email. Salesforce.com user, even this is an important information out here. This is the Salesforce ID of the user who sent the email. And the message ID header, again, it is system generated. Basically, it will have the ID header at the beginning of every email, and the retry count. So whenever the messages gets failed, Salesforce retries to deliver the message. So the retry count will be the number of attempts made to deliver the email. The seconds, and how long it has been in that stage, and the delivery stage. So delivery stage will basically indicate the stage of the delivery just before this email log was requested. So just before, when the email log is requested or generated, what is the delivery stage of that particular email? And the relay address is again specific to system generated information. So as I mentioned earlier, so all this information related to emails, they are recorded in email logs. So as a senior admin, it is definitely a very essential tool that we can use whenever we choose emails. Now that we know how to use email logs for auditing purpose, let's take a quick look at some of the considerations that we need to make note of while using email logs. So first comes the order in which it is executed. So the requests for email logs, they are queued in the order that they received. So basically first come, first served basis. Email logs, they are available for messages sent within the last 30 days. This we discussed in the previous session itself. Only we can request for email logs that are available in the past 30 days. And even while submitting a request, the maximum span can be 7 days for a single request. So in case we need email logs for a span of more than 7 days, then we can generate multiple requests for that particular period. This is about the CSV files that get generated. The CSV files that get generated with the email logs, basically it can return up to 500k records. So in case it is up to 500k records, but each file can have a maximum of 100k records. So if our span time has got more than 100k records, in that scenario, multiple files, multiple zip files will be generated. So if it is 500k, then 5 zip files will be generated. And these zip files, they are basically the compressed files, and we can use it for faster download. And at one given point of time, there can be maximum of 3 pending log requests. And if there is already 3 pending requests, then we cannot request another log until at least one of those requests completes. And these email logs, it includes emails sent through the email actions, the list emails, the mass emails, as long as these emails are sent through Salesforce. And these email logs, it does not include emails such as Gmail or Office 365. And these are some of the considerations that we need to note while generating email logs. The next auditing technique that we are going to talk about is field history tracking. So what is this field history tracking? Field history tracking, as the name says, it is tracking the history of a particular field. Meaning tracking the changes that happens in a particular field and tracking all the data behind that. That is called as field history tracking, tracking the changes of a particular field. And this field history data that we capture is retained for up to 18 months through the org or 24 months through the API. And this field history tracking, we can set it up both for custom objects and for standard objects. Now let's hop on to our developer edition and understand how to configure this feature of field history tracking. First, let's go for any custom object that we created. We already created a handful of custom objects while we were learning about custom objects and relationships. So pick any one of the custom object. In our case, let me go for courses and go to the object definition page. So view object. So this is the object definition page of the courses custom object. For field history, for enabling field history, this particular option of track field history should be enabled. And here in custom fields and relationships, we do not see any button. When this feature is enabled, we will see a button that says set history tracking. And now that this feature is not enabled, we do not see that button. So let me go ahead and enable track field history. So checking the checkbox for this track field history option, it enables us to track field history for the objects defined in this particular custom object courses. And here, as I mentioned earlier, once you enable that, automatically you see a button under custom fields and relationships. So click on that button. Here you need to select which are all the fields that we would like to track. Now when we need to choose the fields that we would like to track, we need to question ourselves two things. One is, how many fields can we track at a maximum? Next is, can all field types be tracked? Right? We need to ask ourselves these two. To answer the first question, how many fields can be tracked per object? Up to 20 fields can be tracked per object. And if you want more than 20 fields to be tracked, then we need to contact Salesforce customer support. But in that case, when we contact Salesforce customer support and increase the number of fields that are tracked more than 20, it may affect the data saving time. We need to make note of it. And the second question that we have is, can all data types be tracked? The answer to this is, well, it comes with some restrictions. Most of the fields are tracked. So when I say that they are tracked, all the entries are tracked, including the date, time, nature of the change, and who made the change. All these details are tracked. But there are restrictions to certain fields, basically fields with more than 255 characters. They are tracked as edited, and their old and new values, they are basically not captured. Say for example, there is a number field, and we enable track field history for that particular field. So it says Archana changed the value of this particular number field from 10 to 20. But in case of a multi-select pick list, it wouldn't say the same. It wouldn't hold the values basically it was having before and the new values. Instead, it would say Archana changed the multi-select pick list to field this one and with the date. That's it. It wouldn't give us the old values and the new values. So basically, there is a difference in capturing the data. So that's what I said. It comes with some restrictions. And we should also note that changes to time fields, they are not tracked in the field history related list. So these are a couple of pointers we need to understand while enabling field history for objects and for fields. Basically, how many fields can be tracked and about the data types that can be tracked. In this scenario, let me just choose credit hours, owner, and the course name, and let me say save. Perfect. So now that we have enabled the field history for a couple of fields here, the next thing what we have to do is go for the particular object and then pull the history related list into the layout. So go for related list. You will see a course history, basically a related list with the object name and history. So pull it to the layout. Perfect. And now we see that, this particular user created this record on this date and time. Okay, perfect. Now let me edit the credit hours. Let me say 4 credit hours. And we see an entry here, right? So this is called as field history tracking. We are tracking the changes that are taking place in a particular field. And now let me say it is not 4, it is 5. And do we see the difference? So basically these fields are those fields wherein the old and the new values are captured. If we do a similar thing for a field like a multi-select pick list or a text area long, then in that scenario the action would be different. It would just say change the multi-select pick list field value, just the field name, and not the values. So that is the difference. But however, the changes are tracked, but just that some field types come with a restriction. And this is how we configure field history tracking for custom objects. Similarly, we can configure field history tracking for standard objects as well. Let's say we would like to enable the field history tracking feature for the accounts object. So go for setup, look for accounts, and here you would see the button set history tracking. Once you hit the button, first we need to enable the field history tracking feature for accounts, and then we need to select the fields that we would like to track for accounts. And similar to custom objects, even here we have the same restriction. We can enable it only up to 20 fields per object. And similarly, like we had for custom objects, here also there are some restrictions when it comes to data types. Time fields are not tracked, and there are certain fields wherein with more than 255 characters, only the changes are tracked, but not the values as such. So here let me choose a few fields, save, perfect. And again, similar to what we did in custom objects, go to the detail page and then pull the related list, that is account history, save, and this is our field history tracking related list. So any changes that we make to the fields that are tracked by field history, all these changes would be recorded out here. Perfect. So now we know how to configure this functionality for standard objects and custom objects. And there are a couple more areas that we need to aware of when we use this field history tracking. First comes the reports. So how the reports are impacted when we enable this concept of field history tracking. First, whenever we enable field history tracking, automatically we'll have report types with field history. So those data that are being captured, we'll be able to pull it in our reports. So let me create a new report and look for the history reports. And do we see that? We can use all these history report types in building our reports. And these are the standard report types that are available. So I can choose that particular report type and we can create our own reports. And while we have this understanding about creating reports using the field history data, we should also be aware of one of the, again, restriction. I wouldn't call that as a restriction. It is basically recorded as a Salesforce idea, and it is a limitation as of now. Salesforce may implement that idea anytime. Basically, we will not be able to create a custom report type using this history report. That is already recorded in ideas. Let me show that to you. This is the Salesforce idea about creating a custom report type using the history tables. So basically, we'll be able to use the standard history report types and we can build our reports. But we'll not be able to use this history table in a combination with a different table and create our own custom report types. The similar way we do it with other objects. And we can see that people have already ordered for this idea. So hopefully Salesforce will implement this in some time. And this is all about field history tracking. The next auditing technique that we are going to talk about is field audit trail. In the previous session, we understood about field history tracking. Right? So what is basically field history tracking? It is another auditing technique where we track the changes that are taking place in a field. And then we capture those information and we pull those information in the reports. So in the previous video, we had a very end-to-end understanding about what is field history tracking, how to configure that, what are all the advantages, how to extract those data, how to use that in reports. So all this information we already discussed in our previous session. Now the next technique that we are going to talk about is field audit trail. This field audit trail and the field history tracking, basically the underlying concept is the same. In both these techniques, we track the changes that are taking place in fields, in standard objects and custom objects. So the underlying concept is the same. But just that field audit trail is a much bigger version of field history tracking. So in field audit trail, it is basically a policy to retain the archived field history data for up to 10 years from the time the data was archived. And we see that the time duration is much bigger than what we have for field history tracking. And this is a quick comparison of both the auditing techniques, the field history tracking and field audit trail. Field history tracking, the data is retained for up to 18 months or 24 months via the API. But in field audit trail, the data is retained for up to 10 years. And in field history tracking, we can track up to 20 fields per object. In field audit trail, we can track up to 60 fields per object. And field history tracking, it is very much, we are very much able to configure that using Salesforce UI, right? We understood how to do that in our developer edition, enabling field history tracking, choosing the fields, and pulling the related list to the layouts, and pulling the data in the form of reports. So all the configuration we were able to do it in Salesforce UI. But in field audit trail, we'll be using Salesforce metadata API for defining the retention policies. And this field history tracking, it comes at no additional cost. Our Salesforce license, we can use that for setting up this technique from end to end. But for field audit trail, it is basically a paid add-on product. And that paid add-on product is called as Salesforce Shield. So that comes at a cost. It is not free like field history tracking. Once we purchase that add-on product, Salesforce Shield, then we'll be able to use the auditing technique field audit trail in our Salesforce org. And the other main difference is that field history tracking, it is available in developer editions. So that is why we were able to understand how it works. But field audit trail, it is very much understandable, right? It is paid. So it is not available in developer edition. And as this is not available in the developer edition, we'll not be able to exactly see how this functionality is configured and how we'll be able to use that in Salesforce. However, for our learning purpose, I'm going to share as much of information as possible to help us understand this concept of field audit trail. Field audit trail, we know it lets us define a policy to retain the archived field history data for up to 10 years from the time it was archived. Alright, so that is the concept of field audit trail. And this feature will help us comply with the industry regulations related to audit capabilities and other data retention. So basically that is the whole concept of auditing. And this field audit trail is definitely a very effective tool in helping us with our auditing capabilities and our data retention policies. And similar to field history tracking, we can enable this functionality for both the standard objects and custom objects. So standard objects, almost all of the standard objects like accounts, contacts, cases, leads, opportunities, orders, most of the standard objects, and for custom objects as well. This is similar to field history tracking. And here in this field audit trail, there are some restrictions. And the following fields here, they can't be tracked. The fields are formula fields, roll-up summary fields, order number fields, created by, last modified by, and the expected revenue field and opportunities, the long text fields, multi-select fields. So all these fields can't be tracked using field audit trail. And we need to make a note of this exception. Perfect. So now we know what is field audit trail and what are all the data types or fields that can't be tracked using field audit trail. Now let's take a quick look about the Salesforce Shield add-on product and how to use this field audit trail. So Salesforce Shield, as we mentioned earlier, it is basically a paid product, and only after we purchase the paid product, we'll have access to field audit trail. Only then we will be able to access a field audit trail and configure that in our application. And as usual, Salesforce representatives are the best people to reach out to if you want to enable field audit trail for your organization. So this Salesforce Shield, it is basically a combination of 3 security tools. And which are all the 3 security tools? Platform encryption, event monitoring, and field audit trail. So this Salesforce Shield product, the paid product, it is a combination of these 3 security tools that Salesforce administrators and Salesforce developers we can use for building a new level of compliance and governance into the business critical applications. Let me quickly show you some information from the Salesforce website regarding this product. So here is some information from the Salesforce website regarding the Salesforce Shield product. And as I mentioned earlier, it is a combination of 3 tools: the platform encryption, event monitoring, and field audit trail. This field audit trail is what we are talking about in this session. And this field audit trail, it helps us to understand the state and value of our data for any date, any time. And this data that we collect is very much useful for our auditing purpose. Companies to create a forensic data level audit trail with up to 10 years of history, and we can also set triggers for when the data is deleted. Perfect. So now that we have a good high level understanding of field audit trail, the concept, let's get into some of the details about what happens basically while configuring this functionality in Salesforce. So whenever your company decides to purchase this paid product, the first point of contact would be the Salesforce representatives. So we need to contact Salesforce customer support and we need to purchase this product, Salesforce Shield. This is a paid product. And once we purchase this product, we get access to this feature, field audit trail. So basically what happens is, behind the scenes, if we can recollect some concepts from field history tracking, so what happened in field history tracking? What happened during the configuration? We enable field history tracking functionality for the objects that we would like to track. So once we enable that functionality for an object, then we need to set up those fields which we would like to track for that particular object. And we know that up to 20 fields can be tracked at field history tracking. And once we do this configuration setup, then we need to pull in the related list, the history related list, into the layout, and that is where we'll be able to see all the changes that are happening in the field. Alright? So that is about field history tracking, and that is how we configured that and we were able to read the information. Here in field audit trail, what happens is the field history is basically copied from the history related list into field history archive big object. And yes, it is a big object considering the huge volume of data that will be loaded into this object from various fields across various objects. So the field history data is basically copied from our history related list to this field history archive big object. And what data is basically copied into the object? That is defined in our history retention policies for the related history list. Like say for example account history. To specify field audit trail retention policies for the objects you want to archive. And then finally, we use Salesforce Metadata API to deploy the big object. After we define and deploy the field audit trail policy, the production data that is migrated from the related history list, such as account history, into this field history archive big object. And it is very much understandable. The first time it does, the first copy, it writes the field history that is defined by the policy into this archive storage, right? And then it takes time because there would be huge volume of data. But then the subsequent copies, the transfer would be comparatively less time depending because it will only copy the data from the last time it was transferred. So the first time it takes a lot of time to copy the information into this big object. But then after that, the subsequent copies will take much lesser time. Now let's talk a little more about this history retention policies. I would also like to show you the Salesforce implementation guide for field audit trail. This basically gives in a lot of information about this concept. So when we say these retention policies, basically like how this field audit trail, it differs from the field history tracking with the number of years that are being tracked. Right? And the huge volume of data that is being archived and that is there for our reference. So that is the whole concept. So this field audit trail, when we define our retention policies, there are a couple of things that we need to define. First one is archive after months. So basically this specifies the number of months that we want to maintain this field history in Salesforce. And archive retention years, the number of years that we want to retain this field history in the archive. So these are some of the parameters that we need to mention. And for which are all objects that we need to mention, for which are all objects that are being tracked by the field history tracking, for those objects we need to mention these. We need to set these attributes. So basically this field audit trail, it captures information of all the objects and the fields that are enabled for field history tracking for capturing the information. And on top of it, for each of the object that is being tracked with this field audit trail, we need to set these parameters for how many months the data should retain in Salesforce and for how many years that we want the data to retain in the archive. So all these parameters need to be defined. And as I mentioned earlier, we'll be using Salesforce Metadata API for setting up all these retention policies. So this is basically a sample piece of code for us to get an understanding of how to define the retention policy for a particular custom object. If you see, there is a particular custom object and we are defining the history retention policy for that. And we are setting up the archive after months to be 6. So 6 months the data would be maintained in Salesforce and the archive retention years is 5. So meaning that for 5 years that we would like to retain the field history in the archive. And like every other component, we have a description so that we can use it for future reference, like why we basically set it up like this and why we need that data for that period of time. And this piece of code, it gives us just a quick understanding of how it is actually done in real time. And this is the package.xml file, and it lists the various objects for which data retention policy has to be applied, and we see that it's accounts, cases, contacts, leads, and opportunities. And then finally, we'll be using the deploy function to deploy the changes to the production environment. And this one is a sample piece of code for how to create a custom object and also how to set the field history retention policy at the same time. And yes, we can update the retention policies for field history how many ever times we want. So basically, we set it for some certain fields and for certain objects, and we are free to update those retention policies as and when like the requirement changes. So yes, we can do that as well. And we can also retrieve this archived data by making SOQL queries. We can use it. It'll be basically available for us to query. The object name is a field history archive. We can use SOQL queries. The different fields that are available in this particular table is these. So we can use these queries and we can pull the information. Perfect. So what we understand from this is that field audit trail is a much bigger version of this field history tracking, right? Be it the number of fields and be it the number of years the data is tracked, it is a much bigger version of this field history tracking. And the other main difference that we see is that it involves code components, right? Once we purchase the product and once we enable this field audit trail in our org, like how do we pull the data? How do we deploy that to the big object? Like code components are involved. And we see that a Salesforce metadata API is inevitable for using this functionality. So if you would like to basically work around this coding part of it, there are a couple other options that are available to us in App Exchange. Definitely, like we have many of Salesforce awesome apps that we can use. So one such, let's quickly talk about a couple of such apps that we can use for field audit trail. Go for App Exchange. Let me show you one of the products. But again, this is again a paid product that helps us to work with this auditing technique with ease. The Field Audit Trail Cockpit Basic. So I think this is basically a basic version of that. So they may have some advanced versions of this, like check that out. So this basically what does is once we purchase the Salesforce Shield product from Salesforce, instead of querying, instead of basically using the metadata API for setting up the field retention policies, they have a click and code concept. So basically they have configured all that and they are giving it to us in a much easier version of it. So we have to just click and configure that, just how we use our declarative features. So let me quickly show that to you. Okay, given your Salesforce credentials to install this app into your developer edition. While installing, you can specify whether it is for admins or whether it is for some specific profiles. This being a tool which is very specific for admins and developers, let me only choose admins here and install. Installation complete, done. We see that that particular app is under installed packages. Okay, let's go ahead and access that app. You should be able to see that under one of the apps. So let's go for Field Audit Trail Cockpit. And this is where you see the overall information about the fields and the objects that are being tracked. So all the objects that are checked, they are being tracked. And for each of the object where this field history tracking is enabled, we have the number of fields that are being tracked. So for case object, 10 fields are being tracked. And here you see the number of months that the data should be in Salesforce and the number of years that the data should be retained in the archive. So for modifying this, you just need to say 8 years. Perfect. And then we say update policies. Just click of a button. That's it. So now I think you can compare how this is a much easier way to work around rather than the metadata API. But yes, it comes with a cost. Alright, it's not free. So when you say update policies, yeah, it says that field audit trail does not seem to be enabled in this organization. Yes, it is not enabled. Right? We did not purchase the Salesforce Shield paid product. So once we purchase that, we can use this app to basically work around the coding metadata API part of it to set up our retention policies. We can set up the months, the years, the description and all these and just click of a button. That's it. But again, this is a paid product, so it is completely up to your company to decide whether you need to go with this paid product or use a Salesforce metadata API for working on your retention policies and for deploying the components. So this is one of the App Exchange app that we have for enabling this working with this field audit trail thing. And the other App Exchange app that I would like to show you . This is the other app that I would like to show you, and it says it starts at close to $500 per company per month. This is again a similar app offering like with easy archival and a single click restore process. Data archiver supports field audit trail, system audit trail and any level of object relationship archiving. Basically another similar app offering these auditing services. And again, this is a paid app and it is up to your company to decide whether to go with this paid App Exchange app or to stick onto the Salesforce metadata API. So this is all about field audit trail. Though I was not able to show exactly how to configure and work that in our developer edition, apologies for that because it is not available in developer edition. I'm just like trying and giving you as much as information possible for us to know regarding this concept. Because as a senior admin, when we talk about data auditing, when we talk about the various options that are available out to you, as a senior admin, it is your responsibility to give out various options to the management saying that Salesforce offers this, Salesforce offers that, Salesforce offers this. So we need to give out the various options that are available for data auditing so that as a team we can decide on which is the best auditing technique for us. So having information regarding a particular topic is very essential as a senior admin. The next auditing feature that we are going to discuss about is how to set up audit trail in Salesforce. In the previous lecture, we basically understood about set field history tracking, right? How do we basically track fields in an object and track the value changes in them? But then it is all about tracking the values with specific to a particular field with specific to a particular object, right? And that too only if we enable them. But then like in general, how do you track the changes that happens to your org? Say for example, I'm an admin and I inactivated a validation rule today. Or I modified the rule of a validation rule. Or I created a new formula field. Or I deleted off a particular custom setting. There are multiple other changes that a particular admin does in an org, right? And in case where there are multiple administrators, this concept of audit trail comes into picture. It very much helps you to track the recent setup changes that you and other administrators have made to your organization. This can be especially useful in organization with multiple administrators. And for accessing that information in Salesforce, go to Setup, Audit Trail. View Setup Audit Trail. It should give you the whole history of which person modified which particular component. And here whatever that is listed, that will just give you some 20 records. But then if you want to download the entire setup, you can download this audit trail file. And this will show you the entire history that happens for the last 6 months. And as you can see here, it lists down the date of the change, on which particular date it happened, and which user basically made that change, and what is the change that is made by the user. On top of it, in case a delegate makes a change, makes a change on behalf of an end user, then you get that information as well. Let's quickly open and see the information. Okay, there you go. So this is what you see. So the date, the user, and basically what is the action that is done. Like as you can very much see here. So this is the whole concept of audit trail, wherein you can track the setup changes that happens in your org. The next and the last auditing technique that we are going to talk about is login forensics. This auditing technique is all about capturing data regarding an org's login events. So when we say capturing data about login events, yes, what you're assuming is right. Login forensics is a concept that is very much related to login history. And I think it would have made more sense if I had put these together, the login history and login forensics, rather than having these apart. But anyways, that's fine. So login forensics and login history are in a way related. In the basis that both the techniques, both login history and login forensics, they capture the org's login events. So when we say that both techniques have the same or similar underlying concepts, how do they differ? Right? We need to understand how do the concepts differ from each other. This is a quick differentiation between the login history concept that we discussed earlier and the login forensics concept. In fact, these two concepts are in a way similar to the setting up field history tracking and field audit trail. Field audit trail, we know it is a much bigger version of field history tracking, right? Field history tracking has got many limitations with the number of fields that can be tracked and the duration in which the data is being retained. Right, and field audit trail, it came as a much bigger version with a lot of flexibility when compared to field history tracking. But yeah, field audit trail, that comes at a price, right? Similarly, login history and login forensics is a much bigger version of login history. In login history, the data is retained for only up to 6 months. But in login forensics, the data is retained for up to 10 years. And can we query that data from the API? Yes. What is the object? For login history, the object is the login history object. And for login forensics, it is login event object. And login history, when we did that in our developer edition, we were able to completely see how the data is being logged. The user's login, it is being logged. And we were able to completely do that in the UI. And we also have API access, right? We can query this a specific table to pull in the information. But for login forensics, the data is only available through API. We'll not be able to retrieve the data from the UI, from the user interface. And login history, it is included in all orgs, but login forensics, it comes with a price. It is included only with some paid add-on subscriptions. With the Salesforce Shield, or with event monitoring add-on subscriptions. So these are some of the major differences between login history and login forensics. And you can see that though the underlying concept is the same, login forensics is a much better and bigger version of login history. And this login forensics we generally use to identify any unusual behavior within the organization. So we can avoid identity fraud and for other security concerns. And this login forensics, we get information about the average number of logins per user per a specific time period, and who logged in more than the average number of times, who logged in during non-business hours, who logged in during with suspicious IP ranges. So all these informations can be tracked using login forensics. Now let's jump into our Salesforce Developer Edition org, and let's see how do we configure this login forensics. Go to Setup. Look for Event Monitoring Settings. And here you can see Login Forensics. So if you would like to enable Login Forensics, then enable this functionality and it gets enabled. And once you enable Login Forensics functionality, you will be able to track all the login events and you will be able to pull all those data from your metadata API. And you know the data is retained for up to 10 years. And as we discussed earlier, we will not be able to see the data in the UI. We have to only use the API to query in our data. So for that, either you can go for Workbench or you can use a developer console to basically query and pull in the data. Let me quickly use a developer console and show you how to execute those SOQL queries. So go to developer console. This is the query for the login event standard object. And as we discussed earlier, login forensics, the data is captured in login event, and for login history, the data is captured in a table called as login history. So for login forensics, after we enable that functionality, we'll be able to query this object, login event. You can use developer console or workbench, and you can see these are all the various fields that are available in that particular table. The API version, application, event identifier, date, created date, login, status, everything, all the information is captured in this particular table. And we just enabled this functionality, and after that I just logged in once, so there is only one entry out here. But later on, as and when users log in, this table will be capturing all those information. So this is login forensics. But let me also show you how to use the login history table, which captures all the login history information. Let me delete this query. Let me query the login history table. Basically, it also has a similar fields, and let me execute that. And you can see there are many entries for that, right? Because this by default saves all the login events that is happening in the org. So right the time when I created this org and the number of times I have logged in, other users have logged in, the method of login, everything is captured in this particular table. But the data here is retained only for up to 6 months, whereas for login forensics, the data is retained for up to 10 years. And for login history, we see that we are able to pull this information in the API, and we can also pull the similar information from the UI as well. Alright, we can do that very much for login history. But for login event, that is for login forensics, this is the only place where we can retrieve the data. We will not be able to use user interface for pulling the information. So you can use developer console or workbench or other API tools for extracting that information. So this is all about login forensics and how it differs from login history. In Salesforce, we have several monitoring tools and techniques for us to monitor activities in a Salesforce org. And the several tools and techniques that are available to us are security health check, system overview, storage usage, debug logs, jobs, outbound messages, time-based workflows, and API usage notifications. In this video, we are going to discuss about the first one, that is the security health check. The security health check, just like how we do our medical health check to ensure that we are in good body condition, as a senior admin, we should do the security health check. We should monitor the report in a periodic basis to ensure that we do not run into any risk. So how do we access this health check report? Go to your developer org, search for health check. Under security controls, you will have health check. Go for that report. You can see that this health check report, it is auto-generated. We needn't request that. It is automatically generated for your Salesforce org. So as the senior admin, it is our responsibility to see this report and ensure that we identify and fix any potential vulnerabilities in the settings. So basically this health check is based on Salesforce baseline standard. So what is the Salesforce baseline standard? Salesforce baseline standard comprises of all these security settings out here. The high risk security settings, medium risk security settings, low risk security settings, and informational security settings. All these settings with their default parameters, they are set up in this Salesforce baseline standard. And you can very much download this Salesforce baseline standard. You have this export baseline option. You can download that. Automatically it will get downloaded in XML file. You can view that file also. And if you want to make any changes, you can make changes to this and upload your custom baseline. So here you also see that option of importing baseline. So you can export that, make your changes, create a new XML file and import that as your custom baseline. But always remember one thing. The less restrictive your settings are, the less core it is going to be. Alright. So if you see in high risk security settings, Salesforce has got different settings available. And in medium risk, different set of settings. In low risk, different set of settings. And in informational security settings, they have some settings available. And for every setting that is available, Salesforce has got a standard value that is enabled. And here it gives your value that is disabled. Alright, so be sure that our value aligns with the standard value that is set by Salesforce. And all the settings that are available out here, it comes under a particular group. Mostly there are some 4 to 5 groups available out here. Say the majority ones are the session settings. Majority of the settings would fall under this category. Then password policy is the second one. Certificate and key management 3. File upload and download security 4. And then login access 5. Remote site 6. Certificate and key management 7. So basically like all the security settings are grouped in one among these 7 settings. And as I mentioned before, every setting has got a standard value. Alright, and it also displays what our value is. And for every setting, it also displays a status. It is critical, right? Because like the standard value is enabled, but our value is disabled, right? So it is saying it is a critical risk that we have here. It is a high risk security setting basically. So for every setting, there is a status which says whether we are compliant with that particular setting, or if there is any warning, or if it is critical. So as it suggests, compliant means we are, well compliant with what the standard setting is. Warning, yes, we are not compliant. However, it is considered as a warning, and critical means it has to be addressed immediately. And here we have the options. You can edit, and you can edit your settings accordingly. So there are a good number of settings out here. As a senior admin, it is very much recommended that we have an idea about what these settings are and if our org is compliant with these settings. And if the org is not compliant with the settings, check it out, see like why we have a different setting available and how it is affecting the org score. And yeah, when we talk about the score, we should be aware about the range. So this score, if it is 90% and above, it means excellent. We have got very good security settings set in the Salesforce org. 80 to 89 is considered very good still. 70 to 79 is good. 55 to 69 is poor. It needs immediate attention. And 54 and below is very poor. So always ensure that your Salesforce org has got a good score based on these security settings. And the recommended actions from Salesforce is that basically if the total score is 0 to 33%, they say that handle all your high risk security settings immediately. And 34 to 66 is to handle the high risk settings immediately, and the medium risk also plan to handle them in a long run. And the total score is 67 to 100%. They say like it is pretty good. So as a senior admin, it is responsible for us to do a health check report to monitor this on a regular fashion so that, we do not encounter any high risk in our Salesforce org. Perfect. So the other concept that I would like to discuss with you here is about the settings. As I mentioned before, there are various settings available and all the settings come under a particular group, right? See, say for example, session settings. It has got like various settings available out here. So to know more about the session settings, go for session settings, and here you have all the settings available out here. And obviously there are, so many settings out here. It may not be possible for us to have a very good knowledge on all these, but at least what I would say is not all of these session settings, but at least those session settings which are listed out here. It would be great if we know like what those settings are. So Salesforce always offers the Salesforce help page. So if you go to the Salesforce help page, automatically like it will give you the details about that page. So when you go to session settings, it will tell you like what those settings are and what is the importance of that particular setting. Let's consider the first one, that is enable click jack protection for customer Visualforce pages with standard headers. So go for the Salesforce help page. Alright, so here it is. So this is the setting and here is the description for that setting. So as I mentioned before, even if we do not go through all the session settings, at least if we have a good understanding of those which are listed out here, we can very much use a Salesforce help page. We can get an understanding of what those settings are. Alright, and then we can take a call on like whether we have to enable it or disable it, which is good for the org, and how it is affecting the score. Similarly, password policies. The maximum invalid login attempts 10, the standard value is 3. So again, there is a warning here. Alright, because Salesforce recommends us to have 3 so that we can have better security with regards to the user's password. Similarly, check out the other settings as well here. The password policies and what these settings are. And generally, new Salesforce orgs, they have the initial score less than 100%. And we can use this health check to quickly improve the score. How do we improve that? We can eliminate the high risk in the password policies and the other setting groups. By doing that, we can improve the score. Also, whenever Salesforce introduces new settings to this security health check, they are added to the that Salesforce baseline standard. They are added to the Salesforce baseline standard by default. And in case your org, you have a custom baseline, then when you use it, you are prompted to add that new settings whenever you open your custom baseline. And while using custom baseline, do note that you can import up to 5 custom baselines to compare your org's security settings with your own standards. Monitor the health check on a periodic basis. Ensure the security settings are aligned with the Salesforce standard value. And you can use this edit action to edit any of the settings. Or you can also use this fix risk button to update the settings. You can see that once you click the fix risk button, it will automatically pop up a page with all the settings which needs attention. So you can update it accordingly. You can select those which you want to update and then you can give change settings. So this is all about health check, and as you see, it is definitely a very efficient tool to help us monitor our Salesforce org. The next monitoring technique that we are going to learn about is system overview. So what is the system overview? The previous monitoring technique that we learnt about is health check. So in health check, basically health check gives us a full report of the various security settings that we have in Salesforce and how compliant we are with those security settings. Obviously, the more we are compliant, the more safe our org is, right? So health check is about the security settings that we have. But system overview, that gives some key information about our overall Salesforce org. Some of the key components that we have and the percentage usage of those key components. So for viewing the system overview, go to setup, monitor, system overview. So that will give us all those key information based on the schema, the business logic side, the API usage side and the user interface side, and also about the licenses. And this is a developer org and we have used it very minimally only for our learning, especially for this course. So we may not see a lot of components out here, but otherwise in real time, yes, we do see a lot of components out here and we also see that the usage percentage. So from the schema perspective, we see the custom objects, custom settings, the metadata types and all these, and also the data storage, the API usage, the business logic side, we have the classes, triggers and all, the user interface side, and the licenses. Licenses, we see that only 2 Salesforce licenses are available and we have used all those 2 licenses, and so there is a warning out here. So whenever like our usage, it goes beyond 95%, then automatically we start getting warning messages for those components. And for getting those messages notifications, click on configure messages and you can choose which are all the messages that you want to get it displayed. Very often we see whenever we log into Salesforce application, we see those system overview alert message, right? So we have that option of review or ignore. So those messages basically they are configured here. So based on your configuration here, you will get messages accordingly. Let me click cancel. So this is about system overview. And who can view this page? Only those users with customized application permission. Only those users will be able to use the system overview page. And this gives the overall idea about the licenses, objects, custom settings, data storage space, triggers, classes, workflows, data storage usage, the code used. All this information we can get this from a system overview page. And as a senior admin, again, it is our responsibility to ensure that our Salesforce org is well within the limits. So we need to monitor this system overview. We need to go to this page. We have to monitor all these usage in a periodic basis so that we do not run into any limit issue. The next monitoring technique that we are going to talk about is storage usage. So what is the storage usage? Basically, this gives us information about the percentage storage usage in our org. So that as senior admin, we can start planning if our org is nearing the storage limits. So how to access this information? Go to your Salesforce developer org and search for storage usage. So that will give us information about the data storage, the file storage, and the big object storage. The data storage, basically it represents all these objects. All these objects that they are listed out here, that represents the data storage. And it gives us the record count, how many records are there for that particular record type, and storage, and the percentage. What is the percent of the total that it has been used? The file storage, basically file storage includes the files and the attachments, Salesforce CRM content, your chatter files, the documents, the custom files on the knowledge articles, site.com assets. So all these comes under file storage. And the data storage, all those records that belong to a particular record type, all those come under data storage. And as we can see here, there is a limit for every storage type. So data storage 5 MB, this is a developer edition. So the limits are far less than what it is actually in the real time. And depending upon the edition, this also varies. And file storage here, the limit is 20 MB and also for big object storage. But generally like the data storage and the file storage, it is generally like 10 GB of data storage and 10 GB of file storage. But however, like it increments with the more the number of users, the more storage it is given. And we can also see how much is used and also the usage percentage. And this percentage information and the used information, note that this data, they are calculated asynchronously. It is not that we upload 1 million records and immediately this will change. These are calculated asynchronously so that the org's storage usage, it is not updated immediately. So whenever we are importing or adding many records or files, this doesn't change synchronously. Alright, so that is something we need to note about this storage percentage. And as the senior admin, it is definitely our responsibility to ensure that the storage limits are well within the limits. And if you are facing issue with storage, if you need more storage, then either you can increase your storage limit or you can reduce your storage usage. So basically for purchasing more storage space, as usual, contact your Salesforce customer support. But the possible options that we can think about is we can delete some data, delete outdated leads, delete outdated contacts, remove any of the unnecessary attachments, delete files in Salesforce CRM content, So maintaining a good data in the system, that also very much helps in maintaining this storage space, efficiently maintaining this storage space. And whenever we are planning all these storage space, when we are planning the storage needs, always keep in mind that person accounts. So these person accounts, they count against both the accounts and the contact storage, because each person account, it consists of one account as well as a contact. So basically it takes more space. And if you are planning to archive, in many projects we archive data. If you are planning to archive activities, they also count against storage. And active or the archived products, the price books, the price book entries and the assets, but they do not count against storage. Alright, so these are some of the considerations that we need to note while efficiently using the storage space. Perfect. And another important thing that we need to note here is, whatever we see here, the data storage and the file storage, this is basically the total data storage and the total file storage for the entire org. So basically here, if we see, here it lists down all the top users by the data storage and by the file storage. So you can know which all users are consuming more data storage and file storage. And if we want to check the individual consumption of a user, we can always we can very much click on these links for checking for these top users. But otherwise, if we are interested in checking out the storage usage for individual users, then go to manage users, go to the user detail page, click on whichever user you want to check, go to the user detail page, and here you should be able to see the used data space and used file space. So when you click on view, it will give you the information of the total usage for this particular user. You can see the data storage usage and the file storage usage. It also lists down the detailed usage by record type and also the file storage usage by the record type. So on top of understanding what's the total usage by the entire org, we can also split it down by users and understand which are all the users who are using more data storage and file storage. Both information we can get and we can take a call accordingly. So as a senior admin, it is your responsibility again to check the storage usage and appropriately take actions for your org. The next monitoring tool that we are going to talk about is debug logs. So debug logs is one of the most used hands-on tool that we use for troubleshooting issues in Salesforce. From my own Salesforce experience, I must say that whenever I face issues in Salesforce, without a second thought, I go to debug logs to check what the issue is. So that much debug logs have come as a very handy tool for me to solve and troubleshoot many of the issues that we face during configuration and testing. Now let's jump into our Salesforce Developer Edition and check out how to configure this awesome tool. So go to Setup, look for debug logs. Under logs, you should be able to see debug logs. Go to debug logs. And the other important thing about this logs is that you can very easily configure debug logs and you can read your log files. Alright, so what is debug logs? Debug logs, as the name says, it is basically a log which is used for debugging. So logs means what? Logs means it basically records whatever that happens in the background, right? So debug logs also records everything that happens in the background and it very much helps you to debug your issues. So if you enable debug log for a particular user, the moment you turn it on, it starts recording everything that a user does. Basically, it starts recording that, okay, so this user has clicked on the accounts tab, or this user has clicked on the opportunity tab, and this user has created a validation rule, or this user has created a record. This user enabled a approval process, and this user faced this particular error. Everything. So if you enable debug log for a particular user, it records everything that the user does in the application within that particular time frame. Similarly, you can also enable debug logs for Apex classes or for triggers also. So now let's understand how to configure this debug logs. In fact, we have already discussed about debug logs in part 1 of this advanced administrator course, while we were understanding about how to use debug logs and other techniques to troubleshoot approval process. But however, in this session, let's understand an even more detailed version of how to create debug logs and how to basically use it. Perfect. Now let's go and configure our debug logs. So first of all, how do we get debug logs? Point number 1 is debug logs do not get generated by default. Have that in mind. Only when we enable our trace flags, only then debug logs will get generated. It just doesn't get generated by default. So first you have to set your trace flags. Only when you set your trace flags, debug logs will get generated. If you see here, you can see there are no logs as such available here because we have not set any trace flags for any user or for other components. So debug logs do not get generated by default. It gets generated only for that particular time frame and for that particular user or a component. Alright? Okay. So for enabling that trace flag, what you need to do? Here you can see user trace flags and there are a couple of trace flags set. And these trace flags, if I remember right, we did while we were doing our part 1 of this course for troubleshooting approval process. But that's okay. We can redo that. So for trace flags, first create a new trace flag. So what is a trace flag? So trace flag contains all the details about how a debug log has to be generated. So first comes the traced entity type. So traced entity type, you see it can be an automated process or a user or an Apex class or a trigger. So it can be any of these. If you say user, the debug logs will be generated only for that particular user. Say for example, I say the user is me. So the moment I set this trace flag on, what happens is debug logs will get generated for everything that I do in the Salesforce application. It will say, Archana went to the account tabs. Archana created a new account. Then Archana encountered an error. Or Archana deleted a particular record. Everything. So whatever I do, it will get recorded in debug logs. And if I say the entity is an Apex class, then debug logs will get generated when this Apex class is triggered or Apex trigger is triggered. So whenever this class is invoked or the trigger is triggered, only at that time the debug logs will get generated. And that too, the debug log will get generated for these components only if it is within that particular time frame. Debug logs just doesn't get generated like all the time. It gets generated only within the particular time frame. So if you set the traced entity type as Apex class and a trace flag is set for that particular time, then debug logs will get generated for this class. Similarly for the trigger, similarly for the automated process and also for the user. Alright, so debug logs get generated for this particular entity type and for this particular time. So traced entity type, in our case, let's say user. But if you are working on an Apex trigger and you're interested in only the debug logs of that particular trigger, very much you can set it for the trigger or for the class or for the automated process. Alright, so it depends on the requirement on which entity you would like to set the debug logs for. And now let's do it for user and traced entity name. So when we have now chosen the entity type, next let's choose the entity name. And we have said users, so we need to select which user. Let me choose myself. And then comes the start date and the expiration date. So start date and the expiration date, the maximum can be 24 hours. So I've chosen now and then let me choose. Basically, I have chosen 24 hours. Next is the debug level. While creating a new trace flag, we need to set the debug level. So what is a debug level? Debug level basically specifies the amount of information that needs to be logged in the debug logs. So do we want just the information, or do we want the in-depth details of each and every activity that is being done? So that is all specified in a debug level. So for creating a trace flag, debug level is mandatory. We see here. So we need to have debug levels set first, and then we need to create trace flags. And here in our system, we already have a debug level created, but that's okay. We can create a new debug level to understand it better, and we can use that newly created debug level to create this trace flag. So for creating a debug level, go for debug levels. We see we already have a debug level here. Let's create a new one. So for creating a new debug level, give a debug level name. In this case, let me say test debug level. And then you need to give the information out here. The debug level, we have the category and also the level. So the log category here, this is basically the type of information that is logged. The database or the workflow or the validation, like that. And the level, meaning the amount of information that is logged. So this is the type and this is the amount. And then the events. So events is basically the combination of this category and the level. Say for example here we have 3 levels. None means nothing. So basically there are no events that are captured in the database level. Info, some set of events are getting captured. Finest, some more set of events are getting captured. So basically in the database level, there are many events that happens in the background, right? So we have to set in the debug level what are all the type of events that has to be captured in every category. So for this database level, if you choose none, none of the database events will be captured in your log. If you choose info, little more. If you choose finest, little more. Similarly for the other categories also, none of the workflow will get basically captured in your logs. And only the errors, only the warnings, only some information. These are the only workflow events that will get captured in your logs. Fine. The next level, some more workflow. Finer, like all of the workflow events will get captured in your logs. So basically, events are the combination of your category and the level that you specify. So first, if you see the database. So database meaning it includes the information about database activities, including your DML, the data manipulation language statements, or your SOQL, SOSL queries and all these. And workflows includes information for about your workflow rules, flows, processes, and all these information. Validation is about your validation rules. Callouts meaning it includes the request response XML that the server is sending and receiving from an external web service. Apex code, information all about Apex code. It includes the messages which is generated by the DML statements, SOQL, SOSL queries, the start and the completion of any triggers, the start and completion of any test method, and all these. Apex profiling, it includes the profiling information such as the limits for your namespace, the number of emails that are sent. Visual force basically includes information about visual force events. It also includes the serialization and deserialization of the view state or evaluation of a formula field in the visual force page and all such information. And a system meaning regular system methods like a system.debug methods and all these. So basically in your debug level, you need to say like which are all the categories I need information about and what is the level of information that needs to be captured. And this may vary depending on a requirement. For a particular requirement, we may be working on a particular category. So you can set the information as maximum for that particular category. Say for example, you are working on a validation rule. So then set it to info for that validation so that it will track all the information regarding to that validation rule. Alright. So depending on the requirement, you can specify your debug logs accordingly. So now I have almost set it to finest. So, we can know, we'll be able to understand how a debug log basically captures the information. And once you have set your debug level, and I have named it as a test debug level. Once you have set your debug level, everything, click on save. So perfect. Now that we have created a new debug level. And now that we have created our debug levels, let's go and create this trace flag. So trace flag, we know for creating a trace flag, we need to set up a debug level. Now we know what a debug level is and how to create them. So let's choose the debug level. The test debug level that we created, we get it here, and you can save your trace flag. Perfect. We have saved the trace flag. Now that we have set this trace flag for me as a user, from this second, whatever I do in the application, everything will be captured in my debug logs. So now before we actually go ahead and test how this debug logs work, I think till now whatever we have done, we are clear on that. So debug logs, we know it is basically just a recap. So debug logs, we know it is used for basically monitoring whatever a user does or whatever happens for a particular component. It can be an automated process or an Apex trigger or an Apex class. And for setting a trace flag, we need to first create our debug levels. And we just, before a few minutes, we understood how to create a debug level. And the debug level that we create in our org, we can associate that to multiple trace flags. Generally an org has 2 or 3 debug levels. And those debug levels, we choose it according to the requirement. So now that we did not have any debug, in case we had one debug level, but to understand how to create a debug level, we also created another debug level. And once you create your debug levels, you can set your trace flags. So step 1 is to create a debug level. And if your org already has a debug levels set, you can reuse that debug level and create your trace flags. And here you see the trace flag that we just created is the third one, right? This one. And these ones were previously created. So in real time, if you go to debug logs, you would see many entries like this. Basically, these trace flags, we know we can set it only for 24 hours. So the next time we want to set up a trace flag, you can either reuse the same thing, you can just click on edit and you can just change the start date and the expiration date. And if you want to change a debug level, yes, you can change if it is for the same user and click on save. So you can basically reuse that, or you can delete that also. You can just delete off all the old entries out here. So I've deleted that. Those are the old entries. So basically, whenever we want a debug log to get generated, we create a new trace flag, or we can edit the existing records pointing to the future dates. Perfect. Now we have completely understood how to configure our trace flags for debug logs to generate. And now let's test our debug logs. For testing, we'll see in our next session how to basically test our debug logs. So in the previous video, we understood about the significance of debug logs, how to basically configure our debug logs. So for configuring debug logs, we need to create trace flags. And for creating trace flags, first we need to have our debug level set. So first we created our debug level, used that debug level for creating a trace flag. And once the trace flag is set, debug levels will get generated for that specific time frame. And now that we have set the debug levels for the user, and the user is me, and this is the start date and this is the end date. So now what happens, as you see, there are no debug logs, because I have not basically done anything in the application after enabling the trace flags. So now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to open opportunities. And I'm going to create a new opportunity. So let me say test opportunity for a particular stage and for some details. I've created this opportunity. Perfect. Done. Now let's go back to these debug logs. Let's refresh the page. Once I refresh the page, you see that debug logs are generated, right? And for which user? For me. And what is the status? Success. Because we have not encountered any error basically in this whatever we did in our application, right? So here for viewing the debug logs, go to view. Either you can download it also or you can view it also. So view debug logs. And here you should be able to see everything whatever you did in the application. What we did, we created an opportunity, right? So it says this particular user has logged in, and then we have created a new opportunity. And the opportunity is the test opportunity. This is the opportunity ID. We see some other process got executed. Auto create contract on account. So this is, you can query using this particular ID. That is the ID of that process. And you can see which process is that. And the name is auto create contract on account. So let me go to process builder, auto create contract on account. So this is a process that is on the opportunity object when a record is created or edited. And the criteria is opportunity stage as closed one. So basically now that we have created a new opportunity, what happened? The system actually has triggered this particular process. Because this process gets triggered whenever an opportunity gets created or edited. But then it did not satisfy the criteria because this process is only for opportunity with the stage as closed one. So that is the reason we see that on creating a new opportunity, this particular process has got triggered, but it is a false. Basically, it was not able to execute that particular process. And then again, another process, post to chatter for closed one. Again, this process has got triggered, but then it did not go through because it did not again satisfy the criteria for this particular process. Alright. So what we are trying to understand is whenever we set these trace flags, everything that a particular user does gets recorded in our background. So that we can see it in debug logs. And if we face any issues, that errors also gets logged here. So that is the significance of these debug logs. When we use debug logs, whenever we want to troubleshoot any issues. So here as such we do not have any issue. We just created an opportunity. But whenever we have issues, those errors also gets logged here. So this is the importance of using debug logs. So we have created that test opportunity and then it has tried to execute these process, but then the criteria did not satisfy. So it did not execute those process. And finally it is execution finished, and also it gives you the overall limit usage. Like how many SOQL queries has got executed, SOQL query rows. All these very much we'll be using these SOQL queries very much we'll be using whenever we use Apex, because Salesforce has got limits. The number of limits, the number of SOQL queries that can be used in a particular transaction, SOSL queries, and how many DML statements can be executed. So Salesforce has got so many Apex limits. So if we are working on that, then these data will be helpful to us. So basically debug logs will help us understand all these which happens in the background. So this is how we use debug logs. And these processes we were talking about, sometimes these processes may run into some errors. And whenever an opportunity is created, there may be multiple processes that may happen in the background, right? Validation rules may get triggered, some process builders may get triggered, some Apex triggers may get triggered in the background, and one of the component might fail. So we might not be sure which component exactly failed during that transaction, right? So at those times, debug logs come to rescue. So debug logs will detailedly give you what all happens behind that transaction. So it will be easy for you to debug any issues. Perfect. And now that we know how to configure debug logs and how to use debug logs for troubleshooting issues, we should also be considerate while using debug logs. In fact, Salesforce has got its own limits for debug logs. The debug logs that we generate, it can be only 20 MB or smaller files. So each log must be the maximum of 20 MB. So that is the reason we have, while setting up our debug levels, we have different categories and we have the levels that we need to set for categories. So, we can only set the maximum level for the categories that we are interested in, so that unnecessarily we do not generate bulky debug logs. Whenever you set your debug level, set it according to your requirement. So each debug log, it must be a maximum of 20 MB. So if it is larger than 20 MB, then it basically what happens is they are reduced in size by removing the older log lines, such as, those earlier system.debug statements and all. So those lines will be removed. So your debug logs may not be complete. So, have an eye on your debug level and set it accordingly. And also, while choosing the time frame, also choose only the time frame in which you are doing your testing. The maximum time frame that we can set is 24 hours. We know that. We just did our trace flag using that. But always set it only for that particular time frame when you are doing your testing. If you are doing it only for 10 minutes, just set it only for 10 minutes. So that you do not generate some unnecessary logs. And the other thing is, if you generate more than 1000 MB of debug logs within 15 minutes, in a 15-minute time window, then the trace flags are disabled. They are automatically disabled. And also we get an email notification saying that the trace flag has been disabled. So, don't accumulate a lot of debug logs. And if your org accumulates more than 1000 MB of debug logs, then automatically what happens is other users will not be able to add more trace flags. So whenever this situation happens, what we need to do is we need to just delete off all the older debug logs so that we have space for new debug logs. So never accumulate debug logs. Whenever you have used a debug log for your troubleshooting purpose, just delete them off if you don't need it then and there, so that we don't accumulate unnecessary ones. And for deleting debug logs, it is as simple as this. So here in debug logs, you have this delete option, delete the debug log. That's it. And as a system administrator, always ensure that debug logs do not get accumulated here. So you may need to visit this then and there and see that all the users have deleted the logs accordingly. And you can also ensure that the team does it. Mostly it will be used by developers and administrators. So you can also send out an email communication asking the users not to accumulate debug logs and just delete those unnecessary ones, so that we have space for new debug logs to get generated. And also even during deployments, you can before actually starting any deployment, be sure that there are no debug logs actually with the maximum level set for the Apex code, because again in those cases unnecessary accumulation of debug logs will happen. Because if the Apex in the Apex category, if you have set it to the maximum level, then during deployments the code will get executed and many unnecessary debug logs will get accumulated. So as a system admin, before doing deployment, you can have this also as a check for you. So this is all about debug logs. Basically, this is an excellent tool for live troubleshooting. This is an excellent tool which records everything that you do in a particular time frame. You can see it live. You can do that and immediately come back to debug logs and see what you did basically in that particular time frame. So it is a very excellent tool and it really helps in real time for solving many of your issues that you have in Salesforce. In this section monitoring, the next concept that we are going to discuss about is jobs. In Salesforce, jobs are broadly classified into 4 different types: schedule jobs, Apex jobs, background jobs, and bulk data load jobs. To access all this in Developer Edition, go to Setup, search for jobs. So under Monitor, we have jobs, and we see schedule jobs, Apex jobs, background jobs, bulk data load jobs. So let's understand one by one. So first is schedule jobs. So here as such we do not see any schedule jobs as such because we have not scheduled any jobs. But basically whatever that is listed here, this lists down all the jobs that is scheduled by all of your users. And when we say like all jobs, it includes all your reporting snapshots, all the scheduled Apex jobs, and also the dashboards which are scheduled to refresh. So all these jobs we can see it here. And this gives the information, the complete information about the job. Basically the job name, that is the name of the scheduled job, submitted by, name of the user who submitted the scheduled job, and submitted, date and time at which the scheduled job was originally submitted, started, the date and time at which the scheduled job started, next schedule run, basically the next date and time at which the scheduled job will run. Basically, whenever jobs get scheduled, they get scheduled at particular intervals, right? So this next schedule run is basically show that when the job will run for the next time and what is the type of the scheduled job. So all this information will be listed out here. And only users with the permission, user permission as view, setup and configuration, only those users will be able to monitor the scheduled jobs. So as an admin for monitoring all your scheduled jobs, this is the place for you to come and verify. And you also have permissions to delete off the scheduled jobs if you want to delete them. So this is about scheduled jobs. The next category that we are going to discuss is Apex jobs. So what is Apex jobs? So here in setup, under jobs, you see Apex jobs. Click on Apex jobs. You do not see any Apex jobs as such. This is a developer edition. We do not have any Apex jobs scheduled. But otherwise in real time, yes, you see Apex jobs. Basically, this lists down all the Apex jobs that have been submitted for execution, which includes those that have completed execution and also those that are not yet finished. So both are listed here. And how do we know if a job is completed or not? Using this column that is called as status. So if the status is completed, it means a job is completed. And if the status is failed, it means the job has experienced some system failure. And if the status says aborted, it means the job was aborted by some user. If it says processing, it means the job is still under process. And if it is queued, it means it is awaiting execution. So the status has got different values for the jobs based on the stage in which the particular job is. So based on that, we can see that whether the job is completed or if it is in process or if it has failed. And also for those jobs that have not yet finished executing, we will not have values for this total batches and batches processed, because it is still under process, right? So only for those jobs which are completed, we'll have values here, like how many batches have been processed and how many, what are the total number of batches. But otherwise, we'll not have values here. So that also indicates that the job is not completed. And this is very much applicable for the batch Apex jobs. What happens in batch Apex is that the records in a batch Apex, they are basically split into batches. So it will tell us what are the total number of batches executed and how many batches were basically processed. And if error happens during this batch process, then what happens is we can check this status detail column. This status detail column, it gives us a short description of the first error. But it will not give a detailed description, but a more detailed description of that error will be emailed to the user who modified the batch class. And in most scenarios, it will be the developer or the administrator. So this is all about the Apex jobs. The next category that we are going to discuss is background jobs. Similarly, for background jobs, go to setup, check for background jobs. And this will list down all the background jobs that happens. And more like it will be about the sharing recalculation whenever the OWD changes or whenever you are implementing territory management and the sharing recalculation happens. So all those times the jobs will be executed and those jobs will be listed down here. In fact, we already got a glimpse about this concept when we were learning OWD. Whenever we change the OWD of a particular object, it doesn't happen immediately, right? What happens is based on the data load, based on the volume of data that is there in your org, OWD takes time. So the process runs asynchronously in the background. So at that time, if you come here and see, automatically a job will get listed down here. And when the OWD is complete, when the change is complete, here also the status will get completed and an email notification will also be sent, right? So this we very much understood when we were learning about OWD in part 1 of this course. So those all kind of the sharing recalculation, all those will be listed here. So this is about background jobs. And the last category is bulk data load jobs. Similarly, for bulk data load jobs, go to setup, bulk data load jobs. This bulk data load jobs is very much with a data activity that we do. So whenever we use a data loader for mass import or mass export or for all other data activities, then we come here to check the status of our load jobs. So that's what it says here. These jobs are created by data loader and other bulk API client applications. So whenever we work with the data, this is the place for us to come and check the status of our jobs. And here we have two sections. One is in progress, which lists down all the jobs which are in progress, and the other is completed last 7 days. It will list down all the jobs that were completed in the last 7 days. And here this is the job ID. So job ID means the ID of that. It is a unique ID of that job. Submitted by, who submitted, start time, end time, and the status of the job. So in what status the job is, whether it is completed or it is errored out. The common values are complete, meaning the job is complete, or failed, whenever the job is failed, or aborted, if the job has been aborted. Some other values are that we can see here are open and close. Open means the job is created. However, we can add data to the job, and closed means like we cannot add data to the job. So these are some of the values, various values that we can have for this status field, and depending on that we can understand the status of our job. And then the job type. So basically job type meaning the general API type like version 1.0, 2.0 like that. And operation. So this is one important column out here. So operation means what is the operation basically? Whether it is a delete job or an insert job or an upsert job or an update job or a delete job, like what is the operation of that particular job? So that is specified in the operation column. And object is in which particular object the job is being processed, and records processed. You know, how many records were processed, how many records failed, and what is the total time that was taken to complete that particular job. So in short, like all the details about the job, it is recorded here. So this is one point where you can come and verify all the data load jobs that you have completed and which are all those which are in progress. So these are the different categories of jobs that we have in Salesforce. Schedule jobs, apex jobs, background jobs, bulk data load jobs. So as a senior admin, whenever you want to get more information about jobs, be it for monitoring or be it for troubleshooting, so this is the place where you refer to. Depending upon the type of jobs, you can refer to for schedule jobs or apex jobs or background jobs or for data load jobs. The next concept that we are going to discuss about is outbound messages. Outbound messages, again, it falls under a monitoring. And what is outbound message? Outbound message basically, as the name says, it's outbound, right? Meaning it sends information to some designated endpoint, like any external service. And how can you associate outbound messages? You can associate outbound messages with workflow rules or approval process or entitlement process. So these are some of the ways how you can associate your outbound messages. And whenever you send outbound messages, how do you monitor them? You can monitor outbound messages. Salesforce. Go to setup, outbound messages. Under monitor, you have outbound messages. So go for it. Right now, we do not see any messages actually which are delivered or which is in process. But in real time, whenever we configure and when we send outbound messages, this is the place for you to come and verify the status of your outbound messages. So let's consider some scenario. Say for example, you are connected with some external server, all right, and you are sending out and there is a field change happening. So how do you communicate that field change with your external server? You send outbound messages. So when we create this outbound message, say from a workflow or approval process, whenever we trigger this outbound message, a message is sent to the endpoint URL of that external server. And what that message contains? The message contains the field update. So once the message is received at the endpoint URL, it processes the outbound message. It basically uses the outbound messaging WSDL. And here when it is received at the endpoint URL, it may be a success. It may be received at the endpoint and it may process the message. Or if the endpoint URL is unavailable, then it stays in the queue for about 24 hours. And even after 24 hours, like if it is not able to deliver the message, then the messages are dropped. So this is the high level life cycle of an outbound message. And here you can verify the status of your messages. So next items for delivery, meaning those messages which are awaiting delivery. And oldest failures. So oldest failures meaning it has not yet been deleted because those have not been delivered and it is not 24 hours old. Meaning the messages have not been delivered due to some reason and it is not 24 hours old. So it is still being logged here. And it will give you the message ID and which object it is related to and how many attempts were made and when what is created and when is the next attempt and what is the reason behind the failure. And as an admin, when we see that the outbound messages are getting failed, when we see those messages here, what we need to do is we need to go to that respective workflow rule or the approval process which triggered the outbound message. And we need to analyze the action which actually triggered the outbound message. So we can understand where that failure may be. And next time if you want to retry sending the message, what you can do is there will be a retry link because we do not have messages out here. I'm not able to show that, but otherwise there will be a retry link. Once you click on that retry, what happens is the message that is here, which is in the failure section, will automatically move to the next items for delivery. The retry will happen synchronously, meaning immediately it will try to resend the message. So from the message which was listed as a failure would be then moved to next items for delivery and it will remain there for the next 24 hours and it will retry to deliver that message. And as an admin, if you want to delete any message, then you will also have that a delete link. Using that you can permanently delete any outbound message from this queue. And for viewing all these, users must have modify all data permission. Generally, administrators and developers will have that. Only those users will be able to view the status of the outbound messages. So this is all about outbound messaging. The next concept that we are going to talk about is time-based workflow rules. So what is a time-based workflows? Time-based workflows, as the name says, they are time-based. So basically whenever there is a requirement that an action needs to be performed after a specific period of time, then we go for time-based workflows. In fact, it is just like our regular workflows, but just that the actions take place after a specific period of time. We can cite many examples for that. Say for example, send out an email for feedback after a case is closed, after 1 hour after the case is closed, or send out a follow-up email to the opportunity owner after 3 days the opportunity is created, or do a field update after some particular action happens. So, or sending out outbound messages also. So basically all the workflow actions, they are supported in time-based workflows as well. But just that the time-based workflow actions, they take place after a specific period of time. So that is called as time-based workflows. Now let's go to our Salesforce org and try creating a time-based workflow. This is our Salesforce org. Go for workflow rules. And under workflow rules, we do not have as such any rules defined. Let's create a new workflow rule. Choose any object. In our scenario, let's choose opportunities or even cases or contacts, like whichever object you want to choose. Let me choose opportunity and given a rule name and a description. I have given a rule name and description. Basically, this workflow rule we are creating to send a follow-up email to the opportunity owner after 3 days the opportunity is created. Basically, if no action is taken, then a follow-up email should be sent to the opportunity owner. And here do note that the time-based actions we can attach only to the workflows where the evaluation criteria is either created or created and anytime it is edited to subsequently meet criteria. Only in these two evaluation criteria we can add time-based actions, and not in the second one, that is created and every time it is edited. So in our scenario, it is only creation. So let me say follow-up email after email creation. So let me just choose created. And next is the rule criteria. So let me say opportunity type equals new customer, save and next. And here we'll be defining our workflow actions. And you can see there are two different type of actions. One is immediate workflow actions, which gets executed immediately after the criteria is satisfied. The second one is the time dependent workflow actions. Now let's create a time dependent workflow action. So here go to add time trigger. And then we need to set up the days. Say for example 3 days after opportunity created date. Save. And we have added the time trigger. Now let's add the workflow actions. So what are all the actions that need to take place? The workflow actions that we see here are actually the same actions that we can add in immediate workflow actions as well. In immediate workflow actions also, we can create a new task, email alert, field update and outbound message. Similarly, for time dependent also, we have all the options available. And here in this scenario, let's choose email alert. So fill in the details here. I have filled in the details. I have chosen a test email template, that is just a test template. I have chosen it just for our sample purpose. And then I have selected the opportunity owner. And then save. Okay, there is an error popping up saying that it already exists. Okay, workflow rule. Let's try to save this. Perfect. So now we have created one action, that is sending email to the opportunity owner, and that comes with a time trigger. What is the time trigger? 3 days after opportunity is created. And if you want to edit, you can edit it here, and if you want to delete, you can delete the time trigger. So now we have created a workflow rule with a time dependent workflow action. And while creating this, let me choose edit. And while setting up this time trigger, we can see that we can set it up only for days and hours. We cannot set it up for minutes or seconds. Only these two options, days, hours, are available. Once we are done configuring this time dependent workflow, click done. Perfect. And let's activate our workflow rule. Awesome. Automation settings in place so that automatically whenever it sends out system generated emails, it reaches the appropriate user. Generally in real time we have the developer or the administrator as the default users. So here also let me choose this. Save. Perfect. So now that we have a workflow rule in place, and that a time dependent workflow action is also added to it. And now that we have these time triggers in place, if you ask me where do we actually go and check the pending time dependent workflow actions, then go to setup, go for time based workflows. It will be under monitor. So here it will list down all the time based actions that are pending to be executed. And now you can see that there are no actions as such pending. Why? Because we have only created a workflow rule with a time-based action. But the criteria is not yet satisfied, meaning Only when an opportunity is created, that time-based workflow action will get triggered. Alright, but after we created that workflow rule, as such no opportunity was created. So that is the reason we are not able to see it here. So this also we need to note. Workflow rules are not triggered retroactively. Meaning, if you create a rule now, the rules are not applied to previously created records. So that is why for all the previously created opportunities, this rule will not apply. This rule will only apply to opportunities created from now. So only for the future opportunities. So now let's try to trigger this workflow rule by creating a new opportunity. So go for opportunities. Let me try to create a new opportunity. Say my test opportunity. Choose a date. Choose a stage. Test. Save. Now that the opportunity is created, the workflow rule would have got triggered. So as the workflow rule has got triggered, automatically the time-based workflow action would also have got triggered. And how do we check that? We go back to the same monitor time-based workflows. And if you refresh the page, and when you give the object as opportunity, you should be able to see the workflow action that is pending. So you can see that for this opportunity, the workflow rule name is this, and the scheduled date is basically 3 days after today. So that is why, today is the 23rd and it is saying 26th because we have given 3 days after created date. So all your time-based actions will be queued here. If you go to monitor time-based workflows, you should be able to see all your time-based actions that are pending. So here at the scheduled date, that is 26th of June, that email alert would get emailed to the opportunity owner. Alright, so this is a straightforward scenario. Like after 3 days, the opportunity owner will get an email alert. But just in case, in the meantime, within that 3 days time period, if the criteria is not satisfied, so what is our criteria? Our criteria is that the opportunity type should be new customer, right? So that is our criteria. In the meantime, if the criteria is changed to a different type in such a way that the criteria is not satisfied, saying let me edit it and let me change the type to some other different type and save it. Alright, so this record no longer satisfies the criteria for that workflow rule. So in that scenario, what happens is automatically, so it is no longer there. So in this scenario, what happens is automatically Salesforce removes the time dependent actions that are queued for that record. Similarly, even if the record gets deleted, so we now created an opportunity that triggered this workflow action, right? So in this three days time period, if that opportunity record gets deleted, even in that scenario, automatically Salesforce would remove all the time dependent actions. So this is about a time-based workflow, and in our example, we considered an requirement wherein when an opportunity is created, one time-based action has to take place. Similarly, we can also consider another requirement wherein we can say that the evaluation criteria is created and subsequently when edited to meet the criteria, right? Under these two circumstances, we will be able to create time-based actions. So, if the workflow rule was in the other criteria, basically created and subsequently edited to meet the criteria. Even in that scenario, when a particular record triggers the workflow action and if the time trigger gets triggered, then it would automatically appear here. And in a similar scenario, within that particular time frame, say for example, the time trigger is within 2 days. So within the 2 days, if the criteria is not met, the record is updated in such a way that the criteria is no longer met, then in that scenario also automatically these time-based actions would be removed. But the difference is that when the criteria is set to created and anytime subsequently meet criteria, it is possible to bring that workflow action again when the record is again updated in such a way that it meets the criteria. So say for example, the criteria is type equals customer. So when we create an opportunity and like the type equals customer, so automatically we'll get a time trigger here. And within the 2-day time period, if we change the type from new customer to a different type, it means the record is no longer meeting the criteria. So in that scenario, the time trigger will be automatically removed from here. But then later on, again, if you update the record to again type equals new customer in such a way that it meets the criteria, then again like the time-based workflow action will be added out here. But that is only when the evaluation criteria is created and anytime it is edited to subsequently meet the criteria, but not in created. That is the first option. The one that we actually discussed was the first option, that is created. But only when it is created and later on if the criteria is updated in such a way that it no longer meets the criteria, then in that case the action would be removed and it can no longer be added again. So this is all about time-based workflows. The final concept that we are going to discuss about in this monitoring section is API usage notification. So what is this API usage notification? As the name says, it is notifying the administrator about the API usage. So API usage meaning the number of API requests made in a specified span of hours. So that is the API usage here. So if your org or whenever your org exceeds a specified limit for the number of API requests made in a specified span of hours, then administrator will receive an email notification about that. That is called as API usage notifications. And how do you check it out? Go to setup. Under monitor, you would be able to see API usage notifications. Go to API usage notifications and we haven't defined any as such. Let's create a new one. Here we need to specify who receives it. Generally the administrator or the developer. So you can choose the user who would receive that email notification. And you need to specify what is the threshold percentage. So if the API usage exceeds this threshold percentage, then an email notification will be sent. And we also need to specify what is the interval in which the emails has to be sent. The maximum is 24 hours, but the lesser than that also, if you want, you can define that. So once the threshold percentage is exceeded, this notification will be sent once per this per this interval. So in this scenario, it is 24 hours. So once in 24 hours, the email would be sent if the threshold percentage is exceeded. This is how you define your API usage notification. And once you set it, whenever the threshold percentage exceeds the defined percentage, 85% in our scenario, then automatically notifications would be sent to the notification recipient. So this is how you use the API usage notification functionality. And by using this, the system administrator or the senior admin in the team, they will get an understanding in case if the API usage exceeds a particular percentage. So we needn't basically go and check it every time. Automatically we'll get an email notification so that we can take appropriate actions. You have done a great job completing the previous sections. Now let's move on to the next section on content management. Let's take a quick look at the exam guide. So content management, the weightage is 3%. I think this is the one with the least weightage here. 3%. 3% meaning around 2 or 3 questions you get from this section. And here they talk about Salesforce content. Let's go to our Udemy course. And here let me show you what are all the various topics that we have covered in this particular section. Content management, I have basically split that into 3 sections. So in the first section, basically we'll talk about what is content management, how to use attachments, how to use documents, what is Salesforce knowledge, how do you add Google Docs, and we'll also talk about Salesforce files. And there is another section on content management that completely talks about Salesforce CRM content. Right from introduction and how to configure that, how to use that, everything we'll be learning in the next section on content management. So yes, it is pretty much a detailed learning. Happy learning, guys. Content management. So what is content management? As the name says, content management means managing content. So how do you manage content in Salesforce? So when we say content, it includes all your files, documents, information, everything. So how do you access all this information in Salesforce? How do you manage them? How do you create them? How do you save them? And how do you access them? So all this is content management. So when we say content management, you can very much relate it to your hard drive or how you access data, how you access your files in your laptop. We create folders, right? We have separate drives and we create folders, and within folders we save those respective documents and files. And why do we do that? For easy retrieval, right? So if I want to retrieve a particular file which is related to my work, I know which folder I need to refer to. If I want to retrieve some information, some personal information, I know which folder I need to refer to. If I want to store some pictures, then I create a separate folder for that. So when I want to retrieve some pictures, I exactly know which folder I need to go to retrieve my pictures, right? So this is what we do in real time. Similarly, content management is related to Salesforce. In Salesforce, how do we create, manage all of our files and content and other information so that we can retrieve them easily whenever we need for? So that is the whole concept of content management, managing content. In Salesforce, we have different options to manage content efficiently. And the options that we are going to discuss about in this particular section are attachments, documents, Salesforce knowledge, Salesforce CRM content, how to add Google Docs to Salesforce, and Salesforce files. So these are some of the various options that Salesforce offers to manage content efficiently in Salesforce. In this section, we will go over all these individual options that are available in detail. But now, let's get a high-level understanding about the various options that are available and how they differ from each other. First comes attachments. So attachments, as a senior admin, we have very much used attachments in real time, right? We have attachments for many of the objects. So attachments are basically attaching files to records, right? We have very much encountered that, and we have a related list called as notes and attachments. And using that related list, we can attach documents to records. Basically, we can say that this is the simplest way of managing content in Salesforce. That is attachments. Whereas documents, they are used for storing materials and other resources in folders. We directly do not attach them to records. We basically maintain them in folders. So that is documents. So Salesforce knowledge is a little better and bigger version wherein we create a knowledge base and there we create and manage all our content. And Salesforce CRM content, it is basically for sharing official corporate files with other team members and how we deliver them to customers. And Salesforce files is mainly how do we maintain this files in the cloud. So that is the concept of Salesforce files, and that is in Lightning. So throughout all these options, we can see that it supports all file types. There is no restriction in file types in any of these options. But the file size, the maximum size of the file that we can maintain, that differs. In attachments, the maximum file size is 25 MB for file attachments and 2 GB for feed attachments. And in documents, the maximum file size is 5 MB. Salesforce knowledge also, it's 5 MB. In Salesforce CRM content, we can maintain up to 2 GB of file size. Similarly, in Salesforce files as well, you can have maximum of 2 GBs of files. So this gives a high-level overview of the different options that we are going to talk about in this section, how they differ from each other, and what are all the common factors between them. So in the upcoming sections, we will go to each of the options and understand how we can manage content using them. In this session, let's talk about attachments. Attachments, we know it is one of the options that is available to us to maintain content in Salesforce. The first and the simplest option. Attachment, basically we use attachments whenever we want to attach files to records. And how do we do that? From the records related list. So if we go to the detail page of any record, there we'll have a related list, notes and attachments, and using that we can attach files to records. And here, as it says, it supports all file types, and the file attachments can be a maximum of 25 MB, and the feed attachments can be a maximum of 2 GB size. So basically, attachments is a very powerful way to collaborate and to stay organized with all our files that are attached to records. And how do we do that? Go to your developer org, go to any object, let me say opportunities, go to any test record, and here in the detail page, check for notes and attachments. You do not see a related list, right? Yes. So if you do not see a related list called as notes and attachments, what we need to do is go to the page layout, add notes and attachments from the related list. So you see notes and attachments. First, drag and drop it in the layout. Save. And now notes and attachments are available in the page layout of that particular object. So using this related list, we can attach files to this specific record. To attach a file to this record, click on Attach File button. So here it shows you 3 steps. First is choose your file, then attach your file, and once you are done attaching all the necessary files, click Done. So first, choose your file. So click on the Choose File button. Attach all the documents that you need to attach, and then attach the file. So the first document is attached now. The next document is attached. The next document is attached. So basically, whenever you want to attach multiple files, you have to select basically all the files individually and then upload it. And finally, when you attach all the necessary files, click Done. So basically here we attached 3 documents and we are able to see all the 3 documents here. So one is a text file, the other is a PDF document, the other is a PPT. So basically, as we see here, we can attach different file types here. So it can be your Microsoft Office documents, or it can be your Adobe PDFs, or images, or videos. So all these file types we can attach in notes and attachments. And this process that we used for attaching files here to the records, this we did it manually. Alternatively, you can also use a data loader to upload files to records like this. By that way, you can basically upload multiple and bulk documents to records. And whenever you access this record, if you go to the notes and attachments, you always see those respective documents attached and you can access them. So this is how our legacy notes and attachments work. How we use a related list and how we attach files to records. But later on in 2017 and 2018, Salesforce upgraded this concept in multiple releases, and now we have a new concept that is called as files. So how do we access files? Go to Edit Layout, and here go to the related list, and here you see files. Attach files to the layout, save the layout, and here you see files. So here you can use the upload files and you can upload files to attach to the record. and it is highly recommended that we use this files related list and use the upload files button to attach files to records. So Salesforce does not recommend using the legacy notes and attachments related list to create new notes and files. Rather, they recommend using files related list to upload new files and attach it to record. This is the beauty of Salesforce, right? They do not stand still. They keep upgrading themselves. Salesforce becomes better and better each and every day. So this is one example. Previously we had notes and attachments, and now they have upgraded to an even more better concept called as files, and you can use this upload files button and upload files here. And all the files that you upload here, it will automatically become Salesforce files. Then if you ask me why this notes and attachments related list is still here, you can use that. You can use notes and attachment to access your previously attached notes and attachments, but for creating new ones, go for files. In fact, this is also one of your job responsibility as a senior admin. As a senior admin, you should keep educating yourselves with the latest features in Salesforce, and you should also educate your team about the latest versions, tools, and techniques that are introduced in Salesforce. In this session, let's talk about documents. In fact, documents is also one of the other options that we have in Salesforce to maintain our files and other documents in Salesforce. In the previous lecture, we understood about attachments, how to configure attachments, how to pull that in the related list, how to attach files, and then how do we attach that to records. And we also discussed about the newer version of using files instead of attachments. So similarly, documents is another option that we have in Salesforce for maintaining our content in Salesforce. So here documents, we use documents for storing all our web resources and other materials, but we do not directly attach them to records. Similar to attachments, documents also supports all file types, and the maximum file size is 5 MB. Now let's go to our Salesforce developer org, and let's try to understand how to configure this documents. Now that we have logged in as a system admin, so we'll have automatic access to documents. So for accessing documents, first let's add the tab here. You can see Documents tab is added. Go for Documents. But now that I have logged in as a system admin, so automatically I have got access to this documents. But otherwise, in real time, for other users who are not system admins, we have to explicitly provide access. Only then they'll be able to access documents. So to replicate that scenario, what I'm going to do is, let's log in as the second user, and then we'll provide explicit access, and then we'll understand how to get access to documents. So let's log in as user 2. Now I have logged in as user 2. So why I have logged in as user 2? So that we can get a better learning experience, because Salesforce administrators have access to everything in the Salesforce org. So we might not be able to differentiate who has access and who does not have access. So I have logged in as user 2 with a custom profile, so that we can learn from scratch how to get access to documents and how to use documents. So here I have logged in as user 2. Let's try to add the Documents tab. We do not see documents here, right? Meaning this user does not have access to documents. So what we need to do is, similar to objects, we need to give access to documents as well. So for giving access, log in as a system administrator, go to this particular user's profile, and let's give access. Now I have logged in as the system administrator, and this is the profile, custom sales profile. So this is the profile of user 2. So now what we are going to do is, we are going to check the access level for this user for documents. So go for objects, the standard objects, and in standard objects, you see the other standard objects, and there you also see documents. And you see that this user does not have access to documents. So what let's do is, Let's edit the profile and provide read access and also create access. Alright, so we have basically given read and create access to this profile, so that now if I log in as user 2, ideally I should be able to see the documents tab. So let me log in as user 2. I have logged in as user 2 now. Let's try to add the tab documents, and now we see documents. Why? Because the user 2 has been given access to documents through the profile. So here we see documents. So go to documents. Perfect. So this is the place where you have access to all the documents which are uploaded here. So if a user comes and tells you that he is not able to access documents, then access might be the issue. And here you see only one folder called as My Personal Documents, and also for the field audit trial. So let's go to My Personal Documents. So My Personal Documents, as the name says, these are all the documents that you have created for yourself. So other users in the org will not be able to access your personal documents. So here you can click on new document and you can attach documents. Give the document name and indicate if document is internal. Document is internal basically tells you that this is an internal document within the org, and it is not advised to share this document with other external users. This is a personal document that is separate, but otherwise those documents which you share with other users, those documents when you mark it as internal, so other users will also know that this is an internal document which is specific to the org, which is specific to the company, and which should not be basically shared with other external users. So that is the functionality of this internal. So if you want to mark it internal depending on the document, yes, you can do that. Give a meaningful description, give some keywords if necessary, which will be useful when you search for the document. And you can also, either you can give some path, the URL to capture that, or you can upload the document as such. So choose file, save. Perfect. So now our document is created, and if you view file, you will be able to see the document. And okay, it just has plain text, that is a test. Perfect. So first, now that we have created one document under My Personal Documents, let me go back to list. So as user 2, now what I have done is under My Personal Documents, like I have added documents that I need for my own personal reference. Similarly, all the users with at least the read permissions, they'll have access to documents and they can access My Personal Documents. But as a system administrator, you have additional access to create folders here, and you can share that with other users so that they can access those documents. So let me again log in as the system administrator, and let's try to create new folders. Now I have logged in as a system administrator. You see that I have this option of create new folder. So create new folder, and basically when we create folders in documents, apart from giving the name and the other details, we also need to give the folder access, read only access or read write access. So basically if you say read only access, those documents under this particular folder, users will only be able to read those documents. And if you provide read write access, the users who have access to those documents will be able to read and edit the documents. So for our purpose of understanding, let me just give a label and a name. I've just given read only folder. It may not be logical because in real time we give the actual purpose of the folder. Say for example, marketing, sales documents, like that. But for our purpose of understanding, I've just named it as a read only folder. And here you also can choose the folder should be accessible by which all users. Alright, so if you want some specific set of users, you can choose by groups or roles and subordinates and all these. If you want to give access to all the users, you can give access to all the users also. So we can create folders like this. So I have created a read-only folder. Similarly, you can create other folders as well. Let me also create one more folder and let me say a read-write folder. And here also you can choose which all users should access the documents within this folder. And here I have given the folder access to be read-write. So basically the documents in this folder, users will be able to read and write those documents. And save. Perfect. So we have created two folders. One is the read-only folder, the other is a read-write folder. You can ignore this basically. This is part of the app that we installed earlier. So my personal documents are basically documents that is specific to the user. That is specific to you. Nobody else can have access to those documents. But the other folders that you create, other users can have access depending upon how it is configured. If only read-only access is given, only read-only access. If only read-write access is given, then only read-write access. So let me go to the read-only folder and let me try to create a document within that. Similarly, give a name and see if it is an internal document or not. Give a proper description, add keywords appropriately, and also choose the file to upload. I have given all the necessary details here. I have marked it as internal so that other users will also know that this is an internal document and should not be shared with external users. And once you are done creating everything, click on save. Perfect. So our read document is created. Alright, and where it is created under a read-only folder. Let me go back to documents. And in read-only folder, like you see documents here. And as I mentioned before, in real time, you will not have this read-only folder and all. Instead, you will have folders like sales or marketing or user training or with respect to a particular module or something like that. So those kind of folders only you will be having in real time. And though you can also give the links of these folders to users so they can directly access them. And at the same time, you can also email these documents. You can click on email, and how you just send your regular email, you can email these documents to users. And this being a read-only folder, users will only have a read access to these documents, basically to all the documents within this particular folder. But the access to the document is not only determined by the folder access. The folder access here is a read-only, but my access to the document inside this is not only determined by this folder access, it is also determined by my baseline access given in the profiles. Alright, so the access given to my profile plus the folder access. So both decides what is the level of access that I have to the documents. For your ease of understanding, I have sorted down all of the different possibilities so that we can understand this concept better. First is in the profile level. So I am a user. Alright, do not consider a system admin who has access to everything in the org. I am just a regular user with a custom profile, and there as in the profile level, I do not have access to these documents. Absolutely no access. No create, no read, no edit, no delete. So irrespective of the access that I have from documents, be it a read-only folder or a read-write folder, I will not be able to access it. In fact, a person with no access will not even be able to access the documents tab. Right? And next is the read. So in the profile level, if I have read access, and in the document level, I have either be it read-only or read-write. But in the profile, I have only read access. So I can read all the documents, I can email all the documents, but I can't create new ones, and I can't edit or delete existing documents. The folder may say read-write folder. The folder may provide a read-write access. However, my profile does give me only read access, so in spite of the folder having read-write access, I'll still not be able to edit. I'll still be able only to read the documents. The third scenario is a read plus create. So in the profile level, if I have read and create, and in the document access, if it is read only or read write, then I can read all the documents, email all the documents, I can create new ones because my profile permissions allows me to create new records, create new documents basically. But I can't edit existing documents. Why? Because my profile doesn't give me that permission. And I can't delete also. My profile again doesn't let me delete documents. And in the profile level, if I have read, create and edit, for read-only folders, what happens? I can read, email, I can create new ones. I can't edit existing documents. Right? Because though my profile allows edit permissions, the folder is basically a read-only folder. So though I have edit permissions, I'll still not be able to edit the existing documents, and I can't delete it as well. But for read-write folders, folders with read-write permissions, I can read, email, I can create new ones, I can edit existing documents, but I can't delete those. And if I have all the permissions at my profile level, for read-only folders, still I can only read and email them. I can create new documents, yes, but I can't edit or delete. And for read-write folders, I can read, email, create new ones, edit existing ones, and also delete existing documents. So this is basically the combination how it works depending upon the access that you have in your profile level and the access that you have at the document level, basically the folder level. So a combination of these gives you the final access to the documents. So this is about documents, like how you can create new documents and how you can access documents. And when we talk about this, there is also one other concept that I would like to share with you. In case you want to set a restriction for the files that are being uploaded, like which you may think may be of a potential risk, like .html files, HTM, HTT, you can set an exception as well. For setting that, go to Setup, search for File Upload and Download Security, and here you can specify do not allow HTML uploads as attachments or document records. So if you select this option, then users will not be able to upload attachments with extension as .html, HTM, HTT and all these. Basically, for more security. So this is also one good information here that we need to know. And this is all about documents. So documents, once you have all your documents here, you can very much use it in your Salesforce org. You can use it in email templates. You can provide the document links in other places so that users can access those. You can provide training materials, user training documents. You can upload it here and you can share it with your users. So there are a number of ways like wherein you can access your documents and use it with your Salesforce users. Salesforce Knowledge is another option of content management in Salesforce. This concept of Salesforce Knowledge we have discussed in detail in the section Service Cloud Applications. Just in order to avoid having redundant videos in multiple locations, what I did is I have just uploaded Salesforce Knowledge related detailed discussions under the section Service Cloud Applications. So go check it out in Service Cloud Applications. You will be able to find our detailed discussion regarding this particular topic. Thank you. Awesome. So the next concept that we are going to understand about is how to use Google Docs and how to add Google Docs to Salesforce. In the previous sessions, we understood about different methods of maintaining content in Salesforce, and this is also one such method, how to actually use our Google Docs to Salesforce. So for enabling Google Docs in Salesforce, go to Settings, go for Google App Settings, and there you should see the settings for configuring Google Apps. So here, as you see, it is not yet configured. So click Edit. You need to give the administrative contact and the Google Apps domain. So let me give gmail.com and save. And here, if you want to add Google Docs to Salesforce.com, you need to activate this. So activate this service add Google Docs to Salesforce feature. Perfect. So as simple as this. So now what we have done, we have configured Google Apps domain and we have activated the service. What service? Adding Google Docs to Salesforce.com. So the configuration and the settings is pretty simple, straightforward. So once you configure this and activate your service, then you will be able to use Google Docs to your Salesforce.com. Once we have enabled this, let's go and check it out how to use that feature. Now take any object. Let's go for opportunities. And here you see notes and attachments, right? So previously, before enabling Google Docs, you would only see notes and attachments here. You wouldn't see Google Docs. But now, after you have enabled Add Google Docs to Salesforce service, you should be able to see an additional option, that is adding Google Docs. So enabling that service basically enables you to attach Google Docs to your records on top of the notes and attachments. So add Google Doc, and here you need to give the Google Doc name and the URL. So the Google Doc name, let me say opportunity, my first Google Doc, and here you need to give the Google Doc URL. So how do we get it? Basically log into docs.google.com, log in with your ID and use your password and pick any document that you want to attach it to this record. This is the test document that I have taken, and this is already uploaded in docs.google.com. So for attaching this document to your opportunity, you would see the share button. So click on the share button, and there when you click the get shareable link, that shareable link you will be able to copy that, and this link you should use it in your opportunity record. So I have copied this link and I'm going to use this link in my Google Doc URL. Save. That's it. As simple as that. So now if you see, you have attached that Google Doc to your opportunity record. And I can view this Google Doc here. So anyone who has access to this record and access to this notes and attachments, they'll be able to see this Google Doc here. So this is how you attach Google Docs to object records. So this is the first part. The second part is, how do we use this Google Docs to our libraries? How do we use that in libraries? In our previous sessions, we understood about Salesforce CRM content, having libraries, adding content to libraries and all these, alright? Now after enabling this feature, what is the difference? After enabling this feature, you would be able to add Google Docs as well to your libraries. So if you see this, we have an additional button here, add Google Doc. Previously we did not have this. So in a similar fashion, add Google Doc, give the URL name, contribute, and then choose the library, publish. As simple as that. So now this Google Doc, it is attached to your libraries as well. So once you enable that feature, add Google Docs to Salesforce, you would be able to add Google Docs to your objects as well as to your libraries. And when you refresh the page, you should be able to see it here. And I think by mistake I gave the title as the URL. Yeah, you can very much edit that, no problem. But this is how you add Google Docs to libraries. Perfect. So when we use this service, there are a couple of pointers that we need to understand. Now that we have enabled the service and we are able to add Google Docs to objects as well as to libraries, and we also tested them out, it works perfectly fine. And once after you do this, what will happen if you disable that service? Alright, so now that the Google Docs are attached here, what will happen if you disable that service? So for objects, basically what happens is, if you disable the service, all your Google Doc references from the notes and attachments, it will all be removed. But if you enable the service again within 30 days, all those documents in the notes and attachments related list, all those Google documents will be restored. So within the 30-day time period, if you re-enable the service, then all your Google Docs will be restored. That is for the objects. But here in libraries, if you disable your Google Docs, then automatically all the Google Docs references will be removed and you cannot retrieve them. So basically when you disable the service in object, there is a possibility of retrieval. However, in libraries, when you disable the service, all the document references is gone. So this is about adding Google Docs to Salesforce.com. The final concept that we are going to talk about in this section is about Salesforce files. So Salesforce files, as we know, it is also one of the options that is available to us to maintain our content efficiently in Salesforce. And how it differs, basically Salesforce files, we can use it for uploading, storing, finding and sharing information, and we can also collaborate with other users, and we can also collaborate the Salesforce files in the cloud. It supports all file types and the maximum file size is 2 GB. So how do we access Salesforce files? To access Salesforce files, go to your developer org. When you add the tabs, you should be able to see the Files tab. So add the Files tab, save it, go to Files. You should be able to see all the documents here. Basically, all the documents that you uploaded under libraries, you would be able to view it under Files. And now, we may get a question like, we already have Salesforce CRM content. And in Salesforce CRM content, we were able to have libraries, we were able to add contents within that, version control, content delivery, everything, right? And why do we have files now? What's the difference? And we should understand the difference. So the main difference is that Salesforce CRM content needs separate licenses. That is the Salesforce CRM content user licenses. So only after you get those licenses, you will be able to use Salesforce CRM content. Whereas this files which we are talking about now, this does not need any separate licenses. You just get it with your standard license. So you do not need to get any separate license for accessing files, but you need a separate one for accessing Salesforce CRM content. So it is up to your business to decide on whether to move with Salesforce CRM content or with files. And while talking about the functionality, Salesforce CRM content, it gives more security and more flexibility. Whereas in files, you do not have that much of flexibility in the functionality, but still, yeah, files is definitely a good option too. And mainly, when we talk about delivering the content, while using Salesforce CRM content, you have options of having password security and time limit security, that is the expiration date, and downloadable URL for external users. All these you can do only in Salesforce CRM content. You will not be able to use it in files. So basically, I would say Salesforce CRM content is a much flexible and versatile solution when compared to files. However, it comes with a license. So it is up to you to take a call on that. The other main difference is that files we can access that in Lightning as well. And Salesforce, with many releases, they are upgrading that. So maybe files may be the future of content management. We have to wait and watch. For accessing files in Lightning Experience, go to switch to Lightning Experience. And there you should be able to see the files owned by me, shared with me, the recent ones, the libraries and all this. So basically, these are the various options that are available out to you. And as a senior admin, based on your business requirements, you need to take a call on which content management option would be best for your business. The next topic that we are going to talk about is Salesforce CRM content. And we know Salesforce CRM content is one of the options available to us in Salesforce for efficiently maintaining our contents. In fact, using Salesforce CRM content, we can very efficiently organize, share, search and manage content within our Salesforce org and across other key areas of Salesforce. Like other options in Salesforce CRM content as well, we can use all different file types from traditional business documents such as Microsoft PowerPoint presentations to audio files, video files, web pages, Google Docs. So basically it supports all different file types. And here the maximum file size is 2 GB. And what basically differentiates this Salesforce CRM content from other options is that its efficiency and user friendliness in all of the tasks that is involved in maintaining the Salesforce CRM content, like organizing the content, searching the content, subscribing to content, previewing content, contributing content. In all of these tasks, Salesforce CRM content, it is very user friendly and it is very efficient as well. Perfect. Now we have got a good introduction about Salesforce CRM content. Let's go to Salesforce Developer org and let's configure our CRM content. For enabling Salesforce CRM content feature, go to your Developer org, search for CRM content, go to Settings, CRM content, and we see that this is already enabled. And if it is not enabled, use this and enable Salesforce CRM content. Yes. You can enable Salesforce CRM content, thereby this feature will be enabled for your org. Next, after we enable this, the next important thing that we need to note is about assigning the feature licenses. Auto assign feature licenses to existing and new users. If you enable this option, automatically all the existing and the new users will be auto assigned the feature license for accessing Salesforce CRM content. You needn't actually give those licenses separately to the users. Once this checkbox is checked, automatically all the users in the Salesforce org will gain access to Salesforce CRM content. So that is this first option. Other than that, you have other options like enabling multi-language, enabling content pack creation, enhanced document viewer, and let file owners delete files included in content packs. So you have other options as well, and depending upon the requirement, you can check or uncheck them. But the most important is option available here is assigning feature licenses to the existing and new users. So here that we have checked this option, what happens is all the users will get access to Salesforce CRM content. Perfect. So now what we have done, we have enabled this feature and we have also auto assigned this feature license to all the existing and new users. Perfect. So save. Awesome. So now Salesforce CRM content feature is enabled for our org and all the users are given access. Perfect. But in case if you do not want all the users to have access and you have some restrictions in the users who have access to this Salesforce CRM content feature, then yes, so that option is also available to you. We have separate user permissions for separate access. Users with permissions like create libraries, they'll be able to create libraries. And manage content properties, they'll be able to create content fields. Manage record types and layouts, they'll be able to create, edit or delete page layouts. And users with manage content permissions, they'll be able to create, edit and delete library permissions. And if users have managed Salesforce CRM content, they have all the permissions that are available. So it is up to you. Either you can choose to give manage Salesforce CRM content to all the users, or depending upon the restrictions you can or the requirements, you can assign user permissions accordingly. Let me quickly show that to you. Go to any user, go to the user detail page. So here you see that Salesforce CRM content user. So basically this user is a Salesforce CRM content user. And by checking this option, what happens is this user gets access to the feature Salesforce CRM content, and basically this user can access everything in Salesforce CRM content. So this is set at the user level. But you want only these specific permissions to be given, then it has to be set under the profile level. So let's go to the profile. Go to any custom profile. There you should be able to see all the user permissions. Access libraries, create libraries, and manage content properties, manage record types, manage content properties. So all the permissions are available out here. So all these permissions are set at the profile level. So either you can define the user as the Salesforce CRM content user, or if you are only interested to give specific permissions to users, then you can set these permissions at the profile level. So this is how we set up a Salesforce CRM content. Now we know what is Salesforce CRM content, how to enable that, and how to provide access to users. Perfect. In the upcoming videos, let's understand how to configure CRM content to manage our files. In the previous session, we understood how to enable Salesforce CRM content for our org and how to set the user permission so that user can get access accordingly. Perfect. So now that the setup part is done, let's go ahead and understand how to configure Salesforce CRM content and thereby how to organize our documents. To start with, let's go to our Salesforce developer org. And here, once you enable Salesforce CRM content for this org, you will automatically be able to see couple additional tabs. One is the content, the other is the libraries. In fact, before enabling CRM content, we will not be able to access these tabs. Only after enabling it, you will be able to access them. So, content and libraries. So, add it to your selected tabs. Hit save. Perfect. So, now we have these two additional tabs out here, the libraries and the content. So, go to libraries. You see that, it is pretty fresh. We have not actually configured it at all. Let's now understand how to use these libraries. Libraries. So when we say libraries, basically what is the overall motive of the Salesforce CRM content? Rather than keeping files in separate folders that make it very difficult to find, our main objective here is to store files in some fully searchable repositories. Right? So, whatever content that we upload, we should be able to retrieve it whenever we need them. Libraries are used to classify and organize content efficiently in Salesforce. And here, if you see, you have My Libraries. So, My Libraries, as the name says, it is specific to you. Only you have access to those libraries. And on top of it, you also can create other libraries. Basically, they are shared content. So here you have two tabs. One is a shared content. The other is a My Private Files. My Private Files, as the name says, it is for your own private use. And shared content, it is something that you can share it with other users. So whenever you want to add content, first you need to create a library. And within that library, you can add multiple contents. So first what let's do is, let's create a new library. And in real time, what happens is generally libraries, they'll be classified as for sales, for marketing, or for customer training, or end user training, or field sales rep documents, like that. Based on the segments, based on the modules, we separate libraries so that it makes sense. So here also, like, we can choose one like that, or maybe you can just say a test library. So let me go ahead and say a test sales library. And give a unique name for that. And also give a meaningful description. So the description should say like why we created the library and what kind of documents are placed inside that library. But for the time being, let me just give the same name as description. Perfect. Save and close. Awesome. So first we have created our library. What is the library that we have created? Test sales library. And as you can see here, there are no content as such added in the library. right? So library, in very, very simple terms, you can just imagine like a folder that you have in your desktop. So you have a folder, you put in files within that, right? Similarly, you create a library, you add in content. But, unlike folder, a library comes with a lot many features like a tagging, you can have record types, you can have members, many additional features. But in very simple functionality, you can, relate that to a folder that you have in your desktop. So, perfect. So now like we have created a library, let's add content to the library. You see that like we have no content as such here. Let me go ahead and add content. So for adding content, you have the contribute button, click on contribute, and it is saying like choose a file you want to upload. Okay, choose the file. And here it is showing me the same files. Okay, let me add the files. Okay, so give the title of the file, a description, and we need to say whether to save in a private library, that is in our own private library. So if you choose it in your private library, then others will not be able to access that. Or we can say publish to a shared library. So in our case, I'll say publish to a shared library. And here it gives me two options. One is a standard asset library that was already there when we enabled Salesforce CRM content. The next is the test sales library that we just created. So let me choose a test sales library. The concept of tags. Let's come to this a little later, because first we'll understand how to create libraries and add content, and then we'll understand about all these add-on features. So just ignore that for the time being and give publish. Perfect. Your content has been published. Done publishing. Now, if you refresh the page, you should be able to see the document that we just added. So what we have done till now, we created a library that is called as a test sales library, and under test sales library, we have added a particular document. So let me go ahead and add another document. Awesome. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Okay, the one that we added was added to the private library, I think. Let me do that the right way. Okay, so publish to my shared library. The one that we did previously was added to the private library. That is why we are not able to see it here. I am doing it the right way now. I am adding it to the shared library. Done publishing. Perfect. So now what we have done, we have created a library and we have added a couple of documents to the library. Awesome. So whatever we have done now is pretty straightforward, right? We have created a library and we have added contents to the library. Alright. So similarly, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create another library. Let me say test marketing library. Unique name. We have created our second library that is called as a test marketing library, and let me add contents to that. Let me choose a test doc 3, publish to the shared library, test marketing, publish. Awesome, done publishing. Perfect. So we have created two libraries, and within the two libraries we have added our own content. So that is what we have done till now. Perfect. So whatever we have done till now, it's pretty simple, straightforward. We have created multiple libraries and we have added multiple content to libraries. Awesome. Now let's understand what are all the other features this concept of library has to offer. First, go to the library. If you go to the library, you see one concept called as members. So what is this concept of add members? This add members, they determine who all has got access to this particular library. If you can recollect, when we were discussing about documents a couple of sessions before, in documents also we create folders, right? We create separate folders, And once we create the folders, we upload documents within them. And what determines my level of access to the documents? The folder access. First, the profile access, yes. On top of it, there is access called as folder access. So that determines if I can access the files within that particular folder. And the folder access can be read-only or read-write. Alright. So if you can recollect, go to that particular video, do a quick recap so that that is how documents is configured. So for every folder, we can say whether we need to set up a read-only access or a read-write access. That was for documents, right? So, but in libraries, basically, it has come with a more enhanced feature. In documents, it was read-only access. So when it says read-only, all the users will have read-only access to the folder, right? And read-write, all the users will have read-write access to the folder, right? So that was what for documents. So one access level is set to all the users. But in case if you want different levels of access to be set to different set of users, is it possible in documents? No, it is not, right? It is not possible. All the users will have either the read-only access or the read-write access. But if you want to set separate access for separate set of users for a same library, then we can do it in Salesforce CRM content. So basically, Salesforce CRM content is a much enhanced version of content management in Salesforce. So this library, when we created our libraries, I said like it is very much related to the folders that we have in documents. How we create folders and how we put in files within that. Similarly, in Salesforce CRM content, we create libraries and we upload files into that. And for access to libraries, we can set separate access for separate set of users. So that is called as library permissions. So my access to the files within the library will depend on the access permissions that I have. Say for example, this particular library, test marketing library. So who all has access to test marketing library? You can see a section called as members. And you can see only I have access to this library, test marketing library. So only I can access the documents within the test marketing library. So you can add more members so that additional users can have access. So as it is for marketing, maybe you may be interested in giving access only to the marketing users. Alright, and even when we say marketing users, we have marketing team members, we have marketing managers, we have marketing directors. Even in that, like the role differs. So based on that, you can assign access accordingly. So here you can go for add members and you can add the users who all needs to access this particular library. Perfect. So now I have added the second user to access this library. And here if you see this concept of library permissions. So what is this library permission? You have three library permissions: viewer, author, library administrator. So what a viewer can do, what an author can do, what a library administrator can do. Alright, so we need to understand all these. Understand that these library permissions, they are not standard. These are just custom permissions. You can define them as per the requirement. No problem at all. Alright, so right now I have let me set it to library administrator. Let me save this. Perfect. And now you see both me and user 2, we have access to this library, test marketing library. Alright. And now let's understand about this library permissions in detail. So to understand about library permissions, go to setup, search for content permissions, and there you should be able to see the library permissions. And these are just some default permissions that is defined in the system. You can very much edit them and delete them, and you can create your new permissions as per your business. Like, you can create permissions like team members, managers, directors, VPs, like that. Or you can create permissions like, sales user, marketing user, however you want to create them. Alright, so this is completely customizable. You can create them based on your requirements. And, say for example, edit. Go for editing a particular permission. You can edit the name, no problem. And then this defines what are all the access this particular permission provides. So when I give the user the access of a library administrator, the user can manage the library. Alright, so pretty much like managing the library includes all the access. So they can, add content, view content, delete content, everything. So they can pretty much manage the entire library. And if the user has got author access, then what happens? Then, they have some restricted access only. They can add content. They can add content on behalf of others. They can archive, but they can delete. And they can add comments, they can tag contents, but they cannot modify comments, basically. So they have some restricted access. And the viewer, basically, as the name says, I think they can only view the content. So yeah, they can add comment, they can deliver content and attach some content. They cannot do the other stuff. So basically, these permissions we can define based upon our requirements. And however you define it here, those options will be available when you add members to your library. So when you add the members, if you customize your library permissions, when you add a member, once you customize, only those options will appear out here. Alright, so this is the concept of library permissions. Maybe like I can quickly show that to you. Let me add a new library permission and let me name it as my custom library permission. I'm just doing that so that, we know that this is the one that is created by us. Okay, let me add a few actions out here. Awesome. So we have created our own custom library permission. And once you do that, when you add your members, you should be able to view the fourth one as well. That is my custom library permission. Alright, perfect. So this is how, and yeah, you can see it here now. So this is how you create libraries, you add content, and you provide access to the libraries. So only those members who are added here, they'll be able to access the library, meaning library and its contents. So here, you can add it by the public groups or standard users, however you want it to be. Awesome. And now we know how to create libraries, how to manage libraries. Let's also check out some of the other features that we have in libraries. First is switch library here. Now that we are viewing this library, using this option, you can switch to other libraries. So I say switch to this. So I go to this library. Let me go back to the marketing library. So basically a switch of a view. And next is adding popular tags. So tags, basically we use the tags for easy search and easy retrieval of documents, right? So tag is used for easy and faster retrieval. So for every library, you can set tags. And tags, when we say, there are some tagging rules that we have. Either it can be open tagging or guided tagging or restricted tagging. When you say open tagging, we can have our own tags. There is no restriction in what the tags that we give. So whenever we upload a content, we can give tags like, sales or marketing, whatever that makes sense for the document. And guided tags. So guided tags meaning there are some suggested tags like, okay, this is marketing, right? So let me say marketing, campaign, like that, and leads. So these are some suggested tags. But on top of these tags, users can also add their own tags. Alright, so that is called as guided tagging. And restrictive tagging meaning users can only choose one among these tags. Alright, so these are the three different types of tagging rules that are available. So open is users can add any tags. Guided meaning only these tags, and guided meaning these tags and users' own tags. Restricted meaning only these tags. So I have saved it. Perfect. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a content again. and let me say test doc 100, publish to this. It is marketing. Alright, and here it says, because we have chosen restricted tagging, here it says this library provides suggested tags. Click a tag to select it. And the suggested tags are marketing, campaign and leads. So you can choose either one of them. Because it is a restricted tagging, so it is not open. We cannot add our own tags. And then you can hit publish. So basically, tags, as already mentioned, it is used for easy retrieval of documents. And because this particular library we have set the tagging rules as restricted tagging, only these suggested tags will be available for the users to tag. Otherwise, open tagging or guided tagging also you can use. So that is about tagging. And record types. Record types is actually a pretty big concept. So we'll be talking about this concept of record types in a separate session. And otherwise, we have edit, delete, edit members. You can edit the members. And this talks about the recent activities, what all happened, and the active contributors to this library. Awesome. So I think pretty much that's it. So regarding to libraries. So now we know how to create libraries and how to manage libraries in Salesforce CRM content. In the upcoming videos, we'll understand more about content, content packs, record types and all these other concepts. Now that we have understood about libraries, how to configure and how to manage libraries, the next concept that we are going to talk about is how to configure record types to libraries. So in our previous session, we understood about creating libraries, adding content to libraries, and how to basically manage the overall process, right? How to add tags, how to edit libraries, how to add content, how to add library permissions, and all these. Now let's understand one more concept, that is how to configure record types to libraries. Record types, it is not new to us. As a senior admin, we very much use record types in our day-to-day task. So record types are associated to standard objects and custom objects. They are used for differentiating the business processes, right? So that's why we use the record types for our standard and custom objects. Here in libraries, we use record types for a similar purpose, basically for differentiating the content that we have. We upload different types of content, right? So basically for differentiating the contents, we have this concept of record types here as well. But pretty much the same functionality, like however we use it for objects, we use the same way here. Here also for a record type, we can have different page layouts and different fields. So now let's understand how to use record types for libraries. Go to setup. And here in setup, search for Salesforce files. So under Salesforce files, you see the various settings that are available. And here you see record types. Open record types. We see that there are no record type as such assigned here, right? There are basically no record types created. So now what we'll do is we'll create record types. We'll assign them to different page layouts. And we'll also have separate fields created for separate page layouts so that we know that the associated page layout is being associated for that record. So first, let's start with creating a couple of custom fields. And for creating custom fields, go to the field section. And we have created a couple libraries, right? One is a sales library, the other is a marketing library. So for that, let me create two fields, one for the sales and one for marketing. This is only for the purpose of understanding the concept of record types. So just keep it as simple as possible. Choose any data type. Fill in the details here. And once done, click next. Save the record. Similarly, let's create one more custom field for marketing. So basically we have created two fields, one for sales and one for marketing. So before we go ahead and create our record types, let's also create a couple of page layouts so that we can associate them accordingly. For creating page layouts, again go for Salesforce files. You should be able to see page layouts here. Go for page layouts. Create a couple of page layouts. We have the generic one. Let's create 2 new page layouts. Let's say sales layout. And in the sales layout, add the sales custom field. So go for fields and there is a sales custom field. Add this sales custom field. So it is already there in the layout, but as this is for the sales layout, let me remove the marketing field here. Perfect. Similarly, I have created another layout called as a marketing layout, and I just have this marketing custom field here. Save the layouts. So now we have created 2 layouts, one for sales and one for marketing. Now after we are done with this page layouts, let's go ahead and create our record types. So go for Salesforce files. Under that you'll have record types. Go for record types. Let's create 2 record types. Again, one for sales and one for marketing. Create new record type. Enter the details here and let's enable it for all profiles. And while assigning the page layout, let's assign the sales layout here. Save. Perfect. Now we have created our first record type, that is sales record type. Let's create our second record type, that is the marketing one. Marketing record type. Make it active. Enable it for all the profiles. And select the marketing layout. Save. So the marketing record type is also created. So basically we have created 2 record types. One is a sales and one is a marketing record type. So till now what we have done, we have created custom fields separately for sales and marketing, and we have created 2 layouts. We have pulled those custom fields to the layouts, and we have created a couple of record types as well. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to go to libraries and we are going to associate libraries to these record types that we have created. So in libraries, we have our sales library and marketing library. First, let's go to the sales library. So once we create our record types, for every library, we have to define which are all the record types that can be associated to that library. So go to a library and here you have the option of record types. Go to record types and here it will list down all the record types that are available. First is a general record type. And the other 2 record types are the custom created record types that we just created. And one library can have multiple record types associated to it. So in this scenario, but let's have only one record type, but otherwise, like you can have multiple record types. Say for example, if it's marketing, they can have like marketing record type, campaigns record type, they can have different record types based on the business process. So, so if you want to attach more than one record types, you can very much do that. But here in this scenario, let's just have only one record type. That is the sales record type. Yes, first check this checkbox. Okay. And let's have the general record type. Anyways, it will be there. On top of it, we have the sales record type. And here, like what are all the options that is given is restrict the record types available in the library. Yes. So when you are adding the record types, we are imposing some restrictions. So what is the restriction? First is allow content with any record type to be linked to this library. Do not apply record type restriction to existing content. So as it very much explains, or if you select the first option, then content with other record types also can be linked to with this library. If you do not select this option, then it means only those content with sales record type can be linked to this library. And the second one is do not apply record type restrictions to existing content. It means again, it is for the existing data. So if you select this, then if the existing content is of different record types, it will not throw an error. And if you do not select this, then it will throw an error. So let's select this for the time being, and let me say save. So for the sales library, we have associated the sales record type. Now let's go to the marketing library. So go for marketing library, and in the same way, let's attach the marketing record type. And here also I'll choose allow content with any record, and let's not apply the record type restrictions to the existing content. Perfect. So now we have associated respective record types to the libraries. Now let's try to create a content in those libraries. So go for the sales library first. Let's create a new content. Choose any document. Choose the library, and here let me say the sales library. And here if you see, the record type that is associated to this library is the sales record type, and that is associated to the sales layout. And in the sales layout, what is the field that we had? Sales custom field, right? So the respective page layout is getting populated here. Alright, and if you want to choose tags, yes, you can choose tags, and there are no other options available out here for us. But if you have other record types, yes, you can choose whichever record type that you want to associate. Publish. Perfect. Awesome. In a similar fashion, we can do that for the marketing library as well. So this is the concept of working with record types in libraries. How to create custom fields, page layouts, and record types, and associating that record types to libraries. So once we associate record types to libraries, automatically we'll be able to add content specific to those libraries. And it depends on the way how we configure that. And we do this for basically segregating the documents based on the business process. The next concept that we are going to talk about is content packs. So what is a content pack? Basically, a content pack is a collection of documents stored together. So whenever we create libraries, what we do basically, we create multiple libraries and then we add content to the libraries, right? So all these are a separate content that are attached to the libraries, and each libraries, they have their own specific content. So these content, when grouped together, they form a content pack. So basically any files in this content, it can be added to a content pack. So for creating a content pack, go to libraries and there you have the option create new content pack. And here you can pull in content from libraries and create a content pack. So here let me say a sales library. And once you select sales library, click on search files. Automatically it will list down all the content that is available in this particular library. Let me choose a couple of them. Save. So now we have created our first content pack, and let me save it to a library, sales library, publish. Done. So now we have created our first content pack and we have saved that content pack in our library. That is the test sales library. Refresh the page. We see our content pack here. So click on content pack. So this is our content pack, and here you see we have a preview, right? Like, we can see what are all the documents that are present in our content pack, a better UI. And here you see options for downloading your content pack, and you can subscribe to content pack, And also you can clone and customize your content pack. Basically you can clone this, so automatically like this content pack will get cloned with all of the files within that, and you can remove or add files as per your requirement, and you can create a new content pack. And the overall permission for this content pack, if you remember initially while setting up the Salesforce CRM content, we understood about the various permissions that enable us to access Salesforce CRM content. So there, if you look at the permissions, you see a permission called as enable content pack creation. So only when this permission is enabled, we'll be able to create content packs. So if your org is using content packs, if they like the concept of content packs and they want to group contents from various libraries and create new content packs, then enable this particular content pack creation option. So then they'll be able to create content packs. So this is all about content packs and libraries. In the previous session, we understood about content and how we can create content packs, right? So basically what is the content? In libraries, we add multiple contents, right? We can create multiple libraries for multiple functions. And then within libraries, we can add multiple contents, right? So everything that we create within a library, it is called as a content. And one library can have many contents, right? Say for example, this a sales library. Inside sales library, like we can have many contents out here. Like the test doc one, sample formulas, there is a picture, right? So everything is a separate content. And grouping together a content is called as content pack. And when creating a content pack, basically like we can group contents from different libraries and we can place the content pack in a particular library. So that is the concept of a content and content pack. And how do we access all this content? Go to this content tab, and there you can access all the content. There you can access all the content from all the libraries, because I say all libraries, so it is giving me all the contents from all the libraries. And if you want to select a particular library, you can go and select it. Say for example, I am selecting this particular content. So this is the content out here, and this is in sales library, and the author name, and if there are any tags out here, and there is a version. So content is just not about content. It is about what are all the features that are associated with that to enhance our experience in storing documents, right? So that is how a Salesforce CRM content differs from the other options out there. The efficiency in storing the documents and how fast we can retrieve that when we need that. So when we save a content, it is just not about saving a file. It is about the other options that are available to us in saving a file. Say for example, in real time, consider a user training document that we create. So as a technical team, we deliver documents to the team, to the business, right? We create user training documents so that they can refer to those user training documents whenever they need them. So when we create user training documents, like do we finalize the very first document? Absolutely not. That is, almost nearly impossible, I would say. So the documents that we create, we update the documents, right? Because it goes for multiple reviews within the technical team. It goes for reviews with the business. So after multiple reviews, then we finally finalize the document. But before that, it goes for multiple versions. So in those scenarios, we may need to store multiple versions of a document. That is one scenario. In another scenarios, maybe we may create a document for the business for some particular functionality. And we know that Salesforce upgrades thrice in a year. So Salesforce may also change the functionality to an even better functionality. So in that scenario also, we may need to update some documentations that we did earlier. So in that scenario also, we may need to create newer versions. So there are n number of scenarios where we may need to create versions of documents. So whenever we need to save these versions of documents, Salesforce CRM content, we can do that. So say for example, this is a test document 1. And by default, whenever we upload a document, we upload a content, it is stored as version 1. You can see that. It is a version 1. And here you can see like if there are any comments added to it. If you want to add a comment, you can just say that this is version 1. Even reviewers can add comments on documents. And you can see that this is version 1 of this document. So now if I want to upload version 2 of the document, click upload new version and it will allow you to create a new version. Choose the file. Choose version 2. It is getting uploaded. And it says your content has been revised. So basically we have not added a new content. We have created version 2 of the existing content. So if you go to versions, it would show you 2 versions basically. So at any point of time, we can always refer to the old versions as well. We have this download option, preview option. So if you want to download, you can download the previous versions. So there is basically no hassle in maintaining multiple versions of a same document. So there is no confusions within the team or within the business. Everybody knows what they need to go and refer to. So this is another feature of content. Apart from storing the content, creating libraries for separate functionalities, we can also have version controlling. Basically, versioning we can do in content. And again, downloads, you can download the content. Subscribe, we can subscribe to this content. Here is that. Content packs. So it will say that if this particular content is as a part of a content pack, this is a part of the content pack. There is a new content pack, it would give that as well. And if you want to subscribe, you can subscribe to that. And when you click on subscribe, it should show that information. Okay, so this is taking a while. It will show you in a bit. So these are the features of content. Basically, how you can create them, how you can put it in a content pack, how you can subscribe to that, how you can create multiple versions of that, how you can download that, and all these. Now that we are talking about this content versioning, I would also like to show you how to query this in Developer Console. So open Developer Console. And query from the content version table. So you see, actually this table has got many columns. I've just chosen the ones that we need. The content document ID, description, the record type, and if there are any tags, and the custom field that we created, and the title and the version number. So execute this. So this will show you basically all the details from the table. Basically all the content will be stored here. You can check the records of all the contents out here. And if you want to query for a particular content, yes, you can query by the document ID or by the description or by the name. So here we are giving as the test document 1. If you see, the content name is test document 1 and it has 2 versions. So let me again query. This is the ID. So let me say where ID equals this ID, execute. Sorry, it's the content document ID, right? So content document ID equals execute. Perfect. So as you can see, it is the same content, but just that we have different versions of the same content. I just wanted to show you this so that you can also get an understanding of how it is in the back end, so that you can use this information if you are loading information through data loader into this content version table. So you can make a note of this. This is actually the query. There are many columns in this. Among that, I have chosen only those that are required to us, and the table name is content version. If you can see that right, The table name is content version, and we have specifically queried for a particular content, and we are able to see 2 results. Why 2 results? Because there are 2 versions of the same content. So basically it is the same content, but just that we have 2 different versions of the same content. And this is how we query the content version information from Developer Console. And another important concept that we are going to learn about in content is how to deliver this content to other users. maybe to the technical team or be it to the business. How do we deliver this content? And that we'll discuss in the upcoming video. Now that we have a very good understanding about how to configure Salesforce CRM content, how to create contents, how to create libraries, how to do versioning in contents, the next major concept that we are going to talk about is content delivery. So when we create content, obviously our final objective would be to deliver the content, to share that with business users, right? So how do we do that? Go to your developer org and here go to content. So basically all the content that you have, we can very much deliver it to other users. So pick any of the content that you have in any of the library. Say for example this document. I think this is the one that we chose the previous time as well. So let me go for another document. Test document 100. So for delivering a content, do you see any deliver button here? We do not see that. Why? Because first of all, we should have the deliver content permissions to deliver any content. So go to setup, go for the content permissions. Check if you have the permission. Say for example, for this particular content, I am a member of this library, right? Go to this marketing library. I am a member of this library. So ideally, I should be able to deliver the content. And what is the permission that I have? Library administrator. All right. So if you want to allow the users to deliver the content, you have to give them appropriate permissions as well. So that is completely up to the business to decide who all can have deliver content permissions. So according that you can give permissions. And in our scenario, let's give permission so that we can see how to deliver content. So here you have the library administrator. So go to library administrator, click edit. And do you see deliver content? So this option is not checked. So only when this option is checked, users will be able to deliver content. So now we have given the access to deliver content to library administrator, and I am a library administrator for that particular library. So ideally now I should be able to deliver the content. So go to content again. Which is the document test doc 100. So go for the document. And now we see that button. And why we see that? Because I am the library administrator of that particular library, and we have given access to library administrators to deliver content. So that is how I see this button. So click on deliver content. And here we need to give the name. And you can choose as per your business how you can need to deliver. You can choose appropriate name. And you can also choose a delivery method, whether they should be able to view it in the browser, whether they can download as text file or as a PDF file. And then the delivery settings. Like if you would like to know when the document is first viewed or download, you can give this. And if you want to give access only to some specific period of time, then you can specify some time, and after that they will not be able to access the content. And then you can also optionally choose if you want to select any password as such. Let me also select a password option so we can check out what are all the various options out here. And then if you want to relate it to a particular object, you can associate it to a particular object as well. Alright, so for the time being, let's not relate it to an object. We'll check out the other options. So what is all that we have done? We have defined our settings here. First is choose file. We have chosen a file, and now we are defining the settings. We have given a name, and we have chosen the delivery method, and we have also done the delivery settings. So whenever this content is first viewed or downloaded, then you will be notified, and then content access will be removed after this particular date and time, and then a password is also required to access this content. Perfect. So once this is all done, save and next. Perfect. So this custom web page is created for this, And if you want to preview, you can preview. And this is the link for our online presentation. So you can share this link with the business users so they can access the content. And we also chose the option of using a password. So the password for this is this. So basically, for whoever you want to share this content, you need to give them the link as well as the password. So let me just copy this link and let me just try to open this. So once I give that link, it is asking for a password. Give this password. Perfect. All right. Yeah, so it is basically a blank document with just a text of test. So, but however, we see that. So this is how we deliver content to users. Click done. Awesome. And if you remember, we have also given a date and time. So basically, after that date and time, users will not be able to access this content. So this is about content delivery right from contents. So basically, you can go to any content, pick any content, and then deliver the content to other users. At the same time, you can also attach contents to objects. Let's say, for example, accounts object. So once you enable content delivery, you should be able to see a couple of related lists out here. One is the content delivery and the other is the related content. Save. Yes. So now if you want to attach a content to this particular record, you can go to related content and you can try relating contents to this record. So find content, pick the content. So this is the document that we want to attach it to the account record. Go back, click attach. Perfect. Now this document is attached to the account record. So let's go back to the account record and check it out. Yes. So if you see now in the related content, you should be able to see that document or the content which is attached to that record. So like this, we can attach contents to objects. And it is just not about attaching contents to objects. It is also about delivering. So after you attach a particular content to an object, if you want to deliver it, you can click on deliver and it will take you to the same page. And now you can see that it is related to this particular account. Save and next. Perfect. Done. Perfect. This is the record detail page. And if you see, the content is also delivered. So previously there was no record out here because there was no content basically delivered for this particular record. But now we attached a content and then we also delivered that content. So this way we can keep track of all this information. So this is how we do content deliveries. You can actually pick any content from all the set of all contents and then you can deliver it, or you can attach a content to any object and then deliver it. So when you attach a content to an object, basically you have a two related list in objects, the related content and content deliveries. So all the contents that are attached to this object, they appear out here, and once you deliver them, they appear in the related list. And here you see like the view count and the last viewed and all this information. So once users start viewing this content, you will be able to see the corresponding information out here. So this is how you deliver content. Awesome! Many congratulations! You have truly come a long way in this course. The next section that we are going to talk about is all about change management. Let's take a quick look at the exam guide. So for change management, the weightage is 10%. So approximately 6 to 7 questions you can expect from this section. And in this section, they talk about change sets and force.com IDE and also about the best practices for using change sets to move metadata between environments. So let's take a quick look at our Udemy course. Here I have basically split the section change management into four different sections here. First is the overview. We'll talk about what is change management, what are all the various benefits, key stages, and how to develop a change management strategy. And then we'll talk about managing sandboxes. So sandbox is how to create a sandbox, how to delete a sandbox, how to do a sandbox refresh, everything about sandboxes. And then metadata export. What is metadata export and what are all the various methods of doing metadata export here? So we can use force.com ID, we can use force.com CLI, and metadata deployment. Metadata deployment, we'll be talking about packages, chain sets, and how to use force.com ID for metadata deployment, how to use a snapshot for metadata deployment. So these are all the various options that we'll be talking about in metadata deployment. And again, as I always say, we cover a lot more content than that is mentioned in the exam guide, because the whole purpose of doing this course, doing this learning, is to learn the concepts for advanced admins and thereby take up the certification. Happy learning, guys.
First of all, let's understand what is change management. So what do you think is change management? Is it just about the code change that we do? No, definitely not. Change management is a practice of providing a consistent, manageable process for controlling change in your business. And that change can be to your data model or Apex code or declarative process or even the manual procedures that we do. And all the techniques and the process that we discuss, that we learn throughout the course very much applies to Sales Cloud, Service Cloud, or even any of the custom applications. And implementing change management is definitely very essential for any business. Initially, when we start our business with Salesforce, it was pretty simple. Just one project, one phase. And then like project 1, phase 2, project 1, phase 3, then project 2, project 3, with multiple projects, right? With multiple changes. And Salesforce in itself goes for 3 releases in a year. Spring release, summer release, winter release. So how do we manage all these? How do we manage all these changes? So here comes the concept of change management. Having a perfect change management process in place definitely helps us to successfully manage a continually evolving environment. Now let's understand what are all the various benefits of change management. An effective change management provides numerous benefits. Benefits to the projects, benefits to the users, and benefits for the project cost. With respect to the projects, an effective change management keeps the project aligned with the business goals and strategies and ensures that the project is delivered in a timely manner and definitely reduces risk and increasing the quality of the project. And with respect to the users, they receive timely training if required, and effective change management also helps in providing an efficient feedback loop with the users. So we understand what they think about the application, how it is productive for them, because users are definitely the end point who use the application and benefit out of the application. So an effective change management definitely helps in providing an efficient feedback loop. And an effective change management has also got a positive impact on the project costs, because it helps us to keep the project in control, to keep the changes in control, because we know which all changes we are working on, which all changes will go live. Those changes are not conflicting with any one of the existing functionality, thereby reducing a lot of testing efforts and bug fixes, which keeps your project cost in control, thereby giving a higher rate of return on investment. Okay, moving on. Now let's understand what are all the key stages of change management. The key stages of change management are actually mapped to 2 key groups of people, the business team and the technology team. And for a successful change management, we should follow the simple 4-step process. Step 1. Collect ideas and requests from users. So when we talk about request, basically it can be of any form. It can be major business initiatives, it can be minor business changes, or even system defects or bugs or performance enhancements, like basically of any form. The request can be of any form. So step 1 is all about collecting ideas and requests from users. Step 2. Step 2 is analyzing and prioritizing a request. So now that we have collected all the requests, we got to prioritize them. We got to analyze them so that there is a balance in the user adoption. There is a balance in the innovation. There is a balance in the new functionality. You have to maintain a balance between all these by analyzing and prioritizing the requests that will go live as part of that particular release. Step 3. configuring and developing enhancements, which is where we actually do the development of the release management. And in the forthcoming sessions, we'll be discussing about the various tools that we'll be using for that. And finally, step 4, training and communicating to the users. After every release, we actually do this as a part of the post-release activities. We train the users, we communicate all the enhancements that we have made to the application so that they can make the best use of it. So this is a simple 4-step process for a successful change management. Now let's understand each of the steps in detail. Step 1. Collecting ideas and requests from users. Actually, every project, every business has their own ways, their own methods of collecting the ideas and requests from the users. Some projects, they use the chatter group. They create a public group wherein users can post ideas, which they use as a means for collecting the request. In some projects, they use Salesforce ideas, wherein they can post their idea and they can vote for that particular idea, and depending on the votes, they pick request. And in some projects, we use the case object wherein you can raise a case, and all those cases will be accumulated in the backlog, and then you work on the backlog. You analyze, you prioritize the request that is there in the backlog, and then you work on that. So there are different methods, different approach that we use in different business for collecting the requests from the users. And step 2, we know analyzing and prioritizing request. As we discussed earlier, every project has got their own ways, their own means of collecting the request. Okay, so now that we have collected all the requests are there in the backlog. So how do we analyze them? How do we prioritize the request? Even this is a very, very key process in change management, because you got to analyze, you got to prioritize the request and see which has to go first in whichever release that you are working on or in the forthcoming release. So which all request has to be put together for a particular release. So this step completely talks about how do we analyze the requests that we have and how do we prioritize them. So we prioritize a request based on the overall business goals and strategy. And who defines these business goals? The business stakeholders. They define the business goals, right? So we know what is the business goal and we prioritize the request based on the business goals. And we prioritize the request in such a way that it is high ROI driven. Means the return on investment is high. So depending on that, we prioritize the request. But definitely, yes, we do need to have a small amount of budget for minor enhancements as well, because in many times, even these minor changes makes or gives a very big impact to the end users. Say, for example, they want a particular business process to be changed in a particular way so that it can consume or it can take away most of their manual effort or for whatever reason. So even these minor changes, they makes very good business impact. So as part of this change management, we need to have some space, have some budget for those minor enhancements as well. And once we are done with this analyzing and prioritizing the request, then we got to configure and develop the enhancements. And this is where we actually do the development for the particular release management. So in real time, when we actually work on these changes, when we actually work on the request, we do either daily releases, we do minor releases, and we do major releases. So what are these daily releases? As it says, daily releases, so definitely these are the minor changes that we work on. It might be some bug fixes or it might be some minor business configuration that you do, like say kind of one report that you add or some dashboard that you do. All these it falls under daily releases. But then even if it's a daily release, we just got to definitely ensure that the end users are communicated about the change. It might be even just a simple mail sufficient, but then we just got to ensure that the end users are communicated on those changes. And minor releases. These minor releases are kind of new business functionality that we implement. And generally we target these minor releases monthly, and we definitely got to do some testing for these minor releases because it is new functionality that is implemented, so we just got to ensure that it is not conflicting with any one of the existing functionality. So definitely we got to concentrate on testing when we do minor releases. And major releases. Major releases are major business initiatives that you implement in Salesforce. And generally these major releases, they have a major impact on the application. So we target them on a quarterly basis, kind of 4 times in a year. And definitely, like as it is major release, we got to spend significant amount of time in testing, and definitely training is very, very essential for major release. Generally for major release, it is kind of a classroom training wherein like you bring in all the end users, you bring in like all the business units which are related to that, and then give a classroom training, letting them know that the new business initiative that you have taken and how you have implemented that in Salesforce. But be the release is a daily release or a minor release or a major release, the development process remains the same. And this development process that you see is very much aligned with the normal standard software development process that we have. We start off with any change in the development environment, and then like we move to the integration environment wherein like you check with all the integration points that you have in your organization. And then finally the UAT environment wherein the end users also do their testing. And finally, after it is tested, after it works fine, like after it is signed off by all the stakeholders, then finally we move the change to production. And all these lower environments, that is development, integration and UAT, these are all sandboxes. And finally it is moved to production. And these sandboxes, either they can be a full data sandbox, generally the UAT is a full data sandbox. And the development environment and the integration environment, like it can be a developer sandbox or a developer pro sandbox, and it is totally up to the business. It is totally up to the business to decide on like which kind of a sandbox they want for which environment. But then the overall development process, it remains the same. Be it a minor release or a major release or a daily release, the process remains the same. Any change, say for example, you create a report. First you do in the development environment and then like move it to integration environment, move it to UAT, move it to production finally. But these environments, like it is kind of the generalized terms that I have put on here, that is the development, integration, UAT. It differs basically from project to project. Some project calls it UAT, some project calls it staging, some project calls it pre-prod. It is totally up to the business, up to the project. And for this process of development and deployment, we'll be using various tools. And in the forthcoming sections, we'll discuss about the various tools that we'll be using for deployment of data from development to integration, integration to UAT, UAT to production. Say for example, like you create a workflow rule in development environment. How would you deploy the metadata from dev to integration? How would you deploy the metadata from integration to UAT? So there are multiple tools that we can use in Salesforce for deployment of metadata. And in the forthcoming sections, we'll be discussing in detail about each of the tool and how do we use those tools for migrating the metadata. And the final step is training and communication. Be it a daily release, be it a minor release, be it a major release, communicating to the end users, communicating to the respective business units and the stakeholders is very, very essential. Say for example, it's a daily release. At least like we got to send in a mail communication, as simple as that, to let the users know of the change that you have basically made with the daily release. And for minor releases, you definitely got to document the changes. You got to document which are all the business units, which are all the stakeholders who will be affected by that. And for a major release, as we discussed earlier, definitely we got to have some sort of classroom training wherein you invite all the business units, all the stakeholders, all the end users who are related to that, and explain them about the major release that you have done. Explain them about the business impact that you have done using the changes that you have made in Salesforce. And with respect to the development, there are different development methodology options that we have. Three options that we have are either agile or waterfall, or it can be a hybrid, basically hybrid of agile and waterfall. The agile methodology is actually the recommended approach for developing Salesforce solutions. Our platform is designed to optimize time to value, and there are numerous advantages by adopting the agile methodology. We can reduce the risk, definitely. And there is a high level of visibility in agile methodology because like we see like what are all the changes that are to be impacted, are to be implemented in the near future, what is all there in the backlog and how it is impacting the users and all these. And the adaptability to the business requirements is very high, and we very much focus on the business values. So these are all some of the very advantages of agile methodology. And waterfall is basically a project management approach, and it's being used for a long time and is very often the method used by many system integrators. Unlike agile, waterfall project varies its project timeline rather than the features that are delivered in a given release. And when we consider the advantages of waterfall methodology, it is basically a stage development. So we understand in which stage we are, and we have a good visibility of what we are actually and where we are with respect to the project. And it provides good documentation for each and every stage that we follow in the waterfall model. We have some specific set of documentations to be delivered. So documentations and documenting all the business processes waterfall model, that is definitely a big advantage. And the third methodology option that we have is hybrid. Basically a hybrid of agile and waterfall. So in this hybrid model, we start with a kind of a waterfall model wherein we gather all the requirements and then we slowly move to the agile methodology. So here we gather all the requirements and then we go to the different phases of agile. So here we have advantages, definitely yes, and we have some disadvantages as well. Sometimes these requirements phase, it can take a significant amount of time, and then the scope, we very much define it. So there are less chances that we can modify that in the later stage. But definitely yes, hybrid has got its own advantages wherein you have good visibility of the project and you can better implement the project. So these are the three methodology options that you have when you consider development. And it's totally up to the business, totally up to the project with methodology option that they follow. And as a person, as you start working in a project or even when you are in a project, it is definitely important for you to understand which methodology they work in, whether they follow the agile methodology or the waterfall methodology or the hybrid methodology. In this lecture, let's understand the 10 steps to develop a change management strategy. So what are all the 10 steps? Step 1. Document the project goals and strategies. Step 2. Document the change management process and widely communicate it to your business team and technology team. Step 3. Gather business requirements and ensure that the end user feedback loop is created. Step 4. Analyze your requirements. Step 5. Once you analyze your requirements, you got to prioritize the requirements and communicate the roadmap. Say, for example, which all requirements will be part of the minor release, which all requirements will be part of the major release, and all these. Step 6. Decide who is going to do the enhancement, either the business analyst or the developer is going to do the enhancement. So in case of a developer, it can be an in-house developer or it can be some integration partners who is doing the enhancement. Step 7. Decide the delivery methodology that suits your business, that suits your project. And step 8 is to select the correct tools. So which tool that you are going to use for deployment. The various tools for deployment we'll be discussing in the later sections. And step 9 is training the end users. Once you are done with the development, once you are done with the deployment, once the changes are live, the users have to be trained on the changes that you have made as part of that particular release. And finally, you got to deploy the changes. So these are the 10 steps to develop a change management strategy. The next topic that we are going to discuss about is the sandboxes and the various type of sandbox environments. So in Salesforce, there are very widely two type of environments. There is a production environment and the other is a test environment, or you can call it the developer environments, or you can also say the sandbox environments. They mean the same. Production environment has got active users accessing the business critical information. And how would you access to production environment? You can use login.salesforce.com and use your credentials in that. And next is the sandbox environment. Sandbox environments we use strictly for a development and testing. And it just contains only the test data to help you out with your development and testing. And you can use test.salesforce.com and use your sandbox credentials. Sometimes we do have a developer edition, but that is more of on your personal use and for developing some POCs. But majority we only use sandboxes for our development and testing. And a particular organization can have only one production environment, no doubt about that. There can be only one real-time environment which users access with the real-time data, and there can be multiple sandbox environments depending on their requirement. 1 sandbox, 2 sandbox, 5, 10, 15, 20. The number of sandboxes actually depends on the business. And these sandboxes fall into one of these categories. When we say there are some 10 sandboxes, say for example, these 10 sandboxes can be one among these categories. It can be a full sandbox, it can be a partial copy sandbox, it can be a developer pro sandbox, it can be a developer sandbox. It can fall into any one of this type. And first comes the developer sandbox. This is paid, and this copies the customization, that is the metadata. And the difference between the developer sandbox and the developer pro sandbox is they are pretty much the same other than the data storage limits. It is only 200 MB data maximum and this is 1 GB data maximum. And the partial copy sandbox, it copies the metadata, yes. Along with that, it also has a sample of your production organization's data. And the data storage capacity is 5 GB. And the full sandbox, that is the exact replica of what you have in your production. Be it the metadata, be it the data, it is a kind of exact copy of what is there in the production, and that's why it's called as full sandbox. And definitely, yes, they differ by their prices. The developer sandbox is the lowest and the full sandbox is the highest. So all the sandboxes in your org will fall into one of these 4 environment types. And it is totally up to the business, up to their requirements, up to their development and testing to determine how many sandboxes they need, for what purpose, and who basically uses those sandboxes. And how do we basically log into these sandboxes? In production, we know, this is just an example, John Smith at whichever company that you belongs to, or domain you can say, .com, and in the staging, it would be like the username, .staging, and in QA, it would be appended with .QA, and in dev sandbox, it would be appended with .dev. In general, the username would be the same as it is in prod, except that it would be appended with a sandbox name. And as an admin, even developer, if there is no defined admin in your project, this is definitely one of the initial tasks that you got to do when you join a new project. You got to have an understanding of the various sandboxes in your org and why it is being used for. But in the developer edition, we do not have any concept of sandboxes, so pretty much we will not be able to see anything over here. Like sandboxes, it returns nothing. But then ideally in a real-time environment, means in a real-time production environment, if you go and search for sandboxes, you'll be able to see that option under data management. So instead, what let me do is, let me show you a screenshot of that so that you can visualize it better. This is a screenshot from one of the production environments just to help you out to understand the concept better. As it is live data and the information is very critical, I have overwritten all the information with just some test sample data. So in your live production environment, when you go search for data management or sandboxes, you will be able to see an option under data management called sandboxes. Go for it, and that will list down all the sandboxes that are associated in your org. And as you can see here, this gives the overall information. Out of the 4 environment types, sandbox environment types that we have, there are 16 that belongs to developer sandbox, and there are 0 for developer pro, and 0 for partial copy, and there is 1 full sandbox that is available. And pretty much everything is in use and they do not have any extra ones. And under that you can see 3 tabs. One is sandboxes, the other is a sandbox templates, and the other is a sandbox history. When you go to the sandboxes tab, it gives you information of the various sandboxes when they were basically last refreshed. Say for example, this dev sandbox, and it is of the type developer and the status is completed, and the location I have just given some random numbers like CS10, 20, 30, and what is the org ID, and even like I have cooked up some information for this, and completed on. So the last refresh that happened in dev is this particular date. And what is the description? And this is pretty much given at the time of creation. When you create a sandbox, you just give a description saying like what's the purpose of that sandbox and who will be primarily accessing that sandbox. So as an admin, if a question comes to you asking like when the last refresh for a particular environment was done, you can pretty much go to this information. Go to sandboxes or even the sandbox history and check like when the last refresh happened for that particular sandbox. I have just given some sample data. There are only like 5 records out here. But then as it says 16, ideally like it will just list out all the 16 sandboxes that are there in your org. And the next tab is sandbox templates. Sandbox templates are basically used for partial copy sandboxes and full copy sandboxes, wherein when you do a refresh, you can use these templates to decide on which object data you want to copy and which portion of data that you basically want to copy. However, it is not mandatory. It is optional that you can have sandbox templates. The third tab out here is a sandbox history. So in sandbox history, once you click on that, you can access the whole history of a refresh for the various sandboxes in your org. Which sandbox is requested, and it was requested by which person, and it was activated by which person, and when the refresh basically happened, and when it finished, and when it was activated. The entire history of information you can access in the tab Sandbox History. So pretty much this information is sufficient for you to understand the various sandboxes, of what sandbox environment types they belong to, and in which frequency the refresh happens in those sandboxes. So this is all about sandboxes and the various sandbox environment types. And in the next section, we will be understanding like how do we do a sandbox refresh and at what intervals can we do repeated a refresh for a particular sandbox and all those information.
In our previous video, we understood about what's a sandbox and what are all the different sandbox environment types in Salesforce. Perfect. So now let's understand how do we create a sandbox in Salesforce. Basically, in real time, organizations, they have a production environment which they roll it out to users. On top of it, they also purchase sandboxes for all their development and testing. And based on the company, based on their requirements, the number of sandboxes and the type of sandboxes differ from company to company. And in this video, what we are going to learn is whenever a company purchases a sandbox license, how do we consume that license and how do we create a sandbox in Salesforce? So that is what we are going to learn. And as you know, the edition that we are using for all our learning purposes, developer edition. So this is the edition that we are using. And in developer edition, we do not have access to any of the sandboxes. So in setup, if you say sandbox, you obviously get no results because in developer edition, we do not have access to sandboxes. We can't configure any. However, in a real-time production environment, yes, when you go to your production environment, when you search for sandboxes, then yes, you would get results. And when you click on sandboxes, basically it will give you an idea about what are all the sandboxes that is available. But as I can show you here, for the purpose of our learning, what I have done is I have taken some screenshots from a real-time production environment and I'm showing you the screenshots for us to get a better understanding of the concepts. So in a real-time environment, when you search for sandboxes, you will get results, and when you hit sandboxes, basically you will get a screen similar to this. It will list down all the sandboxes that are available with your production org. Basically all the sandboxes that your org is using. This org I have chosen, it is a pretty fresh production org. It has basically no sandboxes configured. And here you can see the available sandboxes licenses that is purchased for this org. They have a developer sandbox. There is only one license available. And developer pro, partial copy, full copy, they have no licenses purchased. So basically they have only one license for a developer sandbox. And now that they have purchased this license, we have to create a sandbox and configure that in our production environment. So this would be basically the page that will pop whenever you hit sandboxes in your setup in your production org, in your real-time production org. So you can see they have a developer sandbox license available. But otherwise like you may see like 2 in use, 0 available, meaning they purchased 2 developer pro and they consumed both the sandboxes. And here it may say like 1 in use and 1 available. It means they have 1 partial copy sandbox which is already in use. And if it says 1 available, it means they have a license for a partial copy sandbox and it is yet to be consumed. So basically this gives an idea about the total number of licenses and how many licenses are already consumed by the org. And here you can see they have absolutely no licenses for all these. The only one license that is available is for the developer sandbox. We know what's the developer sandbox. We already discussed that in detail before. Now let's understand how do we consume this developer sandbox license. So here you can see 2 tabs, sandboxes and sandbox history. Sandboxes means it will list down what are all the different type of sandboxes they have, a particular org has, and what's the type of sandbox and what's the status, basically like if it is active or if it is being refreshed and everything, and what's the org ID, and all the details of all the sandboxes appear out here. And we also have another tab which says sandbox history. So sandbox history, basically this is the tab that gives you the history of information of sandboxes. So what are all the sandboxes that were available, who activated that, when it was refreshed, when it got completed, and all the details, basically what are all the actions that were happened in the sandbox, all those will appear in sandbox history. So you can see 2 tabs out here. Sandboxes gives out the details, history gives out the history details. So now let's go to the sandboxes tab and we have a button, new sandbox button, and once you click on new sandbox button, this screen pops up. So what is this page all about? It asks you for a name, basically the sandbox name, and a description. So it is always a good practice to give a meaningful description so that others will also know what is the purpose of the sandbox. Say for example, in organizations we may create a separate sandboxes for separate projects. It might be an upcoming major project and they might use a sandbox completely for one project. So they might name it accordingly. Or it might be a regular QA environment or a regular UAT environment. So it depends on the organization for what purpose they are creating that sandbox. So give a name for the sandbox and a description. And here it also gives some additional information to us. Like what is a developer sandbox, developer pro, partial copy, full copy. And here you can see that we have only one license available and that is only for the developer sandbox. So that is why we are able to see this create button only here. And we are not able to see that create button out here. But if your organization has got licenses for more than one sandbox, you would be able to see the create buttons all along. And you have to choose basically which sandbox license you are going to consume. And here we have only this and this is the only option that is left to us. So we have to hit the create button. So when you hit the create button, automatically a sandbox of the type developer, basically a developer sandbox gets created. And here I have filled in the details. Once you fill in the details, hit the create button. And then this is what you would be seeing. So basically you have now created a sandbox using the developer license that we have. And we can see that it is of the name dev. It is a developer sandbox and the status is pending. Basically whenever you create a sandbox, the system takes time to create the sandbox and it is in queue. And as the sandbox is still not created, the org ID is still not assigned. So that is also showing as pending. So basically the whole process is in progress. It is still not completed. The developer sandbox that we created is still under progress. And then depending upon the configuration and everything, it takes some time for creating the sandbox. Once a sandbox is successfully completed, you can see the developer sandbox, the status gets changed to completed. And we also get this org ID. I have actually given a false org ID here. We also get the org ID and we also get the completed date and time and the description whatever we gave while creating the sandbox. So this shows that we have successfully created a sandbox. We have completed the process. And as we mentioned before, we also have a tab called a sandbox history, right? So now after creating a sandbox, if you go to the sandbox history, you should be able to see this information. So it is a dev sandbox and it was requested by the so and so person and it was created basically by, that is what is saying refreshed. And then it was finished at this time and it was activated. Probably activation and the refresh and it all shows the same time because the sandbox just got created. So this is about the sandbox history tab. So let's go back to the sandboxes tab. And here, if you click on dev, basically the dev sandbox, it would list down all the details out here. So what's the sandbox name, the description, the license, and what's the status, the location, the org ID, and by whom it was created. So it would display all the details out here. And we know that a developer sandbox, it can be refreshed every single day. And we just created that. So it says 1 day remaining of 1 day. So basically after 24 hours, we'll be able to refresh this sandbox. And you can click on login button to log into the sandbox. You also get an email notification when the sandbox gets created. So basically the login username and the password would be the production username appended by .dev or whatever the sandbox name is. And the password would be the same as in the production credentials. And this is how we create a sandbox in Salesforce. So now that we have created a sandbox successfully, the next step is to establish a sandbox connection, basically a deployment connection. So the sandbox that we created, it is very much in use users are able to log into the sandbox successfully and they are able to do their development and testing, and they can use a sandbox. But at one point, when we need to migrate the components, when we need to deploy the components from that sandbox to a different environment, be it another sandbox or be it a production environment, to whichever environment it is. Whenever there is need for this deployment of metadata, then we need to have a deployment connection in place. Only when two orgs have a deployment connection in between them, only then we can use change sets or IDE or CLI or whatever components. So establishing a deployment connection is essential for deploying metadata components between two org. So now let's understand how do we create a deployment connection between two org. And here throughout the learning purpose we are using developer edition and we do not have access to sandboxes. So similar to the previous assignment, even here I have some screenshots which we can use it for our learning purpose. So log into the sandbox for which we need to establish a deployment connection. Log into that particular sandbox, and in setup, if you search for deployment settings, you will be able to find deployment settings and the page would appear similar to this. So here we have deployment settings here, and here we have listed the production org because that is the only one or other org that is available. But in real time, if there are more orgs, the production org will be there, and on top of it, if the company has got more than one sandboxes, all the sandboxes would be listed here. And here it will show us what is the basically connection between that particular environment and the other environment. Here we can see that there is no deployment connection between the dev sandbox that we are logged into and the production sandbox. So right now there is no deployment connection between these two orgs. Alright, between the dev sandbox and the production org. So now what we are going to do is we are going to establish a connection. So here we have the production org. Click on the production org. This will give us the details, however it is defined. And then we have allow inbound changes and accept outbound changes. So what is this inbound and outbound? As the name says, inbound means incoming and outbound means outgoing. So only when this box is checked, that is inbound changes, it means that it can accept changes from production org, but it cannot give out its changes to production org. Basically, it can only accept the changes, but there is no outgoing. And depending upon the requirement, depending upon how the org has to be configured, it completely depends whether you have to select both or either one of them. In this scenario, I have selected both. And once you do that, you can see it is two-way. Changes from dev can be deployed to production and changes from production can be deployed to dev, because we have selected both inbound and outbound. And now we have successfully established a deployment connection between dev and production. Similarly, you can see all the other sandboxes listed out here. And you can also see how is a deployment connection established between the dev sandbox and the other sandbox. Say for example, we have a sandbox QA. So here it would say dev, QA, and what is the relation. If there is no relation, it would show in red. If it is one way, it would show one way. And if it both ways, it shows like this. So this is how we establish a deployment connection between two environments in Salesforce. And after this deployment connection is established, we can use change sets of force.com IDE to deploy our metadata. Now that we know how to create a sandbox and how to establish a deployment connection between two orgs in Salesforce, we should also get to know how to delete a sandbox as well in Salesforce, right? Because there may be requirements wherein we may want to delete a sandbox which we used for a particular project and we no longer need that. So we may want to delete a sandbox. So how do we do that in Salesforce? Again, for deleting sandboxes, we do not have access to sandboxes because we have only developer edition. So I have some screen prints with me which will help us learn the concept. In a real-time production environment, go for sandboxes. That will list down all the sandboxes that are available. And being confidential information, I have just basically blurred out most of the information out here. And you can see the developer sandboxes, how many are available and how many were in use. We can see there is a full sandbox. Basically, they have only one license, which is already consumed, and they have no more licenses available. And the most they have is developer sandboxes. They have 8 developer sandboxes, and among that, all the 8 are available. And here we see all the 8 developer sandboxes are consumed. And if we decide to delete a sandbox, then what should we do? Here we see all the sandbox environments, it's listed out. And we also have options to log in, refresh or delete. So go to that particular sandbox. In our case, let's say dev sandbox. Go to that particular sandbox and hit delete. As simple as that. And then we get a warning message saying that we are about to delete a sandbox, and then the operation cannot be undone. So if we are very sure about deleting the sandbox, check the checkbox and hit delete. And that's it. The sandbox gets deleted once the process is completed. And as the warning message says, this process cannot be undone. So be sure about deleting a sandbox before we actually go ahead and delete one. So this is the process of deleting a sandbox in Salesforce.
Now that we have understood about sandboxes, the various sandbox environment types, the next topic that we are going to discuss about is sandbox refresh. Say for example, there are these many sandboxes in your org and you want to refresh one of the sandbox. So what is all that we got to consider to make it happen? Let's say we got to refresh the QA sandbox. Then how do we take it forward? Before we go ahead and perform the refresh, there is one important thing that we got to have in mind, and that is a refresh interval. If the sandbox is of type developer, then you can refresh it every day because the interval is 1 day. You can refresh the developer sandbox every day. And same with the developer pro sandbox as well. You can refresh it every day. But in case of a partial copy sandbox, you can refresh it only once in 5 days. And in case of a full sandbox, you can refresh it only once in 29 days. So be mindful about the intervals so that you can plan your refresh schedule accordingly. And the capacity information we are pretty much aware of. For the developer, it's 200 MB. The capacity for developer pro is 1 GB. For partial copy, it's 5 GB. And for a full sandbox, it is the very same as your production instance. And in a refresh, be it a developer sandbox refresh or a developer pro sandbox refresh, it includes the configuration, apex and metadata, and all user information. Just that the capacity differs, the data storage capacity differs between developer and developer pro. But in case you are refreshing a partial copy sandbox, then like it includes the apex and metadata, all user information, configuration, and some sample records. And you can also use sandbox templates for this partial copy sandbox. And finally, the full sandbox. For the full sandbox, again the configuration, apex and metadata, and all user information are there. Along with that, the entire set of records, whatever is there in the production, you can select all of the objects, and if really required, you can select some of the objects. And you can definitely have the support of sandbox templates. You can use sandbox templates wherein you want to select which all objects you want to basically refresh. And again, you can also have the history and the charter information. If you want the field tracking history and the charter information to be refreshed as well, then you can very much do it in a full sandbox. So these are some of the important information and differences that you gotta have in mind before you start any refresh. And just for instance, let's consider we are gonna refresh the QA sandbox. And as it shows here, it's a developer sandbox. So what are all the various activities that we gotta do for the QA sandbox refresh? First, we gotta exactly understand what does QA sandbox refresh mean, what it does overall. So when you refresh the QA sandbox, the entire QA sandbox metadata will be completely refreshed with the production metadata. So whatever you have in prod will completely come and sit on QA sandbox. Means your objects, fields, tabs, applications, Visual Force pages, Apex classes, everything, absolutely everything from production will be copied into QA sandbox. Meaning you lose whatever you have in QA prior to the refresh. And after the refresh, it will be only the production metadata that you can see in QA. And this QA, being a developer sandbox, no data will be copied from production. So all your test data in QA will be removed. And the user information in QA will be overwritten by as it is in prod. So all the users who are there in production will be there in QA as well. But this note regarding the user information is actually a little different from business to business. In some business, it is like the same set of users. They exist across all the environments. But in some projects, it is like some people have access only to the lower environments and they do not have access to production because they work only in the development and the migration is completely taken over by someone else. So they have access only to, say, dev and QA, and they do not have access to staging and prod. Pretty much even that is possible. So you got to handle the scenario accordingly. So in short, QA sandbox refresh will completely erase the QA metadata and will replace it with a production copy of that, and no test data will be present. Okay, perfect. So as an admin, before starting the refresh, there are some activities that you got to do. Task 1. Send out a communication to the development team with the date and time of the refresh, so that basically they can back up all their dev work. Say for example, in a team wherein it is only one single team that is working on an application, pretty much the dev team, all of them will be on the same page, wherein the best date for doing the refresh would be the day after the deployment. So after the deployment, pretty much you can do a refresh so that you can copy the production instance to the lower environments. But in scenarios wherein multiple teams work on the same application, say for example, they work on different applications which connects to Salesforce. So in that scenario, the dev teams might have different time slots for their sprints. So it is very much possible that when one team goes live, the other team, they are doing with their development. When the other team goes live, pretty much the third team is actually working on the deployment. So in those scenarios, you have to well coordinate among the teams, find the best suitable date for performing the refresh, and send out a communication to the entire team. So that if anyone has got some work done in that environment, they can pretty much back up their work so that they do not incur any work loss. Also, this QA sandbox, being a developer sandbox, remind the team that their test data will be lost. So in case they are very specific about their test data for any of their developments or testing, then they got to back it up as well. So after the refresh is done, they can reload their test data. And you can very much send reminder emails, maybe the previous day, just to ensure that no one's work is lost. So once this communication and everything is done, just prior to the refresh, you got to take a complete metadata export. And we discussed how do we basically take a metadata export in the previous sessions. So use force.com CLI, and that is the fastest way of exporting metadata, and have that for reference. Because many times, people come to you asking for the backup files. They say, they missed out to basically take a backup of a class that they were working on, a trigger that they were working on. They lost some information. So having this metadata export, taking a backup of that is definitely recommended. And also do take a list of users who were using QA in this scenario for any reference later. So these are all the activities that you got to do prior to the refresh. Once done, log into the Salesforce application and start the refresh. Even for this lecture, as I'll not be able to use the developer edition, I'm basically using some screenshots to explain the concept. So in your production instance, go to data management, sandboxes, that will list down all the sandboxes that is there in your org. You can see 3 options: delete, refresh, login. Hit refresh so that you can refresh the corresponding sandbox. Once you hit refresh, you got to give in the name and the description of the new copy of the sandbox. And as you can see here, it will list down all the different type of sandbox environments, and then what is the refresh interval and the other information. And this QA sandbox is basically a developer sandbox, so you can see the next option only out here. So go next. So once you click on next, you can see there are no templates for this organization because this is basically a developer sandbox. And then it is asking an option for auto activate. So here we got to understand what is this option of auto activate. Actually, sandbox refresh happens in 2 steps. First step, copying the metadata from production, and step 2 is activating the QA sandbox with the production metadata. If you do not check auto activate, once the production metadata is copied, it waits for your confirmation on activating it to the QA sandbox. And if auto activate is checked, it copies the production metadata and automatically activates the QA sandbox. It doesn't wait for your confirmation. So in this instance, let's assume we do not auto activate. So do not check the checkbox and hit create. Once you do that, automatically the sandbox status would be pending in queue. And as you can see here, at this point of time when the status is pending in queue, you do not have neither of the options, delete, refresh or login. And when the processing starts, when the refresh processing starts, it says processing, and the time it takes for processing depends on the type of sandbox and also the type of metadata. So you needn't basically stay on this page. You can continue with your other activities, and once the processing is complete, Salesforce would send an email saying that the processing is complete, and as we have not auto-activated, it will let you know that the activation is pending from your side. And the email would look something like this, wherein it says the refresh is complete, and it is actually complete and it is ready for activation. So to activate the refresh copy, basically it gives you the link of the production account, wherein we'll have the activate link. So once you click on the activate link, it will get activated. And in case if there are any discrepancy in the user information, and if it is not able to update the user information, it will list down all the user information as well. And now if you check the sandbox status, it will show pending activation, meaning the refresh is done, but then it is still not activated. So in this time, the QA will be originally how the QA is before the refresh. There is no change. Only after you activate, the production metadata will be copied into QA. But at this point of time, you have two options, activate or discard. If activate, then the QA sandbox will be activated with what is there in production, and discard, all the changes will be discarded. And once you hit activate, it will ask for a confirmation, wherein just check and hit activate again. The sandbox status would now be activating. And now you'll be getting an email from Salesforce saying that the QA refresh is ready for use. Meaning it is completely activated and it is ready for use. Meaning now that the QA sandbox is refreshed with what is there in production. And again, some information on how it has to be accessed. As it is QA and as it is a sandbox, you can access using the URL test.salesforce.com. It just gives you an instance. Say for example, your production account is this, then you can access your QA with this user. Means it is pretty much appended with the sandbox name. And if in case there are some users which is not able to sync by the system, then it lists down all the users. And as an admin, you got to cross verify if they are really invalid users. And now if you again log into the application and see, the refresh is complete. So that's the reason it is showing the status as completed. And the refresh is complete, and here if you see the options, you do not have delete or refresh. Why? Because this is a developer type sandbox and it can be refreshed only once a day. So it means the refresh option will again appear after 24 hours. And in case of it being a full sandbox, the refresh option you will get it only again after 29 days. So once the QA sandbox refresh is done, is completed, there are some activities that you got to do post refresh. So what is all that you got to do? So this is all that you got to do post refresh. First is reactivating the users in QA if needed. Reactivate users in QA if needed. Meaning if the users in QA are not in sync prior to the refresh and post refresh, then you got to reactivate those users. And some scenarios might be, it might not be across all business, but in some business there are pretty much chances that users will not be there in prod, but they'll be there in dev and QA. In those scenarios, very likely that you might lose those users. So what you can do is you can take a list of all the user list prior to the refresh and then basically do a comparison and then recreate them after the refresh. And reinstalling apps and packages. Even this, again, that is org dependent, again that is project dependent. In some projects, what they do is all these App Exchange apps that you install, pretty much they do not install everything in production. Some of the apps might be for some trial and error or for some testing. They install only in the lower environments. So in those scenarios, as it is not there in prod, it is very much likely that you lose those apps in QA or dev or in the lower environments. So you got to have a check of all those apps which is there in prod, which is not there in prod and which is there in the lower environments. And if yes, then you got to reinstall those apps. And once you are done with these two activities, then send out a communication to the entire team letting them know that the refresh is complete. And when you send out that email, do remind the team on the following, that which URL they need to use for accessing the QA or whichever sandbox. And also do remind them on the username and the password. The username will be the same as it was for prod, except they got to append it with a sandbox name and QA in this instance. And the password is the same as for the production. So whatever password they have for production, that will work for QA going forward after the refresh. And as for the security tokens, they have to regenerate the security tokens. And in case they are using the security tokens, basically hard coding the security tokens in any one of their scheduled jobs, then they have to update those jobs accordingly. And also some support to any users in case they have any issues in logging in. So these are all the activities that you got to do post refresh. And in case you are refreshing a full copy sandbox, this is one additional step in the process. When you hit a refresh, it will take you to a page wherein it will ask you for the name and the description of the sandbox. And when you hit next, it will basically show up the screen. So what is this? It will ask you whether to include all the object data, or maybe you can use some templates wherein you can create some sandbox templates which tells you like which all objects and which all data that you basically want to refresh. And it also gives you options wherein you want to include the field tracking history data from production to whichever lower environment and include the chatter data, and also this option auto activate. So this is kind of an additional step when you do a full copy sandbox refresh. In the previous section, we understood about sandboxes. How do we manage sandboxes? What are all the different type of sandboxes? And finally, how do we get into production? How do we do a sandbox refresh on a regular basis and all these? Now, going forward, we'll understand what are all the various deployment tools that we have for deployment of metadata in Salesforce. And before we actually do the deployment, how do we do a metadata export? First of all, let's understand the concept of metadata. What is metadata? Very precise, it is data about data. Basically, it defines a rich set of components that includes all aspects of the Force.com functionality. Be it the user interface, be it the workflows, be it the validation rules, be it the Apex classes, be it the triggers, be it the Visualforce pages, and everything that's part of the Force.com functionality. Everything comes under metadata. And here I believe we understand the difference between metadata and data. Say for example, accounts. Accounts is the object. It has got some 10 fields. It has got a couple of validation rules. It has got a couple of workflow rules in that. And there are some 5 triggers in accounts. Alright, so all these forms metadata of accounts object. Alright, and regarding to data, say for example there are some 10,000 account records in the system. So those 10,000 account records, they fall under the category of data. So metadata is something that stores data. So this is the difference between metadata and data. Because it is highly recommended that before we do a deployment from any org to any org, we do a metadata export from the source organization and from the target organization, mainly from the target organization. Say for example, like you are doing some deployment from a development to testing environment. Say like you are deploying a couple of triggers which is already existing. Basically, you are updating a couple of triggers and you are updating a couple of objects. Alright, just for instance. And now that you are deploying the changes from dev to testing environment. So it is highly recommended that you back up all the metadata in testing environment, because like for whatsoever reason you want to revert the changes, you got to have that backup in place. Alright. So for this purpose we do metadata export. So before we deploy, we do a metadata export from the target organization. And we do follow this process of metadata export, be it in lower environments or be it in production environment. There are different methods using which you can do this metadata export. You can basically do it via Force.com CLI or via IDE or via snapshot, or maybe like you can have other options as well. So in this lecture, we are basically going to talk about these 3 different methods wherein you can do a metadata export. First comes the Force.com CLI, that is a command line interface. And in the next lecture, we'll be discussing in detail about what is this Force.com CLI, how do we do a manual metadata export, how do we do automated metadata export using Force.com CLI. And for snapshot, in the next lecture, in the next section, we have a lecture for snapshot, and wherein we'll discuss how do we take a metadata export using snapshot and how do we deploy the changes using snapshot. In this lecture, we are mainly going to concentrate how do we do a metadata export using Force.com IDE. When talking about Force.com IDE, Force.com IDE is a powerful client application for creating, modifying and deploying the Force.com applications. And no doubts, it's a very comfortable environment for programmers familiar with the integrated development environments, wherein it lets you code, compile, test, package and deploy everything within the IDE. In the next section, we'll understand how do we deploy changes using Force.com IDE. But here in this lecture, we are going to understand how do we do a metadata export using IDE. Before we actually deploy the changes, how do we take a metadata backup using Force.com IDE. Okay, so let's go to the procedure. First of all, let's launch Eclipse. Don't worry, like how do we install this Eclipse, how do we install this Force.com IDE, how do we actually get to this screen? I have discussed in detail in the next section. in the lecture for force.com ID. So I'm directly jumping onto this. For a detailed description, you can definitely go to that particular lecture and refer that. So now let's concentrate how do we take a metadata export. So for taking a metadata export, first we got to create a force.com project. So go to File, New, force.com project, and it asks you for the project name and the credentials. So project name, you can just say metadata export, and it is always recommended that you append it with the environment from which you take it, say for example dev environment. And here you got to connect to the dev environment. So you got to give the username, password and the security token for connecting to the dev environment. So once you connect to the dev environment, it is connected to that particular organization and the export you take is from the dev organization. So give the username, password and the security token for the dev environment or whichever sandbox. And once you give in the details and click on next, it takes you to this particular screen. And what it says, choose the initial project components. So now that we got to choose which are all the components that we want to export. If it's Apex and Visual Force, if you are just concerned about Apex and Visual Force, then it would just export classes, triggers, pages, components and static resources. Or if you want to select some particular metadata components, you can go for the second option, wherein you can choose which are all components that you want to export, or you can go for all the components also. And if you are very specific about the contents of a package, then go for the third option, and the fourth option is none. So it actually which option you choose actually depends on which deployment you are doing. Either you are interested in taking the full metadata export of all the components that is there in your org, or you are very specific about some particular components. Say for example, I'm just working on a trigger. So it is just sufficient for me to take a metadata export of that particular trigger. Right? Why would I take the whole metadata export? So in that scenario, you can just go for the first option wherein you have the triggers. Or you can say I just need one trigger and I just need one other metadata component. Say for example, a validation rule or a workflow rule or an object. Then go for the second one, wherein you can choose which all components you want to take. Alright, so it actually depends on the requirement. But here we are just trying to understand the process, how do we take an export. Alright, so maybe let me go for the second option, that is selected metadata components. Once you click on choose, it will list down all the metadata components that is existing in your org, as you can see here. And there is a checkbox that is available using which you can choose which are all the components that you want to export. All the metadata components are available over here. Say for example, I want to export applications, I want to export dashboards, and I want to export some triggers and maybe some static resources. So just I'm selecting all the components which I want to export, but then definitely yes, you can go ahead, click on select all, wherein you can select all the metadata components that you want to export. So go ahead and click on OK. Click on finish. The operation is in progress now. And once the process is completed, you can see a project created that is called metadata export dev. Now, as the name says, it is a dev. So anytime you connect to this project, it automatically tries to connect to that particular organization. And here you can see the SRC folder. That is basically the source folder. And in that source folder, you will have each folder for each of the component that you basically chose. Say applications, dashboards, static resources, triggers. So applications will have the list of all applications that is there in your org. Dashboards will have the list of all dashboards that is there in your org. Static resources will list down all the static resources. Triggers will list down all the triggers. So by this way, you can take a metadata export, keep it handy before you actually do a deployment. So now that we have done it in dev environment, similarly you can do it in any environment. You can connect to that particular organization and you can take an export. So it is highly recommended that you do this process of metadata backup, and then you can also append it with the date, in which particular date you basically took the export, so that you can have it as a reference for any time later. Even after 2 months or 3 months, you can always refer to this and see the backup that you have taken. But the whole idea of this metadata export is just in case you want to put back the changes, just in case something got screwed up, you can always have this as a backup for your deployment. And as I already mentioned, you can also do a metadata export using force.com CLI and snapshot as well. Alright, there can be other methods as well, but then we are concentrating in this course on these three methods of doing the metadata export. And the other options, that is using the CLI and using the snapshot, we will be discussing in the forthcoming sections.
Okay, the next important tool and the interesting tool that we are going to talk about is the Force.com CLI. So what is Force.com CLI? Force.com CLI allows you to work with the Force.com data directly from the command line. You can browse and create Force.com objects, view, edit, create, delete records, execute Apex code, SOQL queries, and lot more in this. So definitely it's a great news for Unix guys. If you are familiar with Unix commands, if you have worked with Unix before, then it's just a cakewalk for you. And in fact, I think this feature of command line interface was introduced way back in 2013, if I remember right. Alright, so let's get started now. So how do we start it? First, you got to install Force.com interface, and that you can do it through the link forcecli.heroku.com. You can very much get the link from Google. Just Google Force.com CLI and this link should pop up. So once go to this link, and depending on your machine, if it's a Windows machine or Mac, download the force.exe file and place it in a location in your computer. And be very sure that the location that you are placing your force.exe file should be identified by your path, or the other way, include that location in your path so that it can read and execute that. So once done with the download, open Command Shell and start working. As simple as that. Now that I've downloaded the interface already in my machine, let me open the command line. The command line, first we got to log into Salesforce. So how do we log in? Force login. Once you execute this command, automatically it will redirect to login.salesforce.com. So give in your username password. Login. Allow access. Okay, authorization complete. You may now close this window. So close the window, go back to your command line. So what does it say? Logged in as online@training.com. That's my user. So now we have successfully logged in. What next? We got to understand the various commands that we can use in this, right? Alright, so these are the various commands that you can use. So what are all those? Login, logout, logins, active, who am I, describe, SObject, big object, field, record. So these are the various commands that you can use in the Force.com CLI interface. We just used login, that's force login. So what's the syntax for force login? We just gave force login and it navigated to login.salesforce.com, right? Instead, we can also give force login the instance, like if it's the production instance or if it's a test instance. For production instance, you needn't specifically say it's a production instance. By default, it takes you to the production instance. But if it's a test instance, then you got to say test. So I equals test and U equals username and P equals password. So this is the syntax that you got to follow if you do not want to get navigated to login.salesforce.com and give the details. Instead, you can just give force login, username, password. It will automatically read the username and password and help you log in. So how do we understand each of the commands and each of the syntax? So you got a command, force help. Say for example, you got to understand about login. So just do force help login and it will give you the syntax of that particular command. So what does it say? It says force login and this is the syntax. And these are all some examples like, how you can basically use that command. So I equals test means sandbox environment and username and password. So you got to give in the username and password. But when you do not specifically say as a test, it will automatically take you to the production instance. In a similar fashion, you can use force help to understand about any command and its syntax and some examples about that. Let's do a few of them. Force who am I means basic. It will list down all the details of the currently logged in user. Next, force query. Force query is a command that is used for executing a SOQL query. Say for example, select ID, name from account. So that is my query. You can just execute the query and you can view the output like this. So force query and give in your query within quotes. That will execute the query and give you the output. And you can very much export the output to a file. So how do you do that? Just after the command, given the location where you want to export the details. say extract.xls. So automatically the query output will be exported to the particular location. This is the file that just got exported from the interface. So it has extracted all the ID and name details of the account, basically the output of the query. So similarly, like any command output, you can very much extract it to a file for any usage. Okay, getting back to the commands. Force S object. Force S object. It says force S object is not the correct syntax and it gives me suggestions. It says like force S object list or create or delete or import. So list will basically list down all the S objects in your org, and create will, it is basically for creating a new object. Delete is for deleting an object, and import is for importing the data. So, in this, you got to choose how you want to handle your S object. Say for example, force S object list. So this will basically list down all the S objects in the org. Just not the S object. Even you can list down all the fields that are associated to a particular S object. Force field list and which particular S object you want to extract the details. Say account. So it will list down all the fields and the data type of that particular object. Say now accounts, it has got all these fields and the related data type. Say for example, this name, it's a string, number of employees, it's an integer, number of location, double, owner ID, reference, etc. But just not that. In case of pick list, it just not says it's a pick list, but also lists down all the pick list values. So definitely this command force field list S object is a very useful command, because many times you want details of the object and the related fields. Basically that is called as a describing object, right? There are a couple of other tools using which you can basically describe the object, but then in some cases you cannot export the data. In some cases it gives you details only of standard objects. So this interface, force.com CLI interface, very much you can get these details and you can also export the details into a file. Another important command for admins is the force limits. This basically talks about the standard limits set by Salesforce and where your org stands with respect to those limits, like the data storage, the file storage and all these. So you can basically know like what are all the limits and where your org is basically with all those limits. And definitely, handling password is one important task for admins. So force password, that would basically, give you the status of the password, but just not that if you want to reset the password, you can very much do this. And force log. Yeah, force log is something that is very important, is basically, give you the details from the debug logs. There are assets like nothing in the debug logs right now, so it is giving me 0 records, but it pulls you values from the debug logs. And force import and export. Force import and export are something important. What is this force import and export? Force export basically exports the metadata of your org. And import, it imports the metadata of your org. So this operation of export and import is very essential, because in every org, in any company or any project that you work in, we regularly take metadata exports. Metadata backups we regularly take from the production instance, and we basically have a shared drive or server wherein you can have all those metadata configuration in place. So this is a very, very regular activity that is done by admins. And that activity you can very much do using the force.com CLI. So force export. So force export, just giving this command force export will automatically export the full metadata of your org to the location basically where you copied your force.exe file, right? So in the same location, you'll have a folder now created with all the exported metadata. But in case if you give a specific location, definitely you can point that location so that all the exported metadata will be stored in that particular location. Okay, so now it says it is exported to this particular location, because I did not give any, so it took the default path. But otherwise, definitely I can say force export, and whichever location you can give that location C, and whichever folder that you want to point to, and that metadata will get exported to that particular location. Similarly, there are different other commands that you can use. So try out all the commands. Definitely it's an interesting exercise to work with.
Now comes the most interesting and the most useful part of force.com CLI. So what is that? You can automate process, you can automate jobs using force CLI. So definitely this is a very big advantage of using the command line interface. So how you can automate the command line? Basically how you can automate a process or how you can automate a job. CLI makes it very easy. When you want to basically automate a particular process or a particular job, it depends on if it's Windows or Unix or Linux or basically, which operating system you are basically using. So in case of Windows, maybe you can use the task scheduler for that. That will basically help you to run the task at a specific time that you have configured it accordingly. Or if it's Unix or Linux, definitely you can use cron tabs. Unix guys, you might be definitely aware of this. The cron tabs or the cron jobs that we call. Using that, you can automate your jobs. But in this example, now that I'm just quickly going to show you how do we create a batch file and how do we use the task scheduler for automating the CLI jobs. Say for example, we want to automate the metadata export, meaning we want to have the metadata exported to a particular location on a regular basis. Say every night at 10 p.m. you want the metadata to be exported to a particular location. So how do you do that? We just did the metadata export, right? Open the command line and you got to navigate to a particular folder. And in that folder, you can create a new folder and then log into force.com. Basically, use force login and log into force.com. And then you got to export the data and then do a force logout. So all these set of commands, you got to create a batch file with these set of commands. So once you run the batch file, automatically all these commands would run and the metadata would get exported. So what next? Then you got to use the task scheduler for running the batch file at specific intervals, say every day or every week or every month. Basically how you have designed. Okay, so how do we create a batch file? First of all, what is a batch file? A batch file is an executable file basically holding a set of commands. So how do you create a batch file? You just open a notepad and save it with a .bat extension and that becomes a batch file. As simple as that. So open a notepad and put in all your commands, whatever. Let me not put in the commands right now. Let me save it with .bat extension. Say metadata export .bat. So it becomes a batch file. Okay, so now that the batch file is successfully created, we got to put in the commands into the batch file, right? What are the commands that we are going to put in? So this is the batch file and these are the set of commands that we are going to put it. So what it basically does, cd and this particular folder structure. So you want to basically have all your metadata exported to a particular location in your computer, right? So this is the location that I'm targeting and MD, whichever folder that you want to get created. So MD basically creates a new folder. So all these basic unique commands, you got to be a little familiar so that you can very easily work in this interface. So MD and followed by the folder name. So automatically a new folder will get created. And then force login. Force login with your username password, force export. And just not force export, I'm just giving the location where it should get exported. And this syntax is to append the folder name with the current date. Once done, do a force logout. As simple as that. So we are navigating to a folder, creating a new subfolder, logging to force.com and then doing a metadata export and then force logout. So this is the set of commands that we are going to give it in the batch file. So once the batch file is run, this process automatically gets executed. First, let's do it manually and then let's see how do we use a task scheduler to automate this. Okay, now we got to include all these commands in the batch file. So open the batch file means edit the batch file and include all the commands. So how do we edit the batch file? Simply right click, edit and it will open up the notepad, put in all these commands. Edit and put in all these commands. Save it. So now the batch file is ready. So once this batch file is done, once we execute this, automatically the process will happen. Okay, so now that it is exporting the data, Yes, the process is getting executed. Alright, so now the process has got completed. Let me navigate to the location and see if the metadata export is completed. So this is the location that I have mentioned in the batch file. So a new folder has got created. It has got created with the name metadata backup, but just not that, with today's date as well. And once I open this, I have the full metadata export in place. From applications, the assignment rules, the labels, layouts, objects, and the whole metadata, the whole Salesforce metadata basically is exported in this particular location. So interesting, right? Yes. So what is that we have done? We have created a batch file with the set of commands, with the set of the commands that we can use in the command line interface, and that has automatically exported the metadata into this particular folder. Good. But this is a manual job, right? You got to, explicitly run the batch file. So how do we automate this? So being a Windows machine, maybe definitely you can use a task scheduler for automating this process. But in case of Linux or Unix, the concept is the same, but you got to use the shell scripts and you got to use the cron jobs for automating the process. Let's open task scheduler. Go for it. Create a new task. So action, create task. Maybe let me say metadata export, and then the actions. Basically in action you got to give the batch file as the input. Browse for the batch file. And then you got to set a trigger. So what is a trigger? In a trigger, basically you say like at what intervals this particular job has to be done. So basically you can give a date, time, and you can, say the task to expire at whichever, say for example it has to run for a year, and at what interval basically it has to repeat the task. In 1 hour or like at whatever time you got to give. So once you do this, once you give OK, this job basically gets executed. And what is this? The job will get executed at the interval as specified by you in the task scheduler. So at the time comes, automatically the batch job will be picked up and it will be run, and the metadata export will be saved in your machine. So interesting, right? Yes. So this is about Windows, and as I already told you, for Unix or Linux, try with cron jobs. So by this way you can automate process using the force.com CLI. As part of this release management, the next topic that we are going to discuss about is how do we deploy metadata. First of all, let's understand the concept of metadata. What is metadata? Very precise, it is data about data. Basically, it defines a rich set of components that includes all aspects of the force.com functionality. Be it the user interface, be it the workflows, be it the validation rules, be it the Apex classes, be it the triggers, be it the Visualforce pages, and everything. That's part of the force.com functionality. Everything comes under metadata. And here I believe we understand the difference between metadata and data. Say for example, accounts. Accounts is the object. It has got some 10 fields. It has got a couple of validation rules. It has got a couple of workflow rules in that. And there are some 5 triggers in accounts. Alright, so all these forms metadata of accounts object. Alright, and regarding to data, say for example there are some 10,000 account records in the system. So those 10,000 account records, they fall under the category of data. So metadata is something that stores data. So this is the difference between metadata and data. Say for example, the application that you're working on, let's consider some sandbox environments and production environment. As we know, there can be only one production environment, that's a real-time environment, and sandbox environments can be many depending on the business, depending on the requirements. How many sandbox environments they have configured, as many sandbox environments you will actually have in the system. For our example, let's consider there are 3 sandbox environments: the dev sandbox, QA sandbox, and the staging sandbox. And production, we know there is only one production environment. So whenever we want to make some configuration changes to the system, every project has got their own deployment process. Because every sandbox that exists, it exists for a particular reason. Say for example, the dev sandbox, it is purely for development. QA sandbox, for doing all the QA activities. The staging sandbox, kind of a pre-production. There can be other sandboxes as well. Say for example, purely for the purpose of integration testing. or for doing some POCs. There can be multiple reasons for a sandbox to exist in a system. So as an admin, as a developer, as a Salesforce consultant that you work in a system, work in a project, you got to understand what are all the different sandbox environments that is being used and what is the purpose of those environments, and considering a deployment, what is the process that they follow for following the deployment. So in some projects it might be like every change that goes from dev and then QA and then staging and then they migrate to production. And in some projects it is like no QA sandbox is purely for some other integration. So, they do not bother about the QA sandbox. So the deployment process is like a dev and then to staging and then to production. So it is totally up to the business, totally up to the project, the deployment process that they follow to deploy changes to production. The first concept that we are going to discuss about is Salesforce packages. What are Salesforce packages and how do we use Salesforce packages for migrating the components from one org to another org? The concept of packages, you can very much compare this with a normal activity that we do. Say, for example, I have some couple of documents and want to share these couple of documents with you. So what do? I can just send out an email, attach those documents and send it across to you, right? You get that email, you get that document. As simple as that, right? Package, as the name says, it's a package of components. Be it apps, be it fields, be it email templates, be it Visualforce pages, whatever. You can group all the components, whichever you want to share, and put in a package and share it. And when we talk about these packages, there are basically two types of packages. One is a managed package and the other is an unmanaged package. So what is an unmanaged package and what is a managed package? Package, as we know, it's a package of components, right? It's a pack of components. So say for example, I create an unmanaged package. And in that unmanaged package, I have got a couple of objects, I have got a couple of fields, and say a couple of email templates. So I create an unmanaged package and I upload it and I get that link and you use that link and you can install that unmanaged package. Perfect. But now once you do that installation of that unmanaged package, all the components that you installed, you can pretty much work on those components. You can edit those components. You can delete those components. You can do whatever you want with those components. That is an unmanaged package. Basically, I will not have any control on those components with which I created an unmanaged package. But in a managed package, it is not like that. Once I create a managed package and once I send it across to you, you can very much install the managed package, yes, but you will not have any rights on those components. Basically, you cannot edit those components that you have installed via managed packages. And those App Exchange apps that we installed, that we discussed in the previous sections about the field trips or the metadata search or any App Exchange app that you can talk about, all those are managed packages. You basically cannot edit those components that is there in your org. But unmanaged packages, it is just like, I'm just giving away some components. You can install those components and you can work on them. Edit them, delete them, it's up to you. So unmanaged packages, there is no concept of upgrading those packages. But managed packages, yes, they can be upgraded. Even these App Exchange apps, what you install, the company who owns the App Exchange app, they release upgraded versions. So you can very much upgrade your package, the managed package. But there is no concept of upgrade in unmanaged packages. And unmanaged packages are very much used for handling the metadata, and the managed packages are very much useful for handling the applications that you build out of Salesforce, integrated with Salesforce. And in this lecture, we'll understand how do we create an unmanaged package and how do we share it with others. Go to your application, search for packages. You have an option packages. As we can see here, there are no packages as such created. Go through this description. Let's create a new package. And let me say test package. And it's in English. And you got to give a description. Basically, you can add which all components that you're, adding it in the package. Go save. Once done, the package is ready. But the package has got absolutely nothing inside that. Okay, just that the package is done. So what next is we got to add components to the package. So for adding the components, go click add. You can see two sections out here. One is the component type, which particular component type that you are preferring to add. And the other is a list of all components that are available. Say for example, app. These three are the apps that are available for me to share. Say for example, buttons. Now, these are the buttons that are available for me to share. Say for example, call center. Okay, so there are no components out there. So, this is the component type wherein like it will list down like almost everything that is there in your metadata. Custom fields, custom objects. Say for example, custom objects. You can share all these custom objects. So first you got to select the component type, and in that component type, you got to select which component you want to add it to the package. So let me choose some email templates, and I have these many email templates. Let me choose a text email template and the letterhead email template. Add to the package. And as we can see, the dependencies also gets uploaded by default. Like we just included only the text email template and the letterhead email template. But for us to install the letterhead email template, we also need the letterhead which is attached to that, right? So by default, the dependencies also gets attached. Even the training template. Training template is basically the folder in which the email template is placed. So all those dependencies also get included by default. And along with that, let me add some custom fields. Okay, so let me add the number of leased floors, add it to my package. Okay, perfect. So now that the package has got a couple of email templates to that, and it has also got a custom field attached to it. Perfect. So now that the package is ready, right? We have created our package and we have added all the components that we want to attach it with the package. Perfect. So now what next? Now we got to upload the package. So let's give in these details here. Say for example, let me say Jan 2015. And let me check for any other mandatory fields. Upload. Perfect. The package is successfully uploaded. So do note one thing here, that when we are actually migrating the components from one org to another org, or from one person to another person, when we are sharing the metadata, it is not that you are sharing some files. Right? It is not that you are sharing some documents, or it is not that like you're sharing something. It is like all the packages, all the components in the packages will get uploaded, and you'll just have that URL in which they are uploaded. So what you got to do is, this particular URL, you need to have it, and through this URL, you can download the package. You can install the package into a different org. Or say for example, like you can share this URL with a different person, and he can use the URL and he can install the components that are attached to this package. So this is the installation URL out here, what we have. And here we can see the package components. There are basically 4 resources and there is 1 field in the package. So now for installing the package, just go to the link. Okay, so it says this app can't be installed. Why? Because this package already exists. So do note that in the concept of packages, if the package is already existing in the destination org, or like with the other person with whom you are basically sharing the metadata, you will be basically not able to install the package. In fact, to say it is just not with the package, even with the package components. If you are trying to install some package components which is already existing in the destination org, then it would error out saying that this particular component is already existing. So let me open up another org so that we can basically install this package. Before doing that, let me also have the URL handy. So for taking the URL, go for packages, and we have created our first package, that is test package. Go for test package and go for the versions. You have the first version 1.0, and there you have the installation URL. So just copy, have this installation URL ready. Let me open up another org and I'll show you like how do we basically download this package. So I have logged into another Salesforce org, and this is the installation URL for my package. So just I copied it, I used it in the URL. And now, as I told you earlier, it is just not about the package. Even package components, if they already exist in the org, then it would cause an issue. So, before that, it is asking the system, ask us whether it should not install or it should basically go for rename. So let me say, let it not install. And you also have that option whether it is only for admins or users or specific profiles. If you can recall what we did for App Exchange apps, pretty much we had the same options. So let me say only for admins. And let me install. Perfect. Installation complete. Go click on done. And now in the destination org, you will be able to see this package under install the packages. And what is all that was there as part of this package? We had some email templates. So let me quickly go and see if there are those email templates available out here. So yes, the email template is available, wherein like it was under the folder of training template. So the folder is available, training template, and within that we have these two templates, text email template and letterhead email template. And there was another field that is a custom field, and we added it for the object accounts. So let me go for fields, accounts, and I think like it was the field leased floors, number of leased floors, right? So this particular field, number of leased floors, we did not create it in this org. Basically, it was created in a different org, and we uploaded it in a package, and we used that installation URL, and now that we have installed the package, so as a result, all the components that were as part of the package, they also got installed. And now that, as you can see, on this particular field or on the package component that you have installed, you have all rights like your other components. Say for example, I want to delete this field. Yes, I want to delete this field, as simple as that. So we can, very much use the components. You can very much work on the components that you have installed via unmanaged package. So the package that we just created, we uploaded, we installed is an unmanaged package. And good examples of managed packages are those which you install it from the App Exchange apps, like the field trip or the metadata search or the other App Exchange apps that we discussed. So this is all about packages. First, you got to create a package, add components to the package, and upload the package. And all these you do it in your source organization. And in the target organization or in the destination organization, you basically use that installation URL and you install all the components that comes as part of the package. But do remember that though packages can be used for migrating the metadata from one org to another org, it is definitely not a best practice or a recommended practice for us to migrate the components from your sandbox to other sandbox or to production environment. We have to go with other methods like using change sets or using snapshot or using force.com IDE, for basically migrating the data, for deploying the data from one org to another org. But this whole concept of packages is about sharing the metadata, maybe with a team member or maybe for some minor activities that you do. But when we consider deployments, we have to stick on with the best practice and the tools that we use for other deployments. So in this lecture, we are going to understand how do we deploy changes from one environment to another environment using change sets. So change set is a concept wherein you group all the components that you want to migrate from one org to another org. And that can be for a specific requirement, or there can be for multiple requirements, or for a particular sprint, or the objective can be different. But the whole concept of change sets is for migrating the components from one organization to another organization. And do remember that change sets we use only for deploying metadata and not data. Say for example, you migrate the accounts object or maybe another object from the dev to QA. Only the object and its related metadata, that is the fields, validation rules and all those gets migrated, but not the data that is there with accounts. And when we talk about change sets, there are basically two types of change sets. One is the outbound change set and the other is the inbound change set. Outbound change set is basically the set of changes that is there in the source organization and that you want to migrate it to the destination organization. And inbound change set, again, like it is the set of changes but that exists in the destination organization where you basically want to deploy the changes. Let's understand this concept with some few instances. Say for example, there is a custom field and that particular custom field you want to migrate it from dev to QA. So the field is existing in dev and you want to migrate the component that is a custom field to QA. So the source organization becomes dev and the destination organization becomes QA. So in the source organization you will be creating an outbound change set, and in the destination organization, you will basically access the inbound change set and deploy the changes. QA to staging. So the source is QA and the destination is staging. So the source, there you create the outbound change set and in the destination is the inbound change set. Similarly, staging to production. Source is staging and destination is prod. Staging to QA. Source is staging, destination is QA. Prod to QA. Source is prod and the destination is QA. There are multiple instances wherein, you have the source organization and the destination organization. And do remember that it is always in the source organization that you will be creating the outbound change set. And in the destination org, you will access the inbound change set and then deploy it in that respective org. But in this scenario, when we talk about the multiple sandbox environments and the production environment, it is not necessary or it is not by default that you can migrate components from any org to any org. Meaning which sandbox we have dev, QA and staging, right? So we know dev to QA, we can migrate from dev to QA, QA to dev, dev to staging, staging to dev, staging to QA, QA to prod, prod to staging, prod to dev, right? There are multiple combinations. But definitely it is not by default that you can deploy components from any org to any org. It all depends on the deployment settings that is defined in your organization. Now let's see how do we access all these information in Salesforce. This is the developer edition account that we have, and as we can see here under build, there are only three options: customize, create and develop, right? But actually in real time, in sandbox environments and in production environment, there will be a fourth option out here which says deploy, and under deploy there will be four other options which says inbound change set, outbound change set, deployment status and deployment settings. And the last two options, that is the deployment status and the deployment settings, you can very much see it out here. But then like ideally you cannot connect this developer edition account with any other account. So like we cannot use these options as such. But in real time, in sandbox environments and production environments, we use those options for deploying the metadata from one org to another org. So for us to better understand the concept of change sets and how do we deploy components, let me log into a real-time sandbox environment and let me show you how do we basically do that. So this is a real-time sandbox environment that I have logged in, and as you can see here, it says it is a dev sandbox, and this is how it is real-time. If you log into the dev sandbox, it says like dev sandbox, or QA sandbox, it says QA sandbox, or whichever sandbox that you have logged in, it says it is that corresponding sandbox, and production, it displays nothing. So this is the dev sandbox that we have logged in, and as I told you, it is not necessary that we can migrate from any sandbox to production or any sandbox to sandbox and production to sandbox. It all depends on the deployment settings. So how do we access the deployment settings? As you can see here, there is a fourth option out here which says deploy, and under deploy we have four other options: outbound change set, inbound change set, deployment settings and deployment status. And it is this deployment settings defines from which sandbox we can access which all sandboxes. So let me click on continue. Once you click on continue, it will basically show you all the deployment connections that is available in your org, as you can see here. We have logged into the dev sandbox, so it is showing us the connection for dev sandbox with the other environments that we have. The other environments that we have is only QA and staging and the production environment. So we can very much read it out here. It says like this organization is dev, that is a developer sandbox, and with production, basically it is a two-way, meaning from dev you can deploy changes to production, and from production you can deploy changes to dev. And for QA, it says from dev you can deploy it to QA, but it is not the other way. From QA, you cannot deploy the changes to dev. And finally, the staging sandbox. From dev, you cannot deploy it to staging, and from staging, you cannot deploy it to dev. Meaning, you cannot use change sets for deploying changes from dev to staging or staging to dev. Basically, it gives the overall idea. But then you can click on the organization detail and you can check out the details. So let me go ahead. Let me click on production. So these are the details that we see here. What it says, allows inbound changes, accept outbound changes. Meaning, from dev, outbound means like from dev it is going out, right? So it accepts outbound changes. So from dev it can go out, and from production it can come in. So that's the reason, both the options are checked. So both the way it is possible, dev to prod and prod to dev. And if you click on edit, you can basically edit the connections. And now you can see after you click on edit, the checkboxes has become editable, and if you uncheck it, then the connections will get updated accordingly. So this is the deployment connection between dev and production environment. Okay, so next let's understand about QA. So for QA, what do we see? As we can see here, from dev you can deploy it to QA, but from QA you cannot deploy it to dev, right? Okay, so now let's understand on the deployment connection. So we got to click on QA. Once you click on QA, it gives you the details of the connection, and it says like there are no outbound changes, there are no inbound changes, and outbound changes are checked. Meaning which, as the outbound changes are checked, from dev it can go out, right? From dev it can go out to QA, but inbound is not checked, meaning from QA it cannot come into dev. So that's the meaning of this. So you can again click on edit and you can access this. So if you check the checkbox, what happens? It becomes two-way, dev to QA and QA to dev. And next is the staging environment. So what is the connection? What is the deployment connection between dev and staging environment? So once you click on staging, it will show you the connection information between dev and staging. As we can see, both the checkboxes are unchecked, meaning which from dev it cannot go to staging and from staging it cannot come into dev. So these are the settings that you can basically see and basically make using the deployment settings option. Using the option of deployment settings, you control the settings of deployment across various sandboxes and the production environment that is there in your org. As it's hard for me to show all these information in real time, basically I've taken some screenshots so that you understand the concept better. Okay, now that we have understood the concept of deployment settings, how do we use deployment settings for setting up the deployment connections across the various org? Let's take a requirement and let's use change sets for implementing this requirement. So the requirement is there are a couple of components that we want to migrate from dev to QA. So those components are existing in dev and those components we want to migrate it to QA. So which all components are that? There is a field, there is a custom field called as test field and it is in the object accounts, and there is a validation rule called as test validation rule and it is in the object contacts. So these two components, they are available in the dev sandbox and we want to migrate it to QA sandbox, and we are going to do this using change sets. So the solution approach will be the source organization, we know it is dev, and the destination organization is QA. And we know the outbound change set will be creating it in the source organization, so it is in dev, and the inbound change set will be in QA. So for deploying the changes from dev to QA using change sets, we have got to follow all these steps. First we got to create the outbound change set in dev, and we got to add all the components to be migrated to the outbound change set. And then we got to upload the change set to QA, and then we got to access the inbound change set in QA and validate the change set in QA, and finally deploy the change set in QA. Now let's do it one by one. So step 1 is to create an outbound change set in dev. So first let me log into the dev sandbox. So I have logged into the dev sandbox as you can see here, and now we got to access the outbound change set. So as we know, all the options are available under deploy. So go for outbound change set, click on outbound change set, and this gives a description. And as you can see here, you can use change sets for only migrating the components from one organization to the connected organization, and not, unconnected, it cannot do. It can only deploy changes from one organization to connected organizations. Go click on continue. So once you click on continue, you can see all the outbound change sets that were created from dev, to whichever organization it can be, it can be to QA, or it can be to staging or whatever. So all these are the outbound change sets which are, previously existing for whatsoever reason. And you can see modified by which person and the date. So now our objective is to create an outbound change set. So let me click on new for creating an outbound change set. And it's asking for a change set name. So maybe let me say test print. And the description. Description is very important. So in description, you got to say for which purpose basically you are creating this outbound change set. But here let me again say test print. But ideally, in real time, you say for which purpose, for whether it is a bug fix or it is a maintenance or it is some new development or whatsoever reason you are creating that outbound change set. So click on save. And now the outbound change set is created. But the outbound change set is just created. That's all it is. It does not have any change set components in that. So once you create the outbound change set, then you got to add all the components to the change set. So click on add. So once you click on add, there is a drop down for you to say which component type it belongs to. And here it will list on all the component types that is available. Say for example, apps or triggers or page layouts or fields or labels or objects, permissions, settings, whatnot. So all the metadata types are listed down here. And you can select which component type that it belongs to, and then you got to select the particular component. So as per our requirement, we got to migrate two components. One is a custom field and the other is a custom validation rule, right? So first let's go ahead and add the custom field. So let me go for custom field. It will list on all the custom fields that are existing in the org, and you got to pick yours. So ours is the test field. So let me search for test field. Go for T. Search for test field. Okay, select the test field. and it says like it belongs to account for the type account. So add to change set. So the first component we have successfully added to the change set, that is the test field. Again click on add and then go for validation rules, and it will list down all the validation rules, and the name of our validation rule is test validation rule. So let me select that, add to change set. Perfect. Now that we have created a change set and we have successfully added all the components to the change set. Perfect. So what next? As per the steps, we have completed step 1, that is creating an outbound change set in dev. Done. Adding all the components to be migrated. Done. So we are done with step 1 and step 2. So finally step 3. Upload the change set to QA. Alright. So just that we have created an outbound change set in dev. Now we got to upload the change set to QA. So once you have added all the components to the change set, you can see the option upload to be enabled. So click on upload. And once you click on upload, it will list down all the target organizations. And how it lists down all the target organizations? It lists down only those organizations that is defined by the deployment settings. Say for example, from dev, we can do it only to QA and production. Alright? Dev does not have connections with staging. So basically it is not listing down staging. It is listing down only dev and production and QA. And for our criteria, we have to deploy the components from dev to QA. Right? So let me click on QA and let me say upload. Perfect. So it says your upload is currently in progress. We'll send you an email when it is complete. So means the outbound change set that we have created in dev, now it is deployed to QA. Alright. Do remember that only the change set is uploaded to QA. The changes are not deployed in QA yet. Just the change set that we have created in dev, it is uploaded to QA. Okay, and it says like it is uploaded successfully. Now we can access the change set in QA environment. So, how do we access that change set in the QA environment? How do we basically validate the change set? How do we deploy the changes to QA? And all those remaining details we'll discuss in the next lecture. This is with continuation to the previous lecture of deployment of metadata using change sets. And our requirement is to migrate the following components, that is a test field and a validation rule, from dev sandbox to QA sandbox. So the source organization is dev and the destination organization is QA. And the various steps for deployment: to create an outbound change set in dev, we are done. Adding all the components to be migrated, we are done with that. Uploading the change set to QA, we are done with that step 2. So the last 3 steps are pending. Accessing the inbound change set in QA, validate the change set in QA, and finally deploy the change set in QA. So now let's go ahead and do the remaining steps to complete the deployment. First, let's log into the dev sandbox and let's take a quick look at the change set that we have uploaded. So for checking the change set that we have uploaded, we got to go to deploy, outbound change set. Click on continue. And this will basically list down all the outbound change set from dev environment. And the one that we created is a test print. So click on test print. Once you click on test print, you can basically see all the details with respect to the change set. The name, description, and who created it and everything. And in the previous lecture itself, like we uploaded the change set. So once you upload the change set, what happens is the change set is closed. The status of the change set turns closed. So what does it mean? It means that after you upload a particular change set, you will not be able to add any more components to the change set. Meaning you will not be able to make any modifications to the change set. As you can see here, there is no new button available over here. But before uploading it, you will have an option of adding components, right? So once you click on add, you can add the components to the change set. But once you upload the change set to any one of the other connected organization, the status becomes closed, and then on you will not be able to add any more components. And once it is uploaded, it also gives the upload history, like it is uploaded on which date to which target organization. So this is dev, and like the uploaded organization is QA, and uploaded by which person and what is the status. It is now uploaded. Perfect. We are now done with dev environment. Now let's log into QA and access the inbound change set. I have now logged into the QA sandbox. As you can see here, it says QA sandbox. And now in QA sandbox, this being our target organization, we got to access the change set from inbound change set. So setup, click on deploy. You'll have an option. Click on inbound change set. Continue. And here you can see some description about inbound chain set, what inbound chain set is all about. Please do read the description, and beneath you have two sections. Chain set awaiting deployment. As the name says, these are all the chain sets, these are all the inbound chain sets that are available in QA from different other connected organizations, but these chain sets are still not deployed in QA. They are just lying there and yet to be deployed. Do remember, only after you deploy a chain set, all the components that are available as part of the chain set will be available in that particular org. So now that the two components, that is the test field and the test validation rule, they are just uploaded to QA. They are not deployed to QA. So if you just go to the accounts object and check for the test field, that particular field will not be available. So after uploading, you got to deploy for the changes to take effect. And deploy changes means like these are the inbound chain sets that are deployed to QA. And the chain set that we created, that is a test print version 1.0, it is just uploaded to QA and not yet deployed. So it is still under changes awaiting deployment. So as you can see here, the outbound chain set that you created and uploaded from dev to QA, you can access it under inbound chain set in QA. Click on the chain set name to see the details. Here you can see all the details of the chain set. It tells you like what is the name, description, expiration date and source organization. Basically from which organization that inbound chain set has come. Because when there is an inbound chain set in a particular organization, it can be from production or it can be from any connected organization. Alright. So the source organization here in our scenario is dev, and it also gives the details of all the components that are part of the chain set. So for this inbound chain set, basically you have got three options out here. Validate, deploy and delete. So delete, as the name says, it would just delete the chain set. Say for whatsoever reason you uploaded a different chain set, or you uploaded some components which are missed, or you uploaded some incorrect components or whatever, you can just go ahead and delete the chain set. So the inbound chain set is gone and definitely cannot be used for deployment. The other two options what we see here, they are important. That is validate and deploy. For any inbound chain set, first we got to click on validate and we got to validate the chain set. So what does this validate means? Validate would basically validate all the components that are part of the chain set and then check for any errors. So let me click on validate. And the system now gives us four options: default, run local test, run all test, run specified tests. All these options out here are with respect to running test in the target organization. So when you run test, the system ensures if the overall code coverage is minimum 75% and all the test classes and the test methods are updated with the updated configuration changes and they pass the test. But if you select the default option, as the name says, no test will be executed. And if you select the second option, that is run local test, all the tests in your organizations will be run except that which is originally from the installed managers package. And the third option, that is run all test, that will include the test run from the managed packages as well. And run specified test, if you are very specific about some particular test that has to be run, then you can go for the fourth option. In the sandbox environments, if you go with the first option, that is default, no test will be executed. But in the production environment, if you choose default and if your chain set has got some Apex classes or triggers, though you choose a default, by default automatically all the tests will be executed. But in sandbox environment, irrespective of whether the chain set has got Apex classes triggers or not, still like if you choose default, no test will be executed. But it is not in production. In production, if you choose default and if your chain set has got some Apex classes or triggers, then all the tests will be executed. However, it is always recommended that you run local test even in the sandbox environments. But now let me go with the default option. Let me click on validate. Okay. Perfect. So it says the deployment started and track the progress of the deployment in the deployment status. So here comes the fourth option. So go for the deployment status option. Go for deployment status. And there you can see all the chain set which basically failed in the validation process and which basically succeeded in the validation and the deployment process. And our outbound chain set from dev and the inbound chain set that we basically got it in QA, it is right here. Test print. And we can see the status, that is a deployment history. The validation succeeded and it is deployed by which person. Perfect. So now like we are done with the step of validation. So once validation is done, the next step is to deploy the changes to QA. Even at this point of time, the changes will not be present in QA environment. Only after you deploy the changes, then you can access the components in the QA environment. So let me go ahead and click on deploy. Let me go with the default option, deploy. Okay. And again, let's track the progress in the deployment status page. Go to deployment status. And there it says the test sprint is succeeded. The deployment is succeeded. So now the process comes to an end. The deployment is finally succeeded. So the deployment of the components from dev to QA, basically the custom field and the validation rule, are now finally deployed to QA environment. And in the accounts object, we can be able to access the custom field, that is a test field. And in the contacts object, we can access the validation rule, that is a test validation rule. So here our process of deployment using change sets come to an end. We validated the change set in QA, yes, and finally we deployed the change set in QA. And also do note one point that we can use change sets only for creating new components or for update existing components in the target organization. We basically cannot use change sets for deleting components in a system. And change sets cannot be used for renaming components as well.
Now that we know how to deploy metadata using change sets, it's time for us to understand what are all the best practices that we need to follow while using change sets. So here first comes the planning. We should always plan our deployments well in advance and very much in the lean time. Basically, whenever the application usage is at its minimal. Only during that time we should plan our deployments. Let's say for instance we are planning a deployment from dev to QA. So dev here we call it as the originating org and QA is called as the target org. So whenever we deploy metadata using change sets from dev to QA, that is from originating org to the target org, the originating org gets locked while we validate a outbound change set. And the target org, in our case QA, that is locked when we deploy an inbound change set. So when we say lock, what actually happens? So when we say that a change set locks a particular org, say for example dev, we can still read and write data to the org, that is dev, but we can't make any setup changes that would modify the metadata. So that is the reason we always say that deployments should be planned well in advance and in the lean time. This is the first best practice that we need to follow. Next is validating change sets before deployments. Validating a change set is very essential before we deploy the change set to a particular org, especially in production. In production, if you are deploying a change set that has got any of the code components like triggers or classes, then validation is mandatory. Salesforce enforces validation for any of the change set that contains any code components. And this validation takes time. It takes a lot of time depending on the test that we have in our org. So it is always a best practice to validate the change set well before the maintenance time. Say for example, the maintenance is the actual planned deployment is tomorrow. It is always a best practice to have the change set validated well advance, like 1 or 2 days in advance or at least a few hours in advance. So in case of any test that fails, we'll have the time for troubleshooting that. Rather than running the validation during the maintenance schedule and then running into errors and then sitting and fixing them during the maintenance schedule, which may be really become exhausted, it is always a good practice to validate your change set well in advance, troubleshoot all the errors, and then be prepared for your deployment during the maintenance schedule. This is definitely a very useful tip that we follow even in real time. We have all the validations performed well in advance so that we can be little stress-free during our actual deployments. Moving on. Delete or rename components using the web interface. Yes, we know that we cannot delete components using a change sets. So in case of deleting any components or renaming any components, we have to go and manually do that in the web interface. Plan for test to run in the target org. So as we already discussed, validations is very essential before we deploy metadata into any target org. But if it is sandboxes, Salesforce does not enforce any mandatory validations. Even if the change set contains any code components, Salesforce basically does not enforce validation. However, as a best practice, it is always recommended that we perform tests in all the sandboxes so that we can catch any errors well in advance before we move ahead to production. Rather than doing the validation before the code deploys to production and then troubleshooting it there, it is always a best practice that we run the validations well ahead in the sandboxes and then fix any errors so that we are more comfortable during the production deployment. So always plan to have tests run in the sandboxes well in advance, even though Salesforce does not enforce that. Next is cloning a change set to add dependent components to an uploaded change set. So in this scenario, consider we have two orgs, originating org and the target org. Say dev to QA. So in dev, we create a change set and we have added all the components. Perfect. And now next what do? We upload the change set. So we have uploaded the change set to QA. And now what happens in dev, we'll not be able to make any further updates to the uploaded change set. Right? We know that. A change set which is uploaded becomes readable. We will not be able to make further updates. But in case, before deploying the change set to QA, if you feel that there are any missed components or if there are any changes that need to be done, then simply clone the change set, create a new version of the change set, and then use that to make all your modifications, adding or removing components. So clone the change set, do all your modifications, and then upload that version 2 of the change set to your target org. Next is deploying all dependent components. So what are dependent components? Say for example, we have created a custom object which has got some custom fields. Alright, this is just an example. And when we deploy, ensure that you deploy both the custom object and the custom fields. In case you miss out the custom fields, the deployment may still be successful, but then only the custom object would be deployed, but not the custom fields. So all the components should be deployed together for the functionality to work. And in this scenario, yes, the deployment may be successful, but there are many other scenarios wherein the deployment might fail because of the dependent components being not present. Say for example, there is a trigger that is being deployed, and for that functionality, there is a custom field that was created and that was also used in the trigger. However, when you deployed that trigger, it would say that the field is not available because the field is not basically included in the change set. So whenever you create a change set, include all the dependent components. Just think about all the components that you created as part of that functionality, include all of them in your change set. Limit change sets to 10,000 files. So as it says, one change set can have a maximum of 10,000 files. So if your change set exceeds this limit, basically then what we do is like we split the change sets. We split the components accordingly. Generally, like we split in the reports and the dashboards and the email templates, all these components separately because they have lesser dependencies than the other components. So basically split the change sets and upload it to the target org. And also while performing deployment, consider possible delays in the deployment time. Especially when the change set includes changes to some custom field types, the deployment time, it may be delayed by some extended period of time because this custom field type changes, it requires changes in a large number of records, right? And that also depends on the data volume. So basically what we do is in real time to avoid these long delays, the best alternative that we do is to apply those field type changes manually after the change set is deployed. So that is something that we do in real time. So these are some of the best practices that we need to follow while using change sets.
In this lecture, we are going to understand how to deploy metadata using Force.com IDE. Actually, to be honest, this Force.com IDE is not an extensive admin tool because when you consider deployment, you have multiple options. You can deploy using change sets. You can deploy using Force.com IDE. You can deploy using snapshots. You can deploy using Force.com migration tool. There are numerous options. And every project has got their own process. Some use change sets. Some use snapshot. It differs basically. And this force.com IDE is more of a developer tool, and this is used extensively for coding, compiling, for comparing codes across orgs, for running tests, for debugging, troubleshooting, and for all these. But then knowledge is always very good, right? So that's the reason I have included this lecture in the admin program. So as admins, even if you are not aware of the other features of the tool, at least we know how to deploy components using force.com IDE. Because deployment is definitely part of an admin task. So that's the reason we are going through this lecture. So first let's understand what is this force.com IDE. Eclipse is a IDE, that is Integrated Development Environment. That is basically a single point of contact, you can say. There is one single location to manage your code. And it is very much widely used in Java, C#, and C++. If you have had prior work experience with all these, then you'd have definitely known about Eclipse. And force.com is basically a plugin for Eclipse that can interact with Salesforce. Like, it knows your force.com objects, it knows your Salesforce components, it knows how they behave. So this force.com IDE is a powerful client application for creating, modifying, and deploying force.com applications. So step 1 is to set up the environment for us to work. Force.com IDE is open source, so you don't need any license for that. And as you can see here, first we got to download Eclipse and then install force.com IDE. For downloading Eclipse, navigate to this URL, eclipse.org. So go to www.eclipse.org, and at the right top corner, you can see the option for download. Click on download, and you have multiple options over here, depending on whether it is a Mac or Windows, and if it's 32-bit or 64-bit. And go for this option, Eclipse IDE for Java developers, and if it's a 32-bit or 64-bit, and go and download the component accordingly. Basically, a zip file gets downloaded, takes around 15-20 minutes. Once done successfully, then we got to install force.com IDE. So I think now we got the concept. Force.com IDE is a standalone application. But Eclipse is a very standard, widely used open source programming tool. So we are using force.com through Eclipse. And once done, then we got to install force.com IDE. So now let's go back to the installation steps. As we can see here, we are done with this step. And next is to navigate to this URL. So navigate to this URL. And there you can find the complete information about force.com IDE installation. Follow the steps. You can see the installation steps over here. Follow all the steps and complete the installation. And this shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. It's actually pretty simple. So follow these installation steps and complete your force.com IDE installation. Once done, open Eclipse and you should see something like this. And at this point, we are done with our Eclipse and force.com IDE installation, and let's go ahead with the deployment. Let's first have a quick look at the requirement for the deployment. Let's say because for change sets we deployed some validation rule and fields, right? So for force.com IDE, let's say like we are targeting to deploy a trigger from dev to QA. So there is a trigger called as test trigger, and it is with respect to the object accounts, and this trigger is existing in dev environment. So our objective is to use force.com IDE and to deploy this metadata of the test trigger from dev to QA environment. So for doing this, what are all the steps that we got to follow? Step 1 is to create a force.com project from the dev sandbox. So what it means is that we are creating a force.com project and we are including all the relevant components in the project from the dev sandbox. Because here our source organization is dev and the target organization is QA. So first we got to create that project in dev sandbox, and then we got to choose that particular component to be deployed. And then we have the option of deploy to server. Using that option, and then we got to follow the respective steps and finally deploy it to QA. So first let me go ahead and create a new project. File, new, force.com project. And here you got to give a project name. Say for example, let me say a test deployment. And it is always advised that whenever you create a project in force.com IDE, you finally append it with the environment name, because at any point of time you try to connect to this particular project, it always connects to that particular environment. So now that we are trying to connect to dev, so we got to say test deployment in dev environment, just for our understanding actually. And the username, password and the security token. So username, password and the security token, everything is related to the dev sandbox. So your username, password and the security token that you use for logging to the dev sandbox. And again, like the environment, you have multiple options. If you're using production, you got to say production. Or if you're using sandbox, you got to say sandbox. In our scenario, dev sandbox, that is a sandbox. So I select dev sandbox. And then I give in the respective details. Username, password and the security token. So once you give in the credentials and connect to the respective environment, the next step is to choose the metadata components from that particular environment to include in the project. And as you can see here, there are 4 options out here: Apex and Visualforce, selected metadata components, contents of a package, and none. That is the 4th option. And selecting the option totally depends on which metadata component that you want to basically deploy. So if you are, in our case, it is a trigger. So let's go with the first option, that is Apex and Visualforce. By selecting this option, Apex and Visualforce, it will basically include all the classes, triggers, pages, components, static resources in the dev organization. But it will not include something like objects, fields, tabs and all those. It will include only Apex and Visualforce. And the second option is selected metadata components. Like if you go with this option, it will list on all the metadata components that is available in the org, and from that list you can choose which all components that you want to deploy. Say for example, you want to deploy one trigger and you want to deploy some tabs. Okay, so you can go for the second option, and wherein you can select only triggers and tabs. Contents of a package. This will include the packages that is there in your org. And finally, it is none. So for our scenario, it is Apex and Visualforce. So let me go with the first option, Apex and Visualforce, and let me click on finish. This takes about a couple of minutes. And once it is done, you can see a project that has got created, that is test deployment dev. And when you expand that, you have 3 options: priority engine, reference packages and SRC. Go for SRC. SRC is the source folder, and that contains all the metadata of the components that you have selected. In our case, we chose Apex and Visualforce. So basically it includes the triggers, classes, components and the pages. So that's the reason, we have different folders for classes, components, pages and static resources and triggers. So all these are into our project now. Perfect. So our next task is to locate the specific component to be deployed, right? So we have created a force.com project. We have included all the relevant components, and now for us to select a particular component to be deployed. And for our scenario, we have to select test trigger. So let me go to Eclipse, expand the folder triggers and locate the test trigger. Perfect. Here we can see the test trigger. So right click on test trigger, and there you have multiple options, wherein you have an option force.com. So go for force.com, deploy to server. So this option, deploy to server, we use this option for basically deploying this particular metadata from one org to another org. Now the source organization is dev, so from dev we are deploying it to another org. So go for deploy to server. And now the system asks us to specify to which particular target organization we are trying to connect. So here we got to give in the username, password and the security token of the QA org, because basically our target organization is QA. So the credential should be of the QA sandbox, and again the environment to be selected is sandbox. So let me give in the details. Once you have successfully connected to the destination org, force.com IDE automatically takes a backup, creates an archive of the destination force.com components, and this step is highly recommended, so go for it. You have options of where those archive files to be saved. So it is up to you where do you want the files to be saved, and then click on next. Now the tool frames out a deployment plan for us. It tells us which are all the components that are migrated from the source organization to the destination organization. In our scenario, there is only one component that we are migrating, that is a test trigger. In the similar fashion, you can choose multiple components as well. And as you validate, as you are sure about the components to be migrated, then you go ahead and check on validate deployment. It goes through validation. Perfect. The validation is successful. So close this. And then we got to click on next, and that will execute the deployment plan. So this validation, you can very much compare it with the process of validation in the chain sets. Basically it checks and it runs the test. So once validation is done, go ahead and click on next. And this executes the deployment plan. And as we can see here, the deployment is successful. And if you click on view logs, it gives the complete history of which is the source organization, which is the destination organization, which are all the components that got migrated, and all these details. So click on finish because we are successfully done with the deployment. And now if you log into the QA sandbox, you will be able to access the test trigger. So let me log into the QA sandbox and quickly show you that. I have now logged into the QA sandbox, as you can see here. Let me search for triggers. Apex triggers, and here it lists down all the triggers that are available. Go for T, and we can see this test trigger. So the test trigger, which was not there previously, now like we got it deployed from dev to QA. And how did we deploy? We used force.com IDE for deployment of metadata from dev to QA. So this is the whole process of deployment of metadata from one org to another org using force.com IDE. But do remember that once you do the validation, it is just validation and the changes are not committed. You got to actually execute the deployment plan, only then the changes will be committed to the destination org. Alright, so you can pretty much compare this with chain sets and how do we basically go through the process. Force.com IDE is another way of a deployment of metadata from one org to another org in Salesforce. So let's go back to the steps real quick. So we did the project and we included all the relevant components. We selected that particular component and we chose the option deploy to server, and then we connected to the destination org. We gave that particular credentials and finally used the validate option to validate and finally deploy the changes. So that's all it is. So the next deployment method that we are going to talk about is how do we handle metadata? How do we deploy metadata using Snapshot? Snapshot is definitely a very excellent tool that focuses on assisting the system admins for managing the schema in their orgs. This tool helps us to capture the snapshots for versioning and change management. And using this tool, we can easily view, compare, manage, log, and report all the changes and deployments that is made to multiple Salesforce orgs. And we can easily perform profile comparison and deployment to multiple Salesforce orgs. We can do audit and compliance management. We can view and identify all the relationships within the org. We can do documentation and reporting on that. And overall, we can manage all the customizations that is made to the org, including the Apex code or the custom objects or the page layouts, workflows and profiles and everything. So as mentioned here, this tool is widely used for different other purposes and just not for deployment. But in this lecture, we are just going to concentrate how do we deploy metadata using Snapshot and how do we take a metadata backup before we do a deployment. In the previous section under metadata export, we basically discussed that using Snapshot is one way of taking the metadata export, that's the metadata backup. Right? So now we'll demonstrate, we'll see how do we basically do that, how do we take a metadata export using Snapshot, and then how do we deploy changes, how do we deploy the metadata using Snapshot. And to mention, definitely very important, this tool Snapshot is from the company Dream Factory and it comes with a license. You can go to App Exchange and see that, search for a Snapshot and you'll get that. Go for Snapshot. And this is the one, Snapshot Change and Release Management. Go to Change and Release Management. And it will give you all the details of that particular application. Yes. So as we can see here, it is paid. And we got to contact the company, that is a Dream Factory, for actually just to know about the licenses and for how many users, and if more number of users, will they give some better price on the license or whatever details, everything. You can contact Dream Factory and ask that. And as mentioned here, it's an ultimate tool for org cleanup, reporting, auditing, comparison, lifecycle management. And if you want to check more details, go to the details tab wherein you'll have more details on the tool, as you can see here. And there is also some data sheets, some case scenarios and all these. And I have attached a Snapshot user guide. You can check in the reference materials. So that gives a complete picture of how do we use a Snapshot for various other purposes as well. You can go for reviews and check basically how people feel about Snapshot and the providers. As this comes with a license, it is not mandatory that every project uses a snapshot. It is totally up to the project, totally up to the business, totally up to their budget, how much they can basically, expand for all these tools. But definitely, yes, snapshot is a very good tool for deploying the metadata. And in case you get a chance to work in a project where they use snapshot, definitely this lecture will be very, very helpful, because now that you will know how do we export metadata using snapshot, how do we deploy metadata using snapshot. So, snapshot is no new tool for you. Like now you know like what is snapshot and how do we do things with snapshot. Now let's log into the snapshot application via Dream Factory. So this is how the screen looks like. You got to give in your Salesforce credentials, the username, password. Basically, when the account is set up, you will have access of, say for example, like you are a user. A license is bought by your company for you to access snapshot. Then you can use the credentials that you use for accessing the production or accessing the sandbox. So if you want to access the sandbox, then give that particular credentials, username and password, and then check the sandbox account, this particular checkbox. But then if you're trying to connect to production, just give in the username and password and leave this unchecked. Once you have successfully logged in, then you got to select the application that you got to work on. And in our case, like we want to launch a snapshot. So click on snapshot and go for launch. So once you click on launch, you get all these options. Taking the asset snapshot, viewing asset snapshots, profile snapshot, and object snapshot. The profile snapshot is very much related to the profiles, and objects is very much related to the objects and the fields. And now, like first we got to take an asset snapshot. So for, exporting, for doing a metadata export of all the components that we are gonna deploy. Go click on take asset snapshot. The name to the asset snapshot. Say for example, metadata, deployment, and whichever date that you are migrating. And you can also say from which org basically it is taken. Say for example, now that we wanna migrate the changes from dev to QA, then like you can say in such a way that it is easily understandable on which particular date it is done and from which org basically this snapshot is taken. And then you have this option wherein you can select all the components that you wanna basically take a snapshot of it. The packages, whether you want to take all the packages or some selected packages or no packages, profiles, objects, and the other information. Other information basically includes all your classes, components, pages, triggers, layouts, workflows, and all the other components that basically do not fall in these category. So now say for example, like we want to migrate a validation rule. We want to deploy a validation rule from dev to QA environment. Alright, and let that be the test validation rule. Alright, just for an assumption. So the test validation rule is actually a validation rule that is residing in the accounts object. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select accounts and I'm going to say okay. And in this scenario, as it is only the validation rule that we are going to deploy from one org to another org, I'm basically not selecting any of the others. But in other scenarios, like you can select multiple other options as well. So go click on OK. Create. Perfect. Now that as we can see, the asset snapshot is successfully created. And what all the components that we have in that asset snapshot, that is just this. So as we can see here, it is only the accounts object that we have added to the asset snapshot. Okay, what next? So now that we have taken a snapshot of the component that we want to migrate, right? The snapshot, or you can say just a copy of the component. So now like we got to connect to the target organization to which we want to deploy the changes and then push these assets from the source organization to the target organization. So for that we have an option. Go for Studio. You have the option of push assets. So go for the option push assets. And now like it tells you like it is a two-step process. So first step, it is log into the destination Salesforce org. Okay, so whichever org you want to migrate, say for example QA or staging or production, whichever is the destination org. So once you give the login credentials of the destination org, what happens is snapshot automatically there is a step for taking the backup of all the components that you want to basically migrate. Because as we already discussed, it is definitely a good practice for us to take a backup of all the metadata before we do the changes. So here let me log into the org, to the say the QA org or whichever destination org, and here we got to give the backup. So let me say metadata backup, and let me give a date, And let me say for example, the QA org. And then first you got to connect to the destination org. Once you give the username password of the destination org, and this being a sandbox, I've basically said it's a sandbox account, and many times it asks you for a security token as well. As we know, whenever we try to connect to the desktop applications, along with the password, you also got to append the security token along with that. So I have appended the password with the security token, and then I'm going to limit my snapshot. And here you can choose which are all the components that you want to basically take a backup of it. So as in the dev organization, the asset snapshot that we created is just for accounts. It is by default showing only accounts, but it doesn't restrict us from taking a backup of the other components. You can very much choose the other components as well. So click on OK and then go for next. So now what has happened is automatically the metadata backup of those components which we are gonna basically update in QA, all those components are, taken a backup. So Snapshot is such a wonderful tool that, gives you a step for automatically taking the metadata backup. It is not a separate process. It is as part of the process of the deployment wherein it gives you an option wherein you can take the metadata backup. And now that you have taken the metadata backup from the target organization, so the final step is for us to push the assets from dev to QA. So here it is objects, but it is not the whole objects that we are going to deploy. It is only the validation rule that we are going to deploy. So go for validation rules and go for the selected validation rule. So these are all the validation rules that are there in accounts. So let me select the validation rule, that is a test validation rule which we are going to deploy. So now I have selected the test validation rule of the accounts object. Go ahead, click on next. And step 4 is for us to review and push the assets from the source org to the destination org. So let me say push. Okay, it is in progress. Perfect. So the deployment is done. There were no errors, and the reported changes account object was changed and a validation rule was changed. So we are successfully done with the deployment. So this is the process of deploying metadata from one org to another org using Snapshot. First, we got to take an asset snapshot in the source organization, and then we got to push the assets from the source org to the destination org. So when you basically try to push the assets from one org to the target org, basically Snapshot has got a step wherein you can take a metadata backup of all the components that you are basically gonna update in the destination org. So it comes as a part of the deployment process. So that is something very good about this tool. But as I already mentioned earlier, just doing the deployment or metadata backup is not the whole purpose of Snapshot. Snapshot has got other different good features as well. You can check the user guide that I have uploaded for just knowing about the various other options that we have using Snapshot. So this is how you do a metadata backup and you do metadata deployment using Snapshot.
Awesome. Congratulations again on completing the previous sections. It truly takes a lot of time and effort, and I appreciate your commitment here. Let's move on to the next section wherein we'll be talking about the Sales Cloud applications. Let's take a quick look at the exam guide here. So in Sales Cloud applications, we see the weightage is 10%. So you can expect around 6 to 7 questions in your exam from this section. And here the description talks about customizing and maintaining products, price books, schedules, codes, and it also mentions about the hierarchy, quotas, and the forecasting categories. So awesome. Let's take a quick look at our Udemy course. Sales Cloud applications. Basically, I have split this section into 6 sections in Udemy course. This is basically for ease of understanding. So we'll be starting with campaign management because that's how the process starts. We start with campaigns and then campaigns get converted to leads. So the next section is all about lead management and then about accounts and contacts. And then we'll talk about product management. In that, we'll be talking about products, price books, price book entries. In opportunity management, we'll talk about opportunity products, and opportunity teams. In Sales Cloud applications quote management, we'll be talking how to create quotes, how to enable quotes, how to send and sync the quotes to opportunities. And there is one full section for forecasting in which we'll be talking about the various aspects of forecasting, and we'll compare collaborative and cumulative forecasting. So these are all the various sections that we have under Sales Cloud applications. So yes, this is a pretty detailed learning. Happy learning. Alright, let's start off with this new section on campaign management. In this very first tutorial in campaign management, let's understand about what is a campaign and what are all the steps that we need to execute for a successful marketing campaign. Let's get into the tutorial. First of all, what is a campaign? Campaign, we very well know, right? Because every day we come across various campaigns. The campaigns are just everywhere. For every single product, every single service out there, we see campaigns, right? Every single business out there, they want to promote their product. They want to promote their service. So we see here campaigns all day. So campaigns are definitely not new to us, and it absolutely needs no introduction. So what is a campaign? Basically any marketing program that a company or a person runs to promote their products or promote their services. So that is called as a campaign, a marketing program. And why basically we do this campaign? Why do business runs campaign? To generate prospects. So that is the whole objective of running a campaign. They want to generate prospects. So a prospect meaning what? Prospect meaning a person or any other organization who may be willing to purchase the product. Or you can say that a potential customer who are basically interested in your product. So they are called as prospects. So that is the whole objective of running a campaign, to generate as many prospects as possible. So they reach out to the mass, they reach out to large number of people so that they can generate prospects. So that is the overall objective of any campaign. And how do they do that? Right? How do they do that? We see various channels right in front of our eyes. Every day we get emails about products, about promotions. We see banners. We see billboards. We see ads. We hear them in the FM. We see them in the television. And we see trade shows happening everywhere for products, for services. And on top of it, we see them in Facebook, WhatsApp, whatnot. Everywhere we see campaigns. Right? So this is how they do campaigns. How business reaches out to us? Through various options possible. They use all the channels possible to reach out to us to promote their products or services. And when we say business, who actually does all this campaign? The marketing team. So every business has a team, especially for marketing, to reach out to people and to promote their products. So that is the whole goal of the marketing team. To perform campaigns, to generate prospects, and to pass it on to sales. So that is the whole objective of having any marketing team. Generally, every marketing team, they have a marketing manager and also many marketing executives who overall their objective is to capture their campaign plan, manage, track everything, and also execute that. So in every organization, marketing team is the one that is responsible for running campaigns and to generate prospects. Perfect. Now that we have got a good understanding about campaigns, let's talk about campaign management. So how do you manage campaigns? What are all the various steps that we need to execute for a successful marketing campaign? The very first step in executing a successful marketing campaign is to plan your campaign. Of course, for every single task that we do, planning is very important. It is inevitable. Similarly, for campaigns also, plan your campaign. That is the first most important step to run a successful campaign. And while you plan, you need to think and decide on several attributes, like the mode of campaign. How are we going to reach the customer? That is important. The mode of campaign. Budget. What is the budget of our campaign? Campaign owner. Who is going to take responsibility for this campaign? Expectations. What is our expectation out of this campaign? Like that, there are several attributes that we need to think and decide while we are planning for a campaign. We just can't pull it off overnight. It needs proper planning for to be successful. And once you are planning your campaign strategy, you need to ask yourselves some questions like, who is my target audience? What is my campaign's end goal? And which is the social media that I'm going to use? Like, how do I actually measure success? How do I measure success for this campaign? So these are some of the questions that you need to ask yourself and find answers to those. So that will help you frame a complete campaign strategy. And if this step, that is planning your campaign, if this step is done successfully, automatically it will make the further steps much easier. The second step after we plan our campaign is enhance your campaign. Of course, in fact, it has become a must these days because every day you see thousands of campaigns for every single product, every single service. So how do you grab the attention of the viewer? Just give some freebies, give some coupons, give some prize. Alright, so just try your maximum to grab the attention of the viewer. Because even they are tired of seeing campaigns all day. So there should be something that makes them to see your campaign. Right? To make them stop scrolling on and see your campaign for a second. So enhance your campaign. Generally giving discounts and offers works best most of the time. So try all possible ways to enhance your campaign. That is step 2. Step 3. Running your campaign. Once you are done planning your campaign successfully and also you have chosen the methods to enhance your campaign, the next step is to get into action. Run your campaign. Use all possible channels to run your campaign. Using various channels helps you to reach out to a large number of people. So that will help you to generate more prospects. So run your campaign, use all the various possible channels out there, reach out to a large number of people, thereby your marketing campaign will be more successful. And once you complete these first 3 steps successfully, what happens? Prospects start coming. Prospects meaning potential customers. They start coming. They start responding to your campaign. They may reply to your emails. They may call you for getting some more information about the product. So there are many ways in which prospects can reach you. So you start getting prospects. And once you start getting prospects, you pass them on to the sales team. Because the sales team basically takes it from there. And before passing them to the sales team, you also evaluate the prospects and then you pass it on to the sales team. And the sales team, it takes it from that point and then they create an opportunity and they work on that opportunity basing following up and to finally close that successful opportunity. And the final step is to check the business profits. Once the prospect gets successfully converted to a customer who purchases your product, it becomes a successful transaction. So that positively impacts your profits. The profits become high in number. So check your business profits and that will show you how successful your marketing campaign has been. So these are the 5 important steps required for executing a successful marketing campaign. Perfect. Now that we have got a good understanding about all these, let's get into Salesforce. Let's see how we can use Salesforce for creating campaigns and managing campaigns. All these we'll be discussing in our upcoming sessions. Awesome. Now that we have discussed about what's a campaign and what are all the various steps that we need to take to run a successful campaign, it's a time to jump into the technical aspects of it. So go to your Salesforce Developer Edition. Now let's understand how to create a campaign in Salesforce. So how do we do? Go to the campaign tabs and create a new campaign. But wait, before you create a new campaign, we should understand one concept here. This campaign feature is not available by default. This basically requires a feature license. So how do we check that? Go to Setup, go to Users, go to the System Administrator login. Basically, I think you would have logged in with that user. So go to the System Admin user. And here, you should be able to see the marketing user. It is basically a checkbox because this is a system administrator profile. It is checked by default. Alright, so this is basically a checkbox and that you can check it. And if this checkbox is checked, it means this user can access campaigns. Basically, this user can create and manage campaigns, creating campaigns, editing campaigns, deleting campaigns. So this user is a marketing user. So only if this marketing user checkbox is checked, the user can access the campaign feature. If it is not checked, the user cannot access campaigns. But when we say that this is a marketing user checkbox, this is just not a checkbox. It is a feature license basically. So it consumes a feature license. So for every user that you make as a marketing user, you consume a feature license. And how do we check those information? In company profile, go for company information. There you would have information about all the licenses. Here you can see user licenses, permission set licenses and feature licenses. In feature licenses, you see this marketing user. That is a feature license. And as we already saw, the system administrator user, that is the user that I'm currently logged in, we have already consumed one license, right? So that is why it shows that used license is 1. And I have one more license that I can use. Alright. So basically this marketing user, it consumes a feature license. Awesome. So the other thing what you can do is you would have created the other user also in the developer org. So you can go to that user. You can basically uncheck it and see if you are able to access campaigns. You wouldn't be able to access campaigns. And then you can check the checkbox again and see if you can do the access the campaigns. You can pretty much test this on your own. So this feature license, what it does is that feature license gives us the ability to create and manage campaigns. Alright, sounds good? Perfect. So now that the license part is clear, let's go ahead and create a new campaign. So go to the campaigns tab and click on the new button. Let's create a new campaign. First, we need to give a campaign name. The campaign name should be a little meaningful. It should be based on the product or it can be based on the location. However, it should make some sense. Here I have given mass email campaign for ABC product. Alright, so this is the name of the campaign that I have given and then you make it active. Like this active, when you check this checkbox, meaning that this campaign is active. And you can add contacts or leads only to these active campaigns. If you uncheck this checkbox, it means that the campaign is inactive and you can no longer add leads or contacts to inactive campaigns. So let's make it active and then type. Type defines the type of campaign, like whether it is an email campaign or if it's a webinar, if it's telemarketing, if it's some advertisement. So what type of campaign it is. In our case, it's emails. So let me do emails. And status. A status, like we can say what status the campaign is, whether it is planned or in progress, completed, aborted. Okay, let's make it planned. And this type field and status field, you can add your own values. These are just the default values that you have, but you can very much add or modify these values. And then the start date and the end date. You can mention a start date, you can mention an end date. And then you can also fill in some of the other fields for which you have some information. Because this campaign is already planned, you may have some information on the expected revenue. So fill the expected revenue. And you may also have some information on the budgeted cost. Because you have already done the planning, you know how much you would spend for that campaign. So you just fill in those fields. Have filled in the expected revenue and the budgeted cost. And if you have information, you can also pull in other information as well. And once you are done with all the information, give a nice and proper description, because this tells you like why exactly you have created this campaign and what is the final objective of this campaign. So give a complete description about including the location, including the name, including what are all the various strategies that you're using for the campaign. So all possible details, give it in the description and finally save the campaign. Perfect. We have created our first campaign record in Salesforce. You can see the records here. So this is how you create campaigns in Salesforce. Alright, so now that we know how to create campaigns, let's understand more about campaign management and campaign hierarchy in Salesforce. So what is campaign hierarchy? First of all, let's understand what is hierarchy. Hierarchy meaning leveraging the parent-child relationship. Likewise, campaign hierarchy meaning creating parent-child relationships in campaigns, and thereby you form a hierarchy. So now let's go to our developer edition and understand how we create this campaign hierarchy in Salesforce. Go to your developer org, and here this is the campaign record that we previously created, and you see this is pretty much an independent campaign record. So how do we create hierarchies? So for creating hierarchies, first of all, we should create a parent-child scenario. So that scenario can be based on location, or it can be based on the type of the campaign, or some common factor between the campaigns. Alright, so that differs from campaign to campaign, and that differs on business how they execute their marketing campaigns. Based on that, you create that parent-child relationship between campaigns. Say for example, you are doing campaign all over the United States. So that is a parent campaign. And under that, you create two child campaigns saying Campaign Texas and Campaign California. And under that, again, you create two more campaigns, Dallas and Houston, and here SFO and Los Angeles. So this is how you create that parent-child relationship. And similarly, this is based on the location. And if you consider this example, this is completely based on the type of campaign. How do you execute your campaigns? This is campaign for this particular product, and they are doing email campaigns. On top of it, they are also available on site. They are also doing different type of campaigns. So how they have segregated their campaigns is that this is a parent campaign, campaign ABC product. Under that, they have campaign emails, right, which is a child of ABC product. And campaign emails, again, they have campaign mass emails and emails to prospects. So mass emails, just sending out mass emails for all the contacts that they have. And emails to prospect, basically responding to prospects. Alright, and for on-site, again, I have considered two examples like campaigns that they do in malls and those that they do in trade shows. So these are basically some examples that I have sorted out to help you understand the concept of campaign hierarchy. But this completely depends on the business, how they define their campaign structure. Okay, now let's consider this example and try to replicate that in Salesforce. So go to the developer org, go for all campaigns. You can see that I have already created these three campaigns. So basically those campaigns are the campaign US, Texas and California. Alright, so I have created those three campaigns, US, Texas, California. But if you see, there is basically no relationship between these campaigns as such. Now we are going to define the relationship. So how to define the relationship? Here, campaign US, that is a parent campaign. It has two child, Texas and California. So what I'm going to do is go to campaign Texas and define the parent as campaign US. But before you create this parent-child relationship, be sure that all the campaigns that you have created are active. So I now activated all the three campaigns. Now what I'm doing is I'm in campaign Texas, and here you can see the parent campaign. So what I'm going to do is edit the campaign, click on the parent campaign field, and then associate campaign US as the parent campaign. Save. Perfect. Now we have created the relationship between US and Texas. And now what we are going to do is go to the second campaign, that's California, and then in a similar fashion assign the parent campaign here as well. Awesome. So what we have done, under the parent campaign US, we have created two child campaigns, California and Texas. So how do we go see this? So go for the parent campaign, that is campaign US, and here you have this view hierarchy link. So if you click on that view hierarchy link, you should be able to see this. So under the main parent campaign US, we have created two child campaigns. Basically, we have replicated this level and this level. Two levels we have replicated. So note that in Salesforce, we can create up to 5 levels of hierarchy. But generally, in business, we do have only 2 or 3 levels maximum. But technically, you can have up to 5 levels of hierarchy in campaigns. Cool. What next we are going to do is we are going to create these child campaigns as well and associate them to the Texas and California campaigns. So you can also replicate the similar thing in your developer org. So now let me create 4 more campaigns and associate them accordingly. Awesome. I have created the other campaigns as well. Basically, I have completely replicated this hierarchy. Campaign US, Texas, California, Dallas, Houston. I have entirely created all these campaigns, and I have created the parent-child relationship as well. So now if you go to California, the parent campaign, that is US, and then click on the view hierarchy link, it will show you the entire hierarchy. So how you have 2 child campaigns, and again how you have 2 more child campaigns for this parent campaign California. But similarly, in whichever campaign record you create, go for the view hierarchy link. It should basically show you the entire hierarchy. So that view hierarchy link should show you the parent campaign and also its related child campaigns. Alright, it shows you the entire hierarchy. Perfect. So this is how we create that parent-child relationship and create that hierarchy in campaigns. Awesome. So now we have understood this concept about how to create campaigns hierarchy. Now let's understand a related concept in hierarchies. So this is about the standard fields that we have in campaigns. So in campaigns object, go for fields, and here you see all the standard fields for campaigns. And here if you note, there are 2 fields: actual cost in campaign, actual cost in hierarchy; budgeted cost in campaign, budgeted cost in hierarchy. Similarly, contacts in campaign, contacts in hierarchy; converted leads in campaign, converted leads in hierarchy. Similarly, like you have several fields like this. So what are these fields? As the name says, actual cost in campaign denotes the actual cost for that specific campaign. Alright, so if you say the actual cost in campaign for campaign California, it will say the actual cost for campaign California. That's it, just for that single campaign. But actual cost in hierarchy, meaning the total cost of the campaigns in that particular hierarchy. Basically the parent and their immediate child. So that is the actual cost in the hierarchy. Similarly, you have other fields. The in-campaign fields refers to the value for that particular campaign, and in hierarchy refers to the hierarchy, that is parent and the immediate child. So to get a better UI representation of these fields, what let's do is let's create 2 sections in our page layouts. The first section, name it something like a campaign management, and the second section, name it like a campaign hierarchy, and then pull in the appropriate fields. Alright, so now what I have done is I have created 2 sections, that is campaign management and campaign hierarchy, in the page layout. So let's go and check out the page layout, edit layouts. So here if you see, I have created 2 sections, campaign management and campaign hierarchy. So under campaign management, I have all those fields that are related to that specific campaign. Basically the in-campaign fields: actual cost in campaign, budgeted cost in campaign, expected revenue in campaign, numset in campaign, contacts in campaign, everything. So all those standard fields are already available. I have just pulled it into the layout. The second section is about campaign hierarchy, and I have included all the in hierarchy fields out here. Awesome. So now if I save and go back to my record, I see only the campaign management section, and we do not see the campaign hierarchy section. Why? Why is that, like we are not seeing the campaign hierarchy? The reason behind that is the field level security for those in hierarchy fields are not set by default. So you have to set the field level security for all those records for make it to be visible in the layouts. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to view fields, and here let's consider an example. Take actual cost in hierarchy. So go to this particular field, and here if you set the field level security, you see that it is not visible for any of the profiles. That is why we are not able to see that in the layout. So for the time being, let me just give it for the system administrator. Save it. Awesome. Go back to the record. And here you see just that single field. Alright. Similarly, set the field level security for all the remaining fields so that you will be able to see that in the page layout. Awesome. So now what I have done is I have updated the field level security for all the remaining fields, and that is the reason I'm able to see that in the page layout. Now you can see these two sections, campaign management and campaign hierarchy, wherein these fields are specific to that particular campaign. Wherever this fields, that is the hierarchy fields, they pertain the information of the campaigns in that particular hierarchy. And to understand this even better, what you can do is you can populate the actual cost or maybe the budgeted cost. So pick any one of these fields, the actual cost, say for example, and then provide some value. Alright, so provide some values for the child and see if they are getting populated here in the hierarchy field. Alright, so see that if the cumulative value is getting populated in the parent campaign. So that, yeah, you can test it out. Perfect. So the next one that I would like to show you is the campaign hierarchy related list. This related list displays that particular campaign. Say for example, in our scenario, it is campaign California and its immediate child. Here the immediate child is Los Angeles and SFO, so that is displayed here. Here you also have that view parent link where you can click on that link and view its parent. So in our scenario, say for example, let's go for campaign US. So in campaign US, if you go to this campaign hierarchy related list, you see California and Texas. Basically, it's immediate child. So those campaigns are listed out here, and also you see these hierarchy fields. So just because we do not have any value assets, it's all showing zeros. So that's why I told you just given some values for some of the fields and then test it out how it is getting populated for hierarchy fields. Awesome. So this is all about campaign management and campaign hierarchy in Salesforce. Awesome. In our previous section, we discussed all about campaign management. We learned how to create campaigns in Salesforce, how to create campaign hierarchies in Salesforce, and also we discussed about the role of marketing team and also the best practices that they need to follow to effectively run a successful campaign. And why do we do all these? To generate leads. That is the overall objective. That is the overall objective that any marketing team work towards to generate more leads. Awesome. So now that we have generated more leads, what do we do with those leads? How do we take it forward? So that is this section all about, lead management. So in this section, we'll understand what are all the steps for effective lead management. And after that, let's understand how to create leads in Salesforce and how to convert leads in Salesforce. So that is what this whole section is all about. To start with, let's understand the various steps for effective lead management. What is the step 1? To align sales and marketing. So to start with, what is a lead? Lead is basically a person or a company who may be interested in your product, right? Who is showing interest and who may become a customer, basically a potential customer, as simple as that. So that is called as a lead. So the very first step in effective lead management is to align sales and marketing. First, let's understand what is marketing and what is sales. What is marketing? The marketing team is the team that is responsible for running campaigns, promoting their product, and to generate leads. That is the main objective of marketing team. And those leads, they pass it on to the sales team. And the sales team, the inside sales teams, what do? They pick up the leads from that point and then they contact the leads, create opportunities, finally successfully close the opportunity and close the sales. So this is the marketing team and this is the sales team and this is their overall objective that they work towards too. Awesome. So now that the process goes on like this, the very first step, the very first best practice in any system, in any company should be to align the sales and marketing. They should work together, right? Only when they work together, the outcome is going to be a successful one. So align your sales team and marketing team. So what do we do for aligning sales and marketing? The important task that we need to do here is to map out the sales process. It should be properly defined and in place. So everybody has got a good understanding of the various stages of the sales cycle. So define the sales cycle, define the various stages of the lead status that you want to track. So everybody exactly knows what happens to leads after they come in. And once you perfectly define your sales cycle, the next thing that you need to do is to have a clear hand of criteria between marketing and sales. We need to clearly define when exactly a marketing lead is passed on to inside sales, and when exactly an inside sales lead should be converted to opportunity, account, and contact. So all these should be properly defined. So everybody is on the same page and there is no confusion. And while passing on the leads to inside sales, the criteria may differ from organization to organization. Some organizations, they may have the criteria such as lead score, and only if a lead reaches a particular lead score, only then the marketing leads, they pass it on to the inside sales. But, it may differ for other organizations as well. But before passing on a lead, it is always the best practice to stick on to the BANT theory. What is BANT? B for budget, A for authority, N for need, T for timeline. Basically, we should assess if the lead has the necessary budget, A for authority, if he is the person to purchase the product, N, need, if the lead really has the need for purchasing the product, and the timeline. When is the lead looking for purchasing a product? Now? After 6 months? After 1 year? So this BANT theory, which consists of 4 attributes, B, A, N, T, this should be considered before passing on the lead to the inside sales team. Awesome. So this is about the hand of criteria. Marketing should know and sales also should know about that hand of criteria. And also define the success metrics. So how do you measure success for marketing and sales? Define that metrics. So you'll be sure that you'll capture the most important information as leads move through the funnel. Awesome. This is about step 1, align sales and marketing. Basically, the sales and the marketing team, they should work together for being successful. Let's move on to step 2, capture more leads. Obviously, more leads meaning more business, meaning more profits. So capture as many leads possible and use all possible options, all possible channels to capture more leads. There are many automatic ways of capturing leads. Good example is Web to Lead. So it automatically captures leads into Salesforce. And also, like say for example in Twitter, you can have more leads whoever follows you, who can add them to the system. You can also import leads. Import leads meaning marketing team, they attend many trade shows, webinars, so they collect more lead information. So those lead information they can import into Salesforce. You have data import wizard, you have data loader, you have other data handler tools which you can use for importing leads or enter leads manually as well. So there are many ways to capture leads. So capture more leads and enter into the Salesforce system. Perfect. This is about step 2, capture more leads. And step 3, keep your data clean. Yes, it is just not sufficient that you capture leads. It is more important that you clean your system. Because useless records is obviously not going to do anything for your business. So ensure that the lead records that you have, they are clean, without any duplicates and with the necessary information needed. Ensure that the data that you have is clean. Say for example, there is a lead record without any phone number, without any email. How can we even contact that lead? So is it of any use having that lead record in the system? So quantity more than quantity, quality is more important. So keep your data clean. Clean your leads regularly. Use validation rules so that you can ensure that whenever a lead gets into the system, it has got the minimal required fields. And we learned in part 2 of this course, we learned how to create matching rules, how to create duplicate rules. So use that feature. Use that feature to find out duplicates so that the sales reps will have that find duplicates button. Using that, they can find all the duplicates and clean the data. So use that functionality, leverage the Salesforce functionality so that you can keep your data clean and you can make most out of it. Perfect. So that is about step 3. Step 4, work leads efficiency. Yes, and now that you have a lot of leads in the system and you're also cleaning the data regularly, so you have a lot of good leads in the system. So what do you do next? Work through the leads and also work it efficiently. Lead scoring is definitely one good way of working through the leads efficiently. And for lead scoring, you can define a criteria. That criteria again differs from business. So you can define criteria like maybe based on the role. Like for CEOs, you can give some criteria, and for managers, you can give a different criteria. For members, you can give a different criteria. So with those scores, you will be able to know like what is the maximum score, and based on that, you will be working on those leads. And once you define those scores, you can categorize them. You can categorize them based on priority. So more the score, you can give more priority, like priority A. And less the score, you can give a lesser priority. So you know exactly like which all leads to be followed immediately and to maintain contact with. So this is called as working through the leads efficiently. You should know the quality of the leads and how you need to follow up with the leads. And also assignment rules. Assignment rules is definitely a must-use feature in every Salesforce org. Right? So use assignment rules to route leads so that it reaches the appropriate person and they can handle the leads appropriately. So use assignment rules, assign them to specific queues or assign them to specific teams so that they can work on those leads efficiently. So step 4 is all about working through the leads efficiently. And the final step is to track your lead generating efforts. Now that you have done so much of work here from step 1 to step 4, the step 5 is to revisit the work that you have done. You should see like which is the source that I'm getting the most leads from, and which source is the one that is giving me more leads which I'm able to successfully convert. So you should have this overall understanding. So track all your lead sources. Understand the ones that gives you the best leads. You can use lead history reports. You can use other reports and dashboards to basically analyze all this information. And dashboards will clearly show you these many leads were generated, these many leads were converted, these many leads were successfully closed. So you can see how it goes through the channel. And you can see like where it is breaking down. You can fix that. So use reports, use dashboards to analyze all the lead sources and track them to closure. And you can see how they go through the various stages. So these are the 5 different steps for effective lead management that every company needs to follow for effectively managing their leads. Alright, in our previous video, we discussed about effectively managing leads in a company. Now let's understand how to create new leads in our system. So for creating leads, go to your Salesforce org, go to leads, click on the new button, fill in the details. I have filled in details like the first name, last name, company information, address information, lead status. And among these, you can see that the company information is marked as mandatory. So for any lead that you create in Salesforce, company information is mandatory and you need to provide that value. However, if person accounts is enabled in your org, then company information becomes no longer mandatory. So note that difference. If person accounts is enabled, then company information is not mandatory. If person accounts is not enabled in your org, then company information is mandatory while creating a lead. Awesome. So now that we have provided the information, give email information or phone information. And if you have that, and once you're done giving all the details, save the lead record. Perfect. So we have created our lead record. Awesome. So in our next tutorial, let's understand how to convert this lead. Now that we understood the concept of leads and how to create leads in Salesforce, now let's talk about lead conversion. How to convert the leads. So go to your Salesforce Developer Edition. This is the lead that we just created. Now let's talk about lead conversion. For converting the leads, you should see this Convert Standard button. But sometimes in some companies, they might want to incorporate some custom-built functionality while lead conversion. So they also do that custom coding behind that and create their own custom button and use that for lead conversion. Alright, so that is a possibility as well. But here we'll use the standard convert function. So for converting this lead, click on this convert button. This is a standard convert button. And what happens while a lead is getting converted? Lead gets converted to accounts, contacts and opportunities. But while creating leads, we also discussed about person accounts. So what is that we discussed about person accounts? If person accounts is enabled in the org, then the company name becomes no longer mandatory, right? So leads can be created without company names also. So what happens while lead conversion is that if person accounts is enabled in the org, then while converting a lead, basically without any company information, then a person account gets created. And if person account is enabled in the org, while converting a lead with company information, then a business account gets created. So that is the difference. Alright. So with company name, a business account gets created, and without company name, a person account gets created. But in our scenario, as person accounts is not enabled, the company information is mandatory. So this lead has got company information. So automatically a business account will get created in this scenario. So here, the system is not able to find any existing account with that name. So it is not giving any suggestions as such. So create new account, yes. And the opportunity name, I'm just leaving it as is. And the converted status. And if you don't want to create a new opportunity upon conversion, you can check this checkbox as well. You have that option. And also given the subject details here. And now convert the lead. Awesome. So the lead is now converted, and this is the business account that got created. And you can see that the account name here, this is the company name of the lead, and the billing address of the account is actually the lead address. Similarly, an opportunity also would have got created. So go for opportunities. This is the opportunity that got created. And you can see that the opportunity name, that is a name that we gave there, and also the account name. The account that got created, that is mapped to this opportunity. Right, so you can see that details here. And at the same time, a contact also should have got created ideally. So go for contacts. And this is the contact that got created. The contact hold the details of the lead, and the address and all the information are basically extracted from the lead. So this is how the whole process works. Whenever a lead gets converted, it gets converted to an account, contact, and opportunity. And as I mentioned before, if person account is enabled and if there is no company information, then while conversion, a person account gets created. Otherwise, a business account gets created. So this is all about lead conversion. Alright, in this section, we are going to talk about accounts, account hierarchy, account teams, and also person accounts. So let's start with accounts. In this section, let's talk about creating account and account hierarchy. So let's go to the Salesforce developer org. Here, go to accounts. We very much know how to create an account. That's pretty simple and straightforward. Fill in the details here. I have just filled in the account name. It's an awesome account. Yes, of course. Life is awesome. Save the record. Perfect. Now that we have successfully created our account. And here you see all the related list out there and how it is related to other objects. Perfect. As simple as that. Now in accounts, you also see a field called as parent account. So what is that parent account? Parent account, as the name says, it is parent account of this particular awesome account. Now that as there is no parent account associated here, it means this account does not have any parent account associated. As simple as that. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to create another account and associate that as a parent account for this particular account. Let's create a new account and let me name it as Parent Awesome Account. The naming convention, I'm just given it like this, so it will be easy for us to understand, and save it. Perfect. So we have created our parent account as well. So now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to this awesome account and then I'm going to add the parent account. And here, look for parent awesome account. Perfect. Alright, so now you see that. So the account name is awesome account and the parent account is parent awesome account. So what do we see here? We see a hierarchy. There is a parent account and there is a child account. So if you go to this hierarchy link, you see the hierarchy is placed in such a way. You see the parent account, you see the child account. And you can have multiple child as well. So I create one other account, I can have the same parent account as well. So you can form the hierarchy depending on your business model. We can actually give many real-time examples for this. Consider Target. They have Target Brands, Target Capital Corporation, Target Enterprise, Target General Merchandise, right? So here, Target actually forms the parent account with all its subsidiaries like the Target Brands, Target Corporation, Target Enterprise, Target Merchandise. All these will form the child accounts. Alright, so this is how we do that setup. Or maybe this common example of Walmart. So the parent account will be Walmart with the child accounts like Walmart Supercenter, Walmart Discount Store, Walmart Neighborhood Market, Walmart Express. All these subsidiaries will form the child accounts. So basically this account hierarchy is used for defining the account structure, how they are structured within each other. Alright, how they are grouped and how they are related. But note one thing, just because this parent account we name it as a parent, it does not influence any record visibility. Like I have a visibility to parent awesome account. So it doesn't mean that I automatically have visibility to awesome account as well, meaning the child account. So getting access to the parent account will not grant access to the child account by default. For providing access, then you need to use other security methodologies like role hierarchy or sharing settings or those security settings, but not this account hierarchy. Perfect. This is about visibility. And the other thing here in hierarchy is that when we learnt about a campaign hierarchy, we understood that there are several fields by default that is given in Salesforce, like the total number of revenue in this particular campaign. And also we can see the total revenue in the campaign hierarchy, right? There are different fields. I can show that to you real quick here. So these are the fields. These are the campaign specific fields and these are the hierarchy specific fields. So these fields will show you what is the actual cost for all the campaigns in the hierarchy, the total budgeted cost for the campaigns in the hierarchy, the total expected revenue for the campaigns in the hierarchy. So this is basically the roll-up fields that we have, right? So this is a pretty efficient feature that we have in campaigns, the campaign hierarchy fields. But unfortunately, we do not have that in accounts hierarchy. In fact, we also have an idea exchange. This is Salesforce idea. This is posted here. And this is exactly for this requirement. This is for stating that people are stating that there are no roll-up summary fields for account in account hierarchy relationship. So you also please go ahead and vote for this and hopefully Salesforce will look into this someday. So once a Salesforce implements this, we will have similar fields for hierarchy in accounts as well. So we can easily calculate those values instead of going for any custom methods. So this is all about accounts and accounts hierarchy in Salesforce. The next concept we are going to talk about is account teams. So what is account team? Account team means a team of people working on an account. As simple as that. So in real-time business terms, let me explain this. Say for example, you are a business. You are running a business and you work with multiple accounts or multiple companies, right? They are purchasing your products, say for example. So when a new account or even on existing accounts, when it is added to your business, what do? You gather contact information, you add all those contacts in Salesforce, you create opportunities, you work on existing opportunities, and then there would be cases that you are working on related to that account, right? So there are so many stuff going on around an account, the contacts, opportunities, accounts, cases, everything. There are so many stuff going on related to that account. So how do you handle all these? So for this purpose, Salesforce has created this concept of account teams, meaning a group of people working on a particular account. Say for example, like sometimes there is an account owner and there are multiple other people as well. So for an account, your business model may define like every account should have an account head and an account executive and some team members. Alright, but this business model may vary from business to business, but this is just an example. So whenever an account gets created, or at least for major accounts or big accounts, they may want this model of having the account team members. Alright, so for facilitating this, we have this concept of account team, wherein we can add multiple people as part of the team. So when we say that multiple people are working in an account, is it even possible to work on an account without having visibility to that account record? Obviously not, right? I am a part of the team which works on a particular account, but I don't even have visibility for that account. Does that even make sense? Absolutely not. So account team, when you are a part of the account team, by default, you get at least read visibility to that account. That makes sense, right? At least I should be able to read that account in Salesforce. So account team impacts visibility. By being a part of the account team, I automatically get at least read access. You can get more access depending upon the settings, but at least read access I get to the account. And just not about the accounts, it's also about the opportunities, contacts, and cases. But for these three objects, the opportunities, contacts, and cases, we get optional visibility. That again depends on the settings. It is not mandatory to get any visibility for the three objects. Basically, these objects are directly connected to the account object by a master detail relationship. So Salesforce has configured only for these three objects: the opportunities, contacts, and cases. But the visibility is optional, and that depends on the security settings, how you set it up there. Alright, so now let's go to Salesforce. Let's see how to set this account team and how it impacts the visibility. Go to Salesforce. First of all, let's go to an account. Go to any account. Consider this account. Do you see account team anywhere? No, we do not see account team anywhere, right? Why? Because account team feature is not enabled, and it is not enabled by default. You need to enable that feature for you if you want to use that functionality. So how do you use that? So go for accounts. You can pretty cool search it here. Alright, under accounts, you have the various options out here, and there you see account teams. So go for account teams. And you see that it is not enabled because the link for enabling it is active. So for you to enable account teams, click on this link to enable that. And here gives the pretty cool definition of what account team is. So go through that. Enable account teams. Alright. Enable. Perfect. Okay. And it depends on in what all layouts you want that to be. For the time being, I'm selecting all the layouts out here. Awesome. So we have enabled the account team feature. Perfect. And in our introductory thing, we discussed about the various roles that are held by the team members, right? Because say, for example, 5 people are working on an account. Among that, one person is the account head and the other person is the executive. Maybe the other 3 are the account team members. And that again depends on the business, how they name it. These are the default team roles that are present here, and you can very much update these roles. You can rename them or delete them. You know, it is totally, you can customize that. Absolutely no problem at all. You can reorder them, yes. And you may not have like these many roles. It is just the account head, the account executive, the team member. Maybe only 3 roles in your org. Perfect, no problem. You can absolutely modify this as per your requirements. So I can just show one thing real quick. So instead of account manager, I'm going to rename it as account head. Alright, I'm just like doing this just to show you that we can edit that. And you can also add some chart colors. Yeah. So account head, right? So this is pretty much customizable. You can do that. Absolutely no problem at all. So this is about creating, editing, and deleting team roles. There are also a couple of other options out there, that is replacing team roles. So say, for example, if you want to replace a team role from the old team role and you are redefining your team roles in your business. So in that case, go for this option of replacing team roles, and you can give what is the current value and what do you want to change it to. Perfect. And also like for disabling account teams. So there is an option for that also. Alright, so now that we have explored all these options, let's go to accounts and see how we can use that feature. So now I'm going to the account detail page, and here now you see this related list called as account team. Previously it was not, and now we see this. Awesome. So now what we are going to do is we are going to add account team members. Alright, this account currently has got only the account owner. Nobody else is working on this account. But no, in real time in business, there are other people who are working on this account. So how do I add them? Using this concept of account team. So add, and here you need to add a team member. So here we have only 2 users in our developer edition, and I'm adding user 2. And here you have options, the read-only option or the read-write option. And this option does not come by default. This depends on the OWD setting of the account object. So let's quickly go and check the OWD setting of accounts. When I see the OWD setting of accounts is set to private, right? What is the meaning of private? Private meaning I have no access to others' records. But depending on role hierarchy or sharing settings or manual sharing, we may get access. But as such, OWD setting alone, if we consider that, private meaning I do not have access to others' records, right? But what is the concept of account team member, which I said earlier? Being a part of the account team automatically gives you at least read access to the accounts. So that is the reason you do not see any option of private here. You see read only or read write. So being a part of the account team can only enhance the visibility that is already given in OWD. Alright. Say for example now the OWD setting of account is read write, public read write. So what is the meaning of OWD setting as public read write? It means I have full access to others' records. Right? Read, edit, delete, I have full access to others' records. That is the meaning of public read write in OWD. So in that scenario, when the OWD is set to public read write, here you will have only the read write option. You will not have the read only option. Because we know there is nothing that is more restrictive than OWD. The other security setting features that we have in Salesforce, like sharing settings or the role hierarchy, can only open up the visibility that is given by OWD, but not restrict it more. Alright? Similarly, account team also can only open up the visibility that is given by OWD, but not restrict it more. Alright? So the account OWD is private. That is the reason we are having these 2 options. If the account OWD is public read write, we will have only the read write option here. Alright. So this being private, it is up to us to set the access here. So let me set it to read write. Alright. But that is only for accounts. For opportunities, cases, it is the optional access. In fact, here we also have contacts, but let me check the sharing settings of contacts. Okay, contact is controlled by parent. So that is the reason we are not having contact here. But in case the OWD setting of contact is different, like, if it is like private or if it is public read only or public read write, then you will have contacts as well here. So account team provides at least read access to the accounts and optional access to contacts, opportunities and cases that are related to the account. Yeah, that is very important too. It's related opportunities, contacts and cases. So here let me set it to read only and read only. And here we need to define the team roles. The team roles, we know how to set up the team roles. So how we have basically set it up there, we get it here. So let me say the account, the channel manager, and save. Awesome. So now that we have one account team member here for this account, let me also add another user. The one other member that we have in this developer edition is just me. So let me add myself as the account team member, and note that this account team member that I'm adding, I'm also the account owner. So account owner can also be the account team members. And the access part, I'm saying a read write access, and let me just keep it private. And here, let me say the channel manager, save. Awesome. I have added the second account team member as well. So this account has got account team and there are 2 account team members. Okay, so now here in this related list, we have 2 account team members, and if you want to see the access level, what you do is click on display access button that is here. That will display the access that these account team members have got on this account and its related opportunity and cases. Now comes the fun part. See, here it says team members can have higher access levels than what is granted to them in this team. So this is actually the interesting part of doing this advanced admin course, because we are just not knowing the functionality, we are understanding the concepts in depth. So every single warning, every single message, we need to pay attention to that and learn it as much as possible. So here what it means is team members can have higher access levels. What it means is that we know that account team provides visibility. That's the baseline. And being a part of the account team at least grants you read access on the account and optional access on the related opportunities, contacts and cases. So that is the baseline. And while adding myself, that is the account owner here, the access that we gave for opportunity and case was private. Alright? The access that we gave was private, and here it says full access. Why it says full access? Because I am a system administrator. That is the reason I am getting full access. So what it means is account team provides visibility, yes, provides access to records, but that doesn't mean that I have only that access that is given by the account team. There are other security controls in Salesforce which may give me more access than what is given by the account team. Alright, so though the access level to the opportunity and the case I set it to private, I being a system administrator, I have more access to those opportunities and cases. Alright, so we provide visibility as part of the account team, but there may be other security controls which may give us more visibility, possible. Alright, and that is pretty optional, or there is a possibility that they may not get more security controls through other means. That is also possible. Alright, so they may get or they may not get. So that is why there is a warning. Team members can have higher access levels than what's granted to them in this team. Say for example, here user 2. User 2 is currently having full access to accounts and read-write access to opportunity and read-write access to cases. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change the profile of user 2 as system administrator. Alright, I'm going to change the profile to system administrator, and after changing that, we are going to come and check here if all the access is changed to full access. So I am in the user detail page of this particular user 2, and let me change the profile to system administrator. Perfect. Now user 2 is also a system administrator. Now let me come here, refresh this account, and now you see that it has got changed to full access. Right? Why full access? Because user 2 being a system administrator, user 2 has got full access. But system administrator is absolutely not the only way to get more access, right? Role hierarchy may play a role. Sharing settings, there may be a sharing setting that is giving user 2 more access than it is given in the account team. Possible. People may share records through manual sharing. Possible. People may have, he may be a part of the public group and he is getting more access to that. Possible. Right? So there are other means of getting more access as well. That is the interesting part that we need to know here. So if you click on edit, in edit you still see this. For case access is only read only, right? But what do you see here? Full access. Alright? So account team provides access, but team members can also get higher levels of access than what's granted to them in this team. Perfect. So this is about getting access to the account and its related opportunity, cases and contacts through account teams. Alright. So the other concept that we are going to talk about is default team. So what is this concept of default team? So first let's understand the functional concept of that. That is a default team. Say for example, in my company, I am the account head. And I have 3 other account team members or account executives working with me. Alright. So we 4 of us, we work on all the accounts together. So whatever accounts that I am responsible for all four of us work together. So that is the model that we have. All right. So today a new account, we are getting a new account, and I am responsible for that account. So whenever I am responsible for any account, I pull in all the three guys as well. So all four of us work together. So those three guys are always part of my account team. So in those scenarios, we can have this concept of account team. So, default team. So this default team is defined at the user level. So at my level. So what I have to do is, in Salesforce, we need to go to the respective user. So here, let me go to my settings. So all these settings are specific to me, right? So in that, go for personal and navigate to the advanced user details. Here you have the default account team, right? You see this, and there are no account team as such added here. So what you can do is you can add account team here. So say for example, I'm just adding user 2, and here you can define the default access. All right. So just the default. Okay. So because I have only one other user, I have added that. But yeah, you can very much add other account team members as well. So now this account team is specific to me. It is specific to Archana as a user. Alright. So now what we are going to do is go to any specific account. Alright. Say for example, this awesome account. Alright. And here if you see, there is no account team as such. So either you can go here and add all the account team members, whoever you want to add. That is possible. But for ease of doing that, we have this add default team, and we have already defined our default team. So you can just click this button and that does the job. And now the default team, you have user 2 and user 2 is added. And you can click here and you can edit the access if you want. Alright. So having default team is more of easily doing those tasks. And the other feature I would like to show here is the default account team. So here is where like you add your account teams, and here you can mention automatically add my default account team to accounts that I create or accounts that are transferred to me. So every time I create an account, automatically add those team members to my account. So if you check this checkbox, that is going to happen, and update the account teams of my existing accounts. So that is also possible. So those account team members will be added for all your existing accounts as well. So if you want that, yes, you can do that as well. So save. And now let me quickly go create a new account. So let me say test. All right. And this account is created. And you have the team. So even without clicking this add default team, because you have those settings set up, the default team is getting added in your account team. So this is all about accounts and account teams. The next concept that we are going to talk about in account management is about person accounts. So what is person accounts? First, let's understand about the regular accounts that we use. We use the accounts in Salesforce, right? We go to the accounts tab, we create accounts, we use accounts. Yes. So what are these accounts? These are our business accounts, meaning some company or organization that with whom we do business with. So these are the business accounts. So we have business accounts, we attach contacts, we create opportunities. Perfect. So these are the business accounts. So what is this concept of person accounts then? Person accounts are still accounts. We do business with person accounts. But the name person here, it is specifically used because it is not a company that we are dealing with. You can say maybe some consumer. We are dealing with a consumer who in turn sells the products to a large number of individuals, in that business model. So person accounts may not be a company, but a person or a consumer who in turn does business with a large number of individuals. So in that scenario, for that business model, we have this concept of person accounts. So in Salesforce, when we store person accounts, we store the information about the people by combining some certain account fields and also contact fields into a single record. So that is how we store person accounts. But unfortunately, person accounts feature is not available by default. So I'm not able to show you how to use person accounts feature. I apologize for that. But however, To know about person accounts, I have consolidated some of the important information that will make us understand this whole concept of person accounts. So the first point here is once activated, person account can't be disabled. Yeah. So person account is not available by default. This feature is not available by default. You need to specifically activate person accounts, only then you can use that. But once activated, person account feature can't be disabled. The person accounts uses more storage space than business accounts. Yeah, because person accounts, it counts against both the account and the contact storage. So that's why person account uses more storage space than the business accounts. Because each person account consists of one account and one contact. Alright? The is person account standard field is used to differentiate person accounts and business accounts. Yeah, so in the back end, when you query for accounts in the account object, basically you will get all the accounts. So how do you differentiate the person accounts and the business accounts? You have this API field is person account, which is set to true for person accounts and set to false for business accounts. And person accounts have separate record types and page layouts. Similar to configuring business accounts, even for person accounts, we can configure multiple record types and page layouts accordingly. And when you are changing the record type in the UI, one of the accounts record type, which is a business account, it can be converted to only other business account record type. Similarly for a person account also. A record with a person account record type can be converted to a different record type for person accounts. Alright? But if you want to do it the other way, say for example, you want to convert an account's record type from a business account to a person account, then you can't do it in the UI, you have to do it in the API. Perfect. Moving on. Person accounts can be merged only with other person accounts. Yes, when merging accounts, person accounts can be merged with only other person accounts and not with business accounts. And person accounts can't be included in account hierarchies. Yes, you can't have person accounts in your account hierarchies. Account hierarchy feature is for business accounts only. And person accounts can't have direct relationships with other accounts or contacts. Yeah, you cannot define direct relationships with other accounts or contacts, but however, you can use the contacts to multiple accounts feature to create indirect relationships between person account and another person account, or even a business account or a contact for that matter. Alright, you cannot have direct relationships, but you can have indirect relationships. That is possible. And yeah, they are not supported in data.com prospector, data.com clean, data integration. And finally, in the conversion. So when we convert leads that don't have a value in the company field, they are converted to person accounts. And lead with a value in the company field, they are converted to business accounts. Basically, when you activate person accounts in your org, what happens is the company field in the lead object, it will no longer be mandatory. So it becomes an optional field. So if you create a lead with no company field value, when you convert that lead, what happens is it then converts to a person account. Alright, but if you have value, then a business account gets created while conversion. So this is all about person accounts. The next concept that we are going to talk about is associating contacts to multiple accounts. So let's get into our direct relationship first. Generally, how is the account and a contact related? One contact is related to one account, right? That is how the general relationship is. Let's quickly go to our Salesforce org. Say I have considered account 1. Alright, so this is my account. Go to contacts. Contact 1. Alright, so when I create a contact, I associate an account with it. Right? How many accounts we can do? Only one account, right? Account is the parent here. So one contact is associated to one account. And one account can have multiple contacts related to that, right? In this scenario, how many contacts we have? 3 contacts we have. So this is the direct relationship. One account can have multiple direct contacts. This is a direct relationship, and one contact can have one account associated to it, and this is a direct relationship. So this is the direct relationship that we have between accounts and contacts, meaning one contact can be associated to one account. So that is the thing. Now, if we want one contact to be associated to multiple accounts, then what do? How do we do that? So that is about associating contact to multiple accounts. So when we associate contact to multiple accounts, there we come across this concept of indirect relationship. So first, let's go to our Salesforce edition and let's see how to enable that. So what we are going to do is, first, so enable the feature, go to setup, go for account settings here, and here you have this option of contact to multiple accounts. So if you enable this option, you will be able to add contacts to multiple accounts. Alright, so allow users to relate a contact to multiple accounts. So click on edit, enable this feature and save. Awesome. Now that, it is in progress, let's wait to get it done. Awesome, it is over and contacts to multiple accounts feature is enabled for our org. Perfect. So now what we are going to do is, let's go back here. So is this possible previously? That is contact 1 we have. And previously, contact 1 can be associated only to account 1, right? But what if I want contact 1 to be associated to account 1 and account 2? So for that, we are learning this concept. So now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go to accounts, edit the layout. Once you enable the feature of contact to multiple accounts, you would have additional related list. What is that additional related list? That is the related contacts. You see this related contacts? So pull it to the layout. And the contacts, let me drag and drop it. Okay, so let me put it here. So we have the contacts and the related contacts. This related contacts related list we have only after we enable the contacts to multiple accounts feature. So once done, save it. Perfect. Now let's go back to the account. And in the account, we see contacts and we also see related contacts. So as you see the related contacts, all the direct contacts of the account will automatically display here as well. So you can see the account 1 has got all these contacts and these are basically the direct contacts. So this part is clear. We have actually replicated this. We have created the direct relationship between account 1, contact 2, contact 3. Now for indirect relationship, for contact 1, we know contact 1 is already associated to account 1. That is a direct relationship. Now we are going to create this indirect relationship between contact 1 and account 2. So this contact 1 and account 1, we already have this direct relationship. Now we are going to create a relationship between contact 1 and account 2. So for that, first let me create account 2 real quick. Okay, I have account 2 here. Alright, so I have account 2 and right now we don't have any contacts as such. I'm associating this contact to this account 2. Perfect. So we have account 2 and that is having direct relationship with contact and that contact is John Smith. Perfect. But now what do we want? We want contact 1 to have an indirect relationship with account 2. Right? So account 2 has a direct relationship with John Smith. That is not mentioned here though. And for this indirect relationship, go to the related contacts. The related contacts is showing the related, the direct contacts as well. Here I'm going to add a relationship. Alright. So click on add relationship. And for this, pick contact 1. Awesome. So now you see contact 1 is a related contact for this account 2. So what you see here is its direct account. So John Smith's direct account is account 2. Contact 1's direct account is account 1. But contact 1 is related to account 2. Alright, so that is what we have built. Contact 1 is related to account 2. And this relationship is an indirect relationship. Alright, so those indirect relationship we see in the related list, related contacts related list. Alright, so this is a concept of associating contacts to multiple accounts. Awesome. In this section, product management, we are going to talk about products and price books. So to start with, what is a product? Product, as the name says, it is a physical product that you sell, right? Or the services that you offer. So products are basically the physical products or the services that you offer, that your business offers. So they are called as products. First, to understand the concept more, what we are going to do is, we are going to add the products and price books. So add products and add price books. Perfect. So add these two tabs. So here you go. So these are all the products that you have. Basically, this is the default data that we have in our developer edition. So these are the various products that you have in your system. Say, for example, this is our first product. And in a business scenario, where all we associate products. We associate products to opportunities, we associate products to quotes, we associate them to orders or service contracts. So in those objects, if you see in the related list, you will have products, that is associated products. Because you are involved selling your products to your customers. So in those transactions, you will have associated products. Alright. So this is how products is there in your part of the sales life cycle. Perfect. Now let's try to create a product in Salesforce. So here, give a product name. I have filled in the details. The product name is this, the product code, and a product description. But do give a proper, appropriate description here. And a product family, if you want to have a product family details, you can configure that accordingly. And then you also activate the product, because only activated products, you can basically use it. So perfect, we have created our first product and it is active as well. Now what? We have just created the product, right? But every product needs to have a price for us to sell it in the market. So how do we define price? That is the standard price. Every product that we create, we should have a standard price. Say, for example, I say $1,000. Alright, so that is the standard price of my product. That is the default price that is associated with my product. And how do we define it? We can define it pretty much here. Perfect. So we have created our product and we have set a standard price. What next? The next step is to add this product to a price book. Alright, so the product is ready. It has a standard price. Now add it to the price book. And add it to the standard price book. You see here the price book, that is a standard price book. Select OK and give the list price for that. Let me say the list price is also 1,000. Alright. And that is also activated. Perfect. So now what is that we have done? We have created a product, added a standard price to that, and then we have added that to a price book. Now what is a price book? Only when a product is added to a price book, only then we will be able to attach that product to opportunities, orders and all. Alright, so a product needs to be in a price book. And price books, when we say, there are standard price books and custom price books. So when do we use standard price books and when we use custom price books? When we offer our products to different people with different prices, then we go for custom price books. Say, for example, this laptop, I'm selling this laptop in APAC countries. I'm selling this laptop in ANZ countries. I'm selling this laptop in Europe countries. So then, how do I set the price? So there comes the concept of custom price book. So to create custom price books, go to price books, the price books tab, and create your custom price book. Say, for example, I want to create 3 custom price books. One for APAC, one for ANZ, and one for North America. So let me say NA, the price book name, fill the details accordingly. This is only for my NA customers. So I've just given NA, save, perfect. My first custom price book is ready. Alright, so now let's clone it. Let's create a couple more price books for APAC and ANZ as well. Awesome. So we have created 3 price books here. They are the custom ones, NA, APAC and ANZ. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to add the product, that is the laptop, in these price books. So here is the product, test product laptop. I am going to add this product to my custom price books. So how to add it? Add to price book. And here choose these custom price books. So add it to NA, select. Alright, and what is the list price here? Say $900. And if multi-currency is enabled, you will have that option of having multiple currencies as well here. So save, perfect. I have added the test product to NA custom price book. Similarly, let's do it for the other price books as well. I have added the price book to all the 3 custom price books, and it is also there in my standard price book. Perfect. And these entries, what we did here is called as the price book entries. So in Salesforce, we have products, price books, and price book entry object. So the product object holds the product details. And in price books, how many records we have? We have 3 records. So the price books object has got 3 records. And then we add the products to the price books. So what we do here is, we basically create price book entries. And that is recorded in the price book entry object. So this price book entry object is the relationship object between products and price books. So every price book entry will have the product ID and the price book ID. And how the relationship is that? The relationship is in such a way that one product can be associated in multiple price books. Alright, so this is how the objects are connected. And when we are talking about this, let's also take a quick look at the OWD settings for this price book object. So go to sharing settings, go for this price book, and you see that by default, the OWD setting is set to use. Use means the user can add any of the products, use that price book basically, as simple as that. But for this, the user needs to have read access on the product and the price book object. But you can edit this. You have other options as well. Depending on the profiles or the roles, you can use that accordingly. No access means the users can't access the price book. View only meaning they can view the price book. Alright, but use meaning they can use the price book and they can also add it to opportunities. So this is all about products and price books. Awesome. In this section on opportunity management, we are going to talk about opportunities, how to create opportunities, how to create opportunity products, product scheduling, and what all opportunity teams is all about. Alright, so this is all that we are going to talk in this section. And in this tutorial specifically, we'll talk about opportunities and opportunity products. First of all, what is an opportunity? As the name says, opportunity means an opportunity to sell a product, or an opportunity to make a sales, right? It is an opportunity, but it does not confirm any sales as such. It is just an opportunity. Either it can be closed won or it can be closed lost. Alright, so either we can win the opportunity by closing the sales successfully, or we may lose a business. Alright, so opportunity can end up as opportunity won, that is closed won, or opportunity lost. Perfect. Now that we have this understanding, let's go to our developer org. And here we are in the opportunities tab. Alright. Click on a new opportunity, fill in the details here. I have given the opportunity name, and yes, you can very much associate the opportunity with an account. So let me say this account, and then what is the close date, and then what the stage the opportunity is in. Basically, there are multiple stages for opportunities. It starts off in this prospecting stage and then moves over to the qualification, needs analysis, value proposition. So the stage goes on like that. And yes, these values are editable. You can go and customize your stage values. You can very much do that from the opportunity object detail page. So there you can go and modify the stage values. Perfect. And here if you see this probability field, it gets auto-populated depending on the stage value. It's prospecting, so it is 10%. Let me change it to closed won, meaning it is 100%. Yes, we did it. Closed lost, it's 0, right? We lost that. Proposal, it is 75%. Yeah, we are close there. We are almost there, right? Negotiation, 90%, right? So there is 90% chance that we will close this opportunity. And if it is closed won, it becomes 100%. If it is closed lost, it becomes 0. So probability, this value gets auto-populated based on the stage value. But yes, you can very much update this probability percentage as well. Now that we have created all these details, let me go ahead and save my opportunity. Alright, we have saved our first opportunity. Cool. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to add products. So in the previous session, we understood about the products, we understood about price books, we understood how to create price book entries, right? So we have that good information with us. Now let's understand how to add products to opportunity. So go to the products related list, and here you see this option add product. So you need to add a product. But before adding product, pay more attention to the price book that you choose, because one opportunity can have products only from a single price book. So be very careful when you add your first product, because that automatically sets the price book for that opportunity. And later point of time, you may not be able to edit that. Say for example, add product. And here first it is asking me to choose the price book. Let me say A and Z. The only product that I have is this, so let me add that. Alright, quantity is 1, and let me save it. Okay, so I have added this particular product from the A and Z price book. That is why it is showing me A and Z. And now if you want to add products, it will by default show only those products from the A and Z price book. Alright, you see that because we have only one product here, but otherwise going forward we'll only be able to add products from that price book to this opportunity. We cannot modify that price book. So always pay more attention to the price book that you choose. Alright? And in case I want to choose a different price book here, from A and Z I want to go for standard. See, I'm getting a warning message. You have changed the price book for this opportunity. This action permanently deletes all products from this opportunity. Continue. Let me say OK. See, the product is no longer associated with this opportunity. Though this is not a recommended practice, we do not do this in real time. However, I just wanted to show you how it works. So always whenever adding the products to your opportunity, pay more attention to the price book that you choose. Because later point of time, you can only add more products from that same price book. Meaning one opportunity can have products only from one price book. This is what we are trying to insist. Perfect. Now that we have this information, let's take a look at a quick pictorial representation of this relationship. In fact, while learning about the products and price books, we did a similar one, but that was only with products, price book and price book entry. Right? Now that we have extended that to opportunities and opportunity line item. So let's try to understand this relationship. What is the relationship between product, price book and price book entry? You have product object, you have price book object, right? There are many products, there are many price books. And what is a price book entry? A price book entry defines the value for each product, right? In a price book entry, you have a product to ID and you have a price book ID. So that holds the relationship of the product and the price book. Awesome. Now, when you include opportunity is not directly related to products. Opportunity is related to price books, right? So that is why we see this relationship here. And how they are related? That is the opportunity product. In UI, you call it as opportunity product, but in the backend, in the database, we say it as opportunity line item. Alright, and that holds the opportunity ID and the price book entry ID. So that is what is there in opportunity line item. And how do we see that in the UI? We do not have any product, so let me add a product. Okay, alright, save. And as you see, I added the standard product, the standard price book entry. So that is the reason the standard price book is showing here. Alright, so here, this entry, what we see here, it is called as the opportunity product or the opportunity line item. So if you click on that, you see this is opportunity product detail page. Alright, and in the backend, we refer to as opportunity line item. So there are how many line items for this opportunity? There is only one opportunity line item for this opportunity, and that is this. So that is why we see this. Opportunity and products is related, and that upcoming table is called as opportunity line item. Now let's take a quick look at the schema builder to see how these objects are related. So in schema builder, what I did was I did clear all, so that cleared all the selections, and I only chose opportunity, products, price book entry, price book, and the opportunity product. So you see that here. So opportunity product basically is the opportunity line item. So all the 5 objects that we have here, I have included it here as well. Let me expand the view a little bit so it'll be easy for you to see. Maybe it is hard. Alright, so let's keep it this way, no problem. And I just rearranged all these objects a little bit so it looks similar to what we have here. Alright, so you can see products, price book entry and price book, products, price book entry and price book, and opportunity line item and the opportunity. In fact, like I did this using this schema builder. I just wanted to replicate that and show that to you in a much simpler form. So I did this. So in the schema builder, you can see the products and the price books and how they are connected through the price book entry object. Similarly, the opportunities and the products and how they are connected through the opportunity product object, and how opportunity and price books are related. Alright, so this is all about opportunities and how it is related to products and price books. The next concept that we are going to talk about in this section of product management is product scheduling. So basically, what is product scheduling? Say for example, consider a transaction. You pay the amount and then purchase a product. That's it. So that is a simple, straightforward transaction, right? But what if you want to schedule that transaction? Meaning you want to purchase the product on a regular basis. So you are scheduling that purchase. So that is called as product scheduling. And in product scheduling, we have 2 types. That is the quantity scheduling. The other is a revenue scheduling. Quantity scheduling meaning the quantity is scheduled. Say for example, you purchase some magazine subscription. Alright, so you receive the magazine on a regular basis. Alright, say weekly magazine or a monthly magazine. Every month you receive that magazine. That is the product. So that is called it quantity scheduling. And the other is the revenue scheduling. Revenue scheduling is something like sometimes companies offer installments, right? Say for example, you purchase a television, alright, and they offer installments wherein you can pay that amount in multiple installments. So in this scenario, the revenue is being scheduled. That is, the money is being scheduled. So that is called as a revenue scheduling. So quantity scheduling is the scheduling in which the quantity is scheduled, and revenue scheduling, the revenue is scheduled. So that is about the concept of quantity schedule and revenue schedule. Now let's go to our Salesforce Developer Edition and let's understand how to do this scheduling. So in products, we already created this test product, right? So now let's do this scheduling for this test product. As you see here, there are basically no related list out here that says scheduling. Why? Because scheduling feature is not enabled. To use the feature of scheduling, product scheduling, you first need to enable that functionality. So how would you enable that functionality? Go to Setup, check for scheduling. So under products, you would have this option of product schedule settings. Go for it. And here you need to specify which are all the types that you need to enable. Enable quantity scheduling, and whether you want to enable it all for all products. Enable revenue scheduling, and whether you want it to enable for all products. And this is for Lightning experience. So that is different. So this is for the schedule types. So we have enabled that now. Save it. Perfect. Now that we have enabled that feature of product scheduling. Now let's understand how to use that functionality. So go to products. Let's consider this product. Genward Diesel 200 kW. Alright, here you see this default quantity schedule and default revenue schedule. So once after you enable that functionality, you will see these options out here. So now let's try it out. Now what I'm going to do is, I am going to set up my quantity scheduling here. Alright, so quantity scheduling means what? The quantity is being scheduled. Like the magazine subscription which we were talking about. Alright, so here when you schedule the quantity, you have options. Divide the amount into multiple installments, whether that amount mentioned should be divided into multiple installments, or you need to repeat that amount for each installment. Alright, so depending upon whether, say for example, if it's like $100, like $10 each time, or it is $100 each time. Alright, so depending on that, you have to configure it accordingly. Let me say divided the amount into multiple installments and the quantity installment period. Let me say monthly, and the quantity installments, let me say 10. Okay, so this is how I have configured it. Perfect. So I have configured the quantity. Save. Awesome. Now I am going to use this product in my opportunity. So Genward Diesel 200 kW. Alright. Now go to an opportunity. Pick any opportunity as such. This is a closed. Let me pick a better one. Consider this opportunity. Alright. This is in a different stage. So, it's good to add products now. So now what we are going to do is we are going to add products to this opportunity. So go to products, add product, choose the price book. Let me say the standard price book. And here, which is the product that we were working with? If I remember right, it is this Genward Diesel 200 kW, right? That is what we configured, I think. Yes. So what I'm going to do is, I am going to associate that product. Select. Okay. And here comes the quantity and the sales price. Yeah. So when we talk about the sales price, I would like to talk about this. The standard price is the price that is mentioned in the standard price book. And the list price is the price that is mentioned in the custom price book. Basically, the price differs. Based upon the price book the price differs. That is the list price. And the sales price is something that is attached here at the point of sales, wherein the sales rep can increase or decrease the price. So this is the price, the sales price. And here, the quantity, let me say 10. Alright. Save. Perfect. So now what we have done, we have added this product and we have mentioned the quantity to be 10. Now what we are going to do is, let's go to this basically when you attach the product, it is an opportunity product, right? So if I go to this product, here we are seeing this scheduling. So what's happening? The product is actually scheduled. The product is actually scheduled for every month, because that is how we have defined it here, right? The quantity and divide amount into multiple installments, and it is monthly. It is a monthly schedule, and the total number of installments is 10. So it is a monthly schedule for 10 installments, and the total quantity is 10, so it has split 1 each. Alright, so this is how the process of scheduling is. And this is what we are saying is for the quantity schedule. Alright, similarly, let's try to do a revenue schedule. And what is the difference? In quantity schedule, the quantity is scheduled, right? You see, the quantity is scheduled. And now in revenue schedule, let's take a quick look of it. Go to products, pick any product, say for example this product. Alright, let's schedule the revenue here. And here again, you need to say whether the amount to be divided into multiple installments or you want to repeat the amount. Let me choose dividing the amount into multiple installments, and then revenue installment period. It is again monthly. Number of revenue installments, let me stick to 10. Perfect. Save. So GenWatt propane 100 kW. So now what we are going to do is choose any other opportunity. Let me choose this one. There are no products as such assigned. Now let's add a product to this opportunity. And let's go with the standard price book. And here, which is the product? GenWatt propane 100 kW. So this is the product. Select the product. Perfect. Mention the quantity. The quantity in this case, let it be 1, because we are only going to split the revenue. So let the quantity be 1, and the sales price 15,000. Let me stick on to that. Save. Perfect. So now when you go to this opportunity product, so click on this product. Here, what do you see? It is scheduled for 10 installments, and the amount, do you see that it has been divided for the number of installments? The price that we gave was 15,000, and here for 10 installments, the price that you see is 1,500 each on a monthly basis, because that is how we have scheduled our scheduling. See, default revenue schedule, and the dividing the amount into multiple installments, and it is monthly, and the number of revenue installments is 10. Got it? So this is the concept of revenue schedule and quantity scheduling. Alright, the next concept that we are going to talk about is opportunity teams. A couple sessions before, we understood about account teams. What is an account team? Multiple people work together on a particular account. So that is called as account team. They form a team. And as being part of the account team, they get access to the accounts. At least a read access they get to accounts. And they also get access to its related opportunities, contacts, and cases. So that was account team. In a similar fashion, we have a concept called as opportunity team. So what is opportunity team? Opportunity team, again, in the similar fashion, there are multiple people working on an opportunity, basically for selling more, right? And their whole objective is to close the opportunity successfully, of course. So now, for enabling this opportunity team, what we need to do is go to setup, go for opportunity team settings. Under opportunities, you have opportunity teams and you have opportunity team settings. And there, enable team selling. And this feature needs to be enabled for us to use this concept of opportunity teams. And page layouts, yeah, select those layouts in which you want those opportunity team related list. Okay, perfect. Yeah, now that we have enabled that, we are seeing this disable option. Alright, so let's keep this aside. Now that we have enabled opportunity teams, what are we going to do? We are going to explore that functionality. What else? So go to opportunity. Yes, in the opportunity detail page, you would have the opportunity team related list, similar to account teams. So here you can add opportunity team members. And similar to account teams, here also we can define the team roles, we can add the users, and we can add the opportunity access. So the team role and the user, let me pick a user. Okay, and let me say read only. Alright. But one important difference that you need to note between this opportunity team and account team is that in account team, being a part of the account team automatically gives you access, the read access to accounts. Yes. And it also controls the visibility on the respective opportunities, contacts, or cases. But in opportunity team, that is not the concept. It is only talking about opportunity. And here again, we have this concept of default team. So you can add default team. The record owner does not have a default opportunity team. Yes. So what we need to do? First, set up a default opportunity team, and then you can add it here. So for setting it up, go for My Settings, and here in Personal Information, go to Advanced User Settings. And in the User Detail page, go for Opportunity Team. Here you have the default opportunity team. So let me add the default opportunity team. Let me say it is me. Okay. And the team role. Alright. So my default opportunity team is now defined. Let me go back to that opportunity and try to add it. So this is the opportunity we were working on. Here, coming to opportunity team, add default team. Awesome. The default team is added. But all these features we pretty much discussed in account team itself. So it is a similar functionality here. And you can also display access. Yes, you can also display access. And if you want to add the account team members as well, then yes, you can very much add the account team. But just with 2 users, we may not be able to exactly see how it works. But yeah, just know that you have that option of adding account team as well. And here also the team members access level for this opportunity may be greater than your organization's default opportunity access settings. Yes, meaning user 2 has got read-only access to this opportunity. So as part of this opportunity team, user 2 has got a read-only access. But through a sharing settings or through may not be OWD, through role hierarchy, or being a system administrator, that is through profiles, he may have more access than what it is defined here. Alright, so just this opportunity team access, just the access settings in this opportunity team, just that doesn't determine the access levels that the user has for this particular opportunity. On top of it, he might have access through role hierarchy or manual sharing or sharing settings. There are many other ways through which the user can get more access for this opportunity. So that is what they are trying to say here. Awesome. So yes, so this is what opportunity team is all about. So from this tutorial, what is the takeaway basically? We know how to create opportunities, how to set up opportunity team, how to enable that basically, enable team selling. And once you enable team selling, you can pull this related list into the layout if not available by default. And then you can add team members. So for adding team members, you have this option of adding the default team. So for adding the default team, you need to set up the default opportunity team. So once you click that button, automatically your default team will get added here. And yes, you can add your account team as well. And you can display the access, and the access, the users may have more access than what is defined here. Alright, so this is all about opportunity team.